north, south, east, and west. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley, and everybody's back. The boys are back in town.
Yeah.
B. Mitch back from a golf sojourn. Jeff Landfill holding it down. We are in the newly decorated, incredibly high-end Prison Cell Studios. Brian, were you blown away when you returned to the studio this morning and just saw?
I thought I was in the wrong studio.
They went all out.
I said, "Wow, ooh, what's going on?"
So let's ask a question because we haven't all seen each other. Obviously, the biggest news of the weekend is Bill Walton. I want to get to that. But B, you played how many rounds of golf over the last 5-6 days?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, 6 rounds of golf. You're a very good player, and I know you said that the highest score you shot was an 82 over 6 rounds of golf. So roughly over 6 rounds of golf, you were, so that's 10. Say it's a bunch of 5s on the other ones, so 25. Say you were 35 over par in 6 rounds of golf. Does that sound about right? I'm saying a bunch of 77s, 182.
Yeah, possibly.
You want to call it 40?
Probably that. Maybe a little less.
I mean, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
To start.
It's fun.
More drinks or holes over par? I think it's drinks by a mile, but I don't know. When you're drinking brown, sometimes the drinks go a little slower.
I think it was the drinks because actually we all got there Tuesday night. And we
down
went
to
to
Bryce?
Yeah, we went to work Tuesday night. And I actually had a case of Scotties with me.
Oh, yeah. How much is left?
I think about 3 or 4 of them.
That's healthy, dog.
They had brown, and they also had beer, and then we start cooking and eating and doing different things. You drink even more.
This was a boys trip, right? Not couples. Yeah, dude, you're gonna go.
Yeah,
that's a full sentence situation.
Yeah, we were walking distance to the clubhouse. The 17th hole, the house that we stayed on, right there. So when you're coming in, you just run up to the house, get you some beers, and go back to the course.
That's great.
It was fun.
We had a good time with Doc sitting in with you. We were enjoying ourselves. The stream appears to be back working, so that's good news. If you want to check out the stream, if you also just want to listen, that's cool. Friday night, I had this like tuxedo gig that
I saw you.
Jeff talked me out of wearing sneakers.
And I'm glad somebody. I don't know why did anybody let you take pictures with the damn flip flops on.
I thought it was a cool look.
That's not a cool look. That is those days. They had their best days.
I was meeting my buddy Kelly. Had a pair of shoes for me at the club, and I had to get from home there.
Still, no. I'm looking at the picture.
Did you like it? I thought it looked cool.
See, this is what happened. So Cookie, Cookie
cooked me.
So Cookie was like, but the shoe game. So I say, I'm gonna look, and I was expecting Jordans. And when I looked at, I'm like, Lauren is looking fantastic. And then JP was looking good till I got to the damn shoes. No socks, toes out, with brown flip-flops on, black tuxedo. I'm like, I hope the hell he didn't wear that to the thing. And then when I saw another picture, I said, okay, cool. He put on some black shoes.
Yeah,
and they were suede. It was sweet. I like that, but don't even must let that. Next time, make sure the picture's from the knee up.
We'll see what we can do. I like to experiment. I'm very avant-garde when it comes to it.
That is not. No, you better never wear that. If you wear something like that, I'm stepping right on your toes.
So fun weekend of sports. My Terps were able to take down UVA and then just got boat raced by Notre Dame.
Oh, I watched that last night. I was like, whoa.
Notre Dame's a unit. I'm proud of my Maryland Terrapins. I didn't watch much baseball, but I watched most of the hockey in the hoops, and the hockey's been awesome. That Rangers game, if you guys watch that at all, on I guess that was Sunday, 4-4 goes to overtime. Rangers score early in overtime. As excited as I have been at various times about the future bets I have in, they're not looking so great right now. Because the Rangers just keep winning in overtime. The Celtics are in the finals already?
Yes.
Yeah, but the finals don't start till June 6th?
Yeah, but I mean...
they're going to be off for 2 weeks.
And hell, Dallas could be in tonight.
I know.
And that would give both of them a chance to recoup and get fresh, but...
Basketball's not a game where you need 2 weeks off.
You basically felt that the Celtics were in. What's Halliburton, that's his name?
Yeah.
Yeah, once he got hurt,
buckets.
it's over.
I kind of thought the Eastern
They
Conference
still
was
played
over
hard.
from the beginning. I thought it was going to be Boston all along.
Well, I
so
thought it would be Boston, but I didn't think they would sweep him, especially when he was healthy. But
yeah.
they went up.
Well,
they went up
choked up
when he was
game
still
one.
there.
Right. But the hockey now, you've got Dallas leading Edmonton. That game is tomorrow night. The Panthers can go up 3-1 tonight. I'm sorry, the Rangers can go up 3-1 tonight. Boston felt inevitable. They've now gotten to the finals, and they've only lost, I think, 2 games. And I know it's easy to knock who they're playing and whatever. You can only play the teams in front of you. I'm very, very curious about the finals. I think the Mavs actually can beat Boston. I feel like I'm one of the few that believes that.
Well, the Mavs, I mean, if Kyrie and Luka are on, they damn sure could beat them. But the thing
kid
of
PJ
it,
Washington,
huh?
The kid PJ Washington.
Yeah. So I mean, when you're two, and it used to be 3 people you had to get. Now it's like you get 2 stars and then another guy like a Robin.
Bill.
You got 2 Batmans and a Robin. You can win now.
Coming up at 12:45, we're giving away 21 Savage tickets. Lantonville, at some point today, can you play a few 21 Savage songs for me and B? So I'm not sure off the top of my head I can identify one. Is that the dude with like all the face tats? Jeff, what's his face tat situation?
You have a knife in the middle of his head, yeah. But when you talk about rappers and say, is that the guy with all the face tats?
Most of them got it. But there's one dude with a ton of them. He looked like his whole face is covered.
Nah.
This dude's British?
Yes.
Wow.
Hey, bro, rap is all over the place now.
Dude, I saw something. I feel like you might have posted it, Jeff, that the hottest beats in the world now are coming out of India.
Nah.
I saw it on Instagram.
Nah. But
the way you laugh is a little unfair to the Indian MCs out there.
Nah, but 21 Savage, the world found out he was Britain in about 2020, and he was facing deportation, and everyone was like, what? And then, because we thought he was from Atlanta, and then we found out like that.
Yeah.
Atlanta or Newcastle. It is a decision. I'm checking this young man's pictures out right now. It is a real decision to get a cross tattooed on your forehead.
It's a knife.
It's a knife? It looks like a cross.
It's a knife.
That's even more of a decision.
That's one of his famous sayings. It's a knife.
I'd love
probably
to.
A lot of people would tell him, man, why you got a cross on your head? It's a knife.
I'd love to know the state of mind before one sits down and
most tattoos
gets a knife on their forehead.
Are not done when somebody is sober.
Sure.
Or in a good state of mind. Normally you're in Vegas or somewhere else and you decide when you're inebriated or drunk as hell or high as hell that, hey, I want to get a tattoo. And then you wake up the next morning and you wonder, what the hell did I just get tattooed on me? And it's over at that point. Because then you can't go get some laser and just put it on top of your head. Try to laser that off.
Nah, you don't just wear a long sleeve shirt and cover up the tats when you have a knife in the middle of your forehead. There's a couple things I want to talk about. Bill Walton passed away yesterday. Yep. I was at like a kids event and I saw that and it was like it kind of stopped you in your tracks.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have Doc Walker join us at 12:30 to talk about a UCLA guy talking about a famous UCLA guy. But I was wondering, B, kind of what your reaction was when you saw it because it stopped me, man.
Well, I was actually, what was I? Getting ready to. I was doing something at the house, and I get all these, notifications, and I saw it. And when they said for cancer, then you start understanding like a lot of people are battling things, fighting things, and you don't know. I never. It might have been said, but I never knew that he was fighting cancer.
Bro, I didn't either.
But you hear and you start thinking about it. I've met Bill before, and the way you saw him on TV, that's who he is every day. He was cool as hell, sit down and talk to anybody. You know what I mean? And whether it was he was kind of like you sometimes, Jay. Don't care what the function is, you're going to be who you are.
Sure.
And Grateful Dead was his stuff.
Sure.
So you might see somebody in a suit next to him, and he got a Grateful Dead T-shirt on, calling the damn basketball game.
Right.
And nobody said anything because that's who he was. And I think everyone lives life to be able to get to a point where you can just be you every damn day.
I didn't get to meet him once, but I got to kind of be in his orbit once. When the All-Star game was at, I think it was still called MCI Center then. I mean, I feel like you were still playing for the Skins at this point. I was in college. Do you remember when the All-Star game was here?
I think I might have been
in Philly by then. Okay, because it might have been like 01 or something.
Yeah.
I know I wasn't quite 21. I know that.
I was in a fashion show. That's what I remember, yeah.
I believe you were. But I had tickets to the game, to the All-Star game, through Keith Schimmel. Shout out to Keith. And it was me and my buddy, and after the game, this was a very different era of like credentials and everything. There were no pictures on anything. We convinced the security guard that I was Doug Collins' other son, and they let us down onto the court, and we walked through the tunnel. We ended up in the Eastern Conference locker room. Anyway, but at one point, in the hallway, because you know how it is, like the tunnels that kind of come out to the courts, people hang back there so they're not getting mobbed by other people.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just standing there looking at Bill Walton talking to Bill Russell. And when you think about the level of like champion those two men exemplify, it was kind of like mind-blowing a little bit. And, I have since all-time great sports book. If you like reading sports books, The Breaks of the Game is about the Blazers. I want to say it's David Halberstam. Yeah, it's David Halberstam. It's just unbelievable, the access he got, and it's about the Blazers after they had won the title, but as Bill Walton's like game back feet are breaking down. And it allows you to realize, like, I think to the vast majority of people, what you remember, maybe not vast majority, maybe that's unfair, but I think anybody, certainly my age or younger, like I never watched Bill Walton play. Like I know he had a role in that 86 Celtics team. I don't remember the 86 Celtics. If you go and look at what Walton did at UCLA and then what he did for Portland back then, especially to win a title, I believe that's our only title ever. You talk about like small market back then was an entirely different world. Walton, the basketball player, was unparalleled for a stretch of time.
Yeah.
It was like him and Kareem.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think he's more widely remembered for the larger than life character that started calling games and was funny and the Grateful Dead and everything else. But like, dude was a monster also.
On the basketball court, he was unbelievable. But I think, you get the younger generation where a lot of times they don't look at nothing past when they were born. And I think when you look at Bill, he was able to transcend from one career to another. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And still be as big as he was in his basketball career. And that's why a lot of people know him from the commentating.
Right.
But every once in a while, I think everybody should just take a walk down memory lane to check out where someone came from. And you'll realize why the dude got so many opportunities. He was damn good at what he did. And, then again, he was before his time because back then ain't many people they didn't say what they wanted to say.
Right.
They didn't have a larger than life mindset because everybody wanted to be corporate. He wasn't like that. And he was successful being that. And I respect him for it.
He was able to forge his own path for sure.
I guarantee you, talk to Charles Barkley, he learned something from Bill Walton.
Sure. Yeah.
Because Charles is very similar to Bill today.
They really are. And people would probably be scared to make that comparison, but
why?
They're outspoken,
live their
own path,
way,
right.
Say what they want to say in their own dialect, and don't give a damn about trying to be proper.
Yeah, I agree. That's a really good example there. And as we may or may not be watching the end of the Inside the NBA show, those guys keep saying that they think, the rights are going somewhere else and that the show's going to be kaput or whatever.
I would say
I
sign
hope
him.
I hope it's wrong. I hope somebody figures it out.
Whoever gets it, sign them, because if they go online and do their own thing, they're gonna beat your shows. That's a promise. I'm letting you know it now.
If they replicate Chuck, Kenny, Ernie, Shaq, honestly, I can take or leave Shaq. I like them on there, but you got to have Chuck and Kenny. You have Chuck and Kenny and Ernie, I'm watching. Honestly, do you remember?
I think Shaq brings a lot to it, though.
I think he does.
Because he's the only one that could get on Charles.
Right.
Nobody else messes with Charles. Shaq talks to him just like Chuck is the big brother, but Shaq way bigger than him. That's really what it is. And he still messes with him all day. I love it because he chokes him up sometimes.
Sure. We do have a little bit of breaking news coming out of the National Football League. This is interesting. Tom Pelissero this morning tweeted something out. I think for a long time now, players, agents, the notion of voluntary OTAs, right?
Uh-huh.
The notion that it's voluntary when it's kind of fake voluntary.
It's voluntary for certain people.
Right. You can get away with it, but it then becomes a story, and then you got to respond to it. Like, there's all these things, right? And I think the PA kind of messed up the voluntary side of all this. Tom Pelissero has some news this morning about what could come down the line. And I'll tell you, when I read this, I think this is the pathway to 18 games in the NFL. I'll explain what I mean when we return. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch the route and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18-SEER inverter heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Ruud keeps me comfortable, whether I'm chilling at home with the boys or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. Hell.
Is this 21
What,
Savage?
You was in your jam there, B bitch.
Hey, man, I've listened to everything, Jeff.
This is 21 Savage.
I used to hang with my uncles and stuff, man.
I like this song. I didn't know 21 Savage sings
It's
this.
cool.
They'll sit down all day, man. Shoot the breeze with Louise and tell Ruth the truth, bro.
Oh, dude.
How you learn, bro.
You didn't hear B. Mitch's, or you didn't hear Jeff's Jaden Daniels song.
I didn't? No, I was here. I thought I heard that.
Was B here?
I think B was.
That
here.
was Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Bro, how much you drink?
A lot. That's a 21 Savage song.
I'm
A
also
lot.
just confused, like in general. All right. When Roger Goodell so openly started talking about 18 games, in my mind, I was like, all right, there's no way they don't have an angle here. Like, there's just no way that he's going to relatively callously drop that. I think it was with McAfee during the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like what we kept saying with the Harris people as they were slowly buying the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
And like these people, people are like, oh, how could Magic say that on TV? There were no accidents. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
I don't think Roger Goodell goes.
But they've been talking about 18 games now for 4 or 5 years or longer.
But not like it rumored. Like, oh, we might explore that. All for Roger to be like, yo, I want 18. That's the goal.
That hadn't been a rumor for the last 4 or 5 years, Jay.
Well,
that's been something they've been pushing for.
But the only way they're going to get it is if they can get a new deal with the Players Association.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like they might be on their way here. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, says, end of OTAs? ? The NFL Players Association is working to finalize a proposal to overhaul the offseason starting as soon as 2025, eliminating voluntary on-field work in the spring in favor of a longer training camp ramp-up with players reporting in mid-June to early July, per sources.
But I don't think, to be totally honest with you, if I'm one of the reps, that wouldn't sway me at all.
You've been clear that it's got to be another percentage point.
It got to
on
be
the
some
rev
more
share.
money and some more ownership. And my whole thing is, if I don't go to OTAs, I'm still working out. I'm still getting ready to play football. I got the one thing I always tell you, the one tool you have as a professional athlete is your body, right? So if I got to come to training camp earlier, that ramp up period, they do 3.5 weeks now. When are they gonna make them come? 2 weeks, 3 weeks before?
I don't know, and this is very vague, right? I just think if Goodell just a few weeks ago, right? It was at the draft, which is 5 weeks ago now, starts openly talking about 18 games again. Not that it hadn't been mentioned, certainly to your point. It's been talked about, but it seemed like a new push. And now all of a sudden there's something the PA might want changed. It seems like there's a path there.
But those two things don't fit financially. And I think that the people in charge now over there, they know about finances. It's going to have to be more than that. It might be that plus something else, but it's not going to be just that.
Sure.
On top of it, coaches, and I guarantee the owners, you better do their research. If I have everybody show up in late June, early July for a ramp-up period, how much time do I have to get anybody healthy when that season is going to be starting right there at the beginning of September? This OTA thing that's going on now, you allow people to gradually get healthier, and if somebody get a nick early, you can have them back by the time the season starts. This new way you won't be able to do that. Because let's be real, those people that are already dedicated to their craft, they're going to work out, they're going to build up, they're going to be ready when they come.
I totally agree with that.
But there's way more people who are not going to do a damn thing when they're not at a facility with the other people.
I think about, tell me if you agree with this, but I'm going to say roughly 2/3 of players on specifically this team don't live in the DC area full time.
Yeah.
About 1/3 of them kind of have made this home.
Yeah.
But most guys live elsewhere.
True.
Atlanta, Orlando, Charlotte, Texas. Like there's a lot of places where a lot of NFL players tend to live. If you get done, say the season ends, hell, let's have them go into the playoffs. So the season doesn't end until mid-January.
Mm-hmm.
And then you kind of don't have to be back till late June rather than come back, go home, come back, go home.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, that gives you 6 months wherever home is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do think there are guys that would appreciate that. Money's always going to be the far more important factor.
Yeah. Guys will appreciate it, but it comes to a point where the person paying you, they appreciate you being in tip-top shape, right? So you'd mean to tell me that the people that are in your training facility, your strength and conditioning people, are they even is it worth to pay them now?
That's a
Because if I let you go home for 6 months, hell, I'm only paying for half the year now.
That's a good point.
So for me, if this has anything to do with the 18 games, that might be a part of it, but it damn sure is not going to be an equal share.
Well, it's also, I mean, this time period is so vague. If you got a report in mid-June, how much extra time are you getting?
That's what I'm saying. So the way people have to be careful, you getting rid of voluntary OTAs. What if this new thing is mandatory?
So, I think it will be.
So that's what I'm saying.
I got an article on it here with more information. The current offseason workout program, which is collectively bargained, which means the owners and the union agreed, is a voluntary 9-week offseason program broken down into 3 phases, which include meetings, phase 1, on-field individual drills, phase 2, and organized team activities, phase 3. That's where teams are now.
Mm-hmm.
Teams can conduct 1 mandatory minicamp for veterans during phase 3. That's coming up in like 10 days in Ashburn. For most clubs, the offseason program starts in mid-April and runs through mid-June, a roughly 6-week summer break last until training camps kick off in mid to late July. Per Pelissero, and this is the person we've had on the program, under new leadership since July of 23, the NFLPA has sought feedback from players on adjusting the offseason schedule, with the majority supporting the changes, Pelissero reported. Here's the other thing that's interesting, B, is what the NFL has done truly like a magical job of becoming a year-round discussion point, right? Does this hurt that? If you don't have OTAs to get
it
cameras,
does hurt.
You know what I mean?
You're not there week in and week out, but then they do have a hell of a build up to when everybody show up for the first time. But I did that for 14 years, bro. And I'm here to tell them, these players can say what the hell they want. It ain't the same when you're at home compared to when you're here with your guys. So that ramp up period is going to be necessary. And if it's necessary, I mean, I'm going to make it a little more strenuous, which they seem to run away from any damn way. So how many players are going to be nicked up and hurt coming into my actual season?
But how much better might those early season games be if,
Will they be?
Early in the year, it looks pretty rough right now. So maybe if you have less.
Early in the year is
April
rough now because
and
they don't put any emphasis on
hitting
training camp. They don't put emphasis on preseason. That's why it's rough. But I did OTAs. We had longer training camp. Our early games were still better because we got ready to play football. Right now, the concern seems to always be getting somebody in shape or to that level. Isn't that your job? I'm telling you, when I would go over in the off season, I lived here year round since 1990, April of 90. I've been here year round. When I would go over to the facility, when it was the regular workout stuff, wasn't a ton of people there.
Right.
The people that live here were here. The people weren't. And we knew who was going to come back out of shape, and we knew who was going to come back in shape. And I think right now they know who those people are too.
Jeffrey, what's your gut tell you? They move around OTAs to get to 18?
I think it's going to happen because they've been pressing for 18 games for a minute now. But as B said,
money talks.
It's going to have some bad reactions too. We're going to see a lot more injuries. I hate to say it, but it's what happens.
You think the move to 18 games will create a lot more injuries?
Yeah, especially without OTAs, because as B said, they were getting their bodies ready to play football. That's an imperative part of going into a season, especially that long.
And but then they will be getting their bodies ready closer to the season.
Yeah.
And dude, the way these guys work out, everybody's going to be working out, whether it's here or
that ain't true.
I think it's good
Everybody
for the
ain't going to be working
too.
out. Some guys work out only when they're in their building. And even at this day and age, they do. I'll say this, okay? When you were running all the time, how did you feel?
I want to run more.
Felt better, didn't you?
Yeah.
When you didn't do it for a certain period, let's say 5-6 months, then you started doing it again because you say, I got to catch up. So you do more. How you felt?
Bad. My hips.
You
My
think
hips
these,
lie.
They're fine-tuned athletes. You know what you do with fine-tuned cars? You have to be more meticulous with them and work on them even harder.
Yeah.
Same thing with the athletes.
Yeah, good comment from the chat from Ed Donier. They say 18 games is wild. They should move the roster number to high 50s, 58 or 59 people on the roster because injuries will be higher. I think that will work.
Dude, they've kind of already done that. You expanded the practice squad, and now you're able to promote up and down from the practice squad the night before.
Yeah.
So they've already given them more roster flexibility.
But I think what he may be saying is instead of 47, 48 being dressed out on Sunday, it might need to be 50 plus.
Yeah, you might need to dress more. Landini, what's your radar tell you? I'm not saying it should happen, but I see this news a couple weeks after Rodgers talking, and I just feel like this is their path to get to 18 games. Hey guys, we will overhaul the offseason. You guys sign here, more money for everybody.
See, I see that as a part of it. I don't think that's the end all be all.
Sure.
Especially if I have to say anything to my man, Lloyd, I'll say this here that's not worth it. percentage of that share. That's worth it.
I wonder if they try to get 2 buys in there. I wonder if they go back to opening
You
Labor
give
Day
me 2
weekend.
buys all you want. You're adding another game, which means you're getting paid more money as an NFL. I want some of that because nobody's coming to see the player.
Honest question.
I mean, the owners, they come to see the players.
Isn't it the same amount of game checks?
When?
Or would it be an additional game check because it's a regular season
If you
game?
add an 18th game.
Isn't that another check?
But see, that's the thing about it. That 18th game is there. They get paid off of 18 games, per se. So you could say you could make 2 more buys. There's still 2 more weeks I got to work, right?
But don't they get another game check with the 18th game?
I would hope so.
I would think so,
yeah,
right?
but I don't want that game check to be 18 separate things of what I'm making right now. It needs to be an additional
right.
salary
Like,
on top of that.
If I make $100 over 17 games, I don't want to make $100 over 18
Yeah,
games.
I mean,
want to
make
make
100 plus.
110.
Yeah,
right.
there you
Okay,
go.
I see what you're saying. Landini, what's your radar tell you?
Yeah, they're definitely going to go to 18 games.
You know what I'm definitely going to do? Eat some Omaha steaks on Father's Day. I just got my shipment in last week. Did we decide Friday is the day? I'm going to bring steaks in Friday. We will grill them here. I got an air fryer I can bring. We can figure out the logistics. But here's the logistics you need to figure out. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use the promo code JP and get exclusive savings for a Father's Day steak basket. I'm telling you, they're great. Omaha Steaks, a world-class dad deserves a world-class steak. The Father's Day experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to put a smile on the big guy's face this summer with hand-selected gift packages starting at just $89. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code JP at checkout for an additional discount when you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. Endless flavor, endless variety, and endless value. Truly, they have perfected more than steak, and your dad is guaranteed to love every bite. They got it all. Beefy burgers, air-chilled chicken, pork chops that are awesome, legitimately the best hot dogs in the world, but you can also step it up a notch and get the tomahawk ribeye, which is out of this world. All of it's backed by their unconditional 100% money-back guarantee. Here's what dads want: steak, not socks. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use the promo code JP. Omaha Steaks is America's butcher.
Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for, a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's still about a pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's still about a pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for, a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's still about a pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise pay, for sure. Let's go. Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for, a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, for sure. Let's go. Let's go. Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen.
All right, we're going to address just the facts of this, let the world know it exists, and kind of keep it moving. Brandon McManus, Commanders signed to be the kicker. Signed him right kind of when free agency opened, so early mid-March there. Late last week, I believe Friday, a civil suit was filed against McManus with some serious allegations. The team responded via a spokesperson. We take allegations of this nature very seriously and are looking into the matter. We have been in communication with the league office and Brandon's representation and will reserve further comment at this time. He's accused of sexual assault, I believe, on a plane ride back from London to Jacksonville when he was playing for the Jaguars. The Jaguars put out a statement because there's some question in the complaint if Jacksonville did enough to protect the I don't know if they're employees or the flight attendants on this flight on the way back. Jacksonville, the Jaguars put out a statement saying, we're aware of the complaint and we acknowledge the significance of the claims. As we continue to look into the matter, it bears emphasizing that we insist on an organization built by people who represent our community and game with the highest character and class. And then I'm seeing this one from Sam Fortier. This is a statement from McManus's lawyer on behalf of Brandon McManus. To be clear, these are absolutely fictitious and demonstrably false allegations made as part of a campaign to defame and disparage a talented and well-respected NFL player. We intend to aggressively defend Brandon's rights and integrity and clear his name by showing what these claims truly are, an extortion attempt. So that's a pretty strong statement from the lawyer. Listen, man, this is a he said, she said thing that the only people that really probably know the truth are a handful on the planet. Just when I read the thing at first, I did find it kind of odd that, like, I've been on a team plane before. I mean, you flew on them for a big series of your life. I mean, hell, you fly on them now. Like, it would seem to me to be very difficult without a whole lot of people noticing something funny going on. I do get that's a long flight, and
Yeah.
maybe there were a lot of people who were asleep or whatever. I don't know enough. I'm not really going to provide a whole lot of judgment on this thing other than to say, like, this is a legal thing. Let the facts play out here.
Yep. That's why I'm at with it, because listen, we could sit up here and try to do what everyone will tell you not to do. You cannot sit here and argue these points on a radio show, especially when you don't know all the facts. And the people that are going to handle it are going to handle it. And if something did happen, hope the authorities find out and take care of their business.
Sure.
And if something didn't happen, and then hopefully that stops also. Because we've seen it many a times where you are taught that you have to believe a person when they say something. And a lot of times it came back false. And also, person innocent until proven guilty. That's the way I look at it. I'll just wait and see what happens. And I'm sure the Commanders will take care of the rest of the situation based off of how things go.
Yeah, and I don't know what's going on with Jacksonville, but they had that employee that stole like $25 million from them.
Yeah.
Like, there just seems like a lot of stuff down there.
I just think that guy, he just got away one time and he got a little greedy. That's
Right.
why he got that done.
Now, I've heard nothing but great things about McManus. I don't think I've talked to him personally yet, but you never know. You can never judge people behind closed doors. You don't know what the hell they got going. Hopefully the truth comes out and justice is served. Specific to Washington, like, to me, this isn't something you have to dredge up everything that previously happened, because the people that were around for everything that previously happened are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I to me, that's just a bridge perhaps too far. Like, this isn't something that allegedly happened in Washington. This was with a former team, and the people that were here are gone also. Like, I don't know. The
But
NFL,
you know, somebody's going to take full advantage of that opportunity.
The NFL put a statement: "We are aware of the matter, but will decline comment." And I kind of think that's either of the boys in the aquarium feel a need to chime in on McManus.
The NFL hit the best comment out.
Yeah, I'm good off that one.
Yeah, I think it's just, we'll see. Certainly something to monitor. Obviously the ball club the Commanders haven't like cut him or anything. I think the response from the lawyer is really strong, really aggressive, and maybe that's what lawyers are paid to do. But we'll just kind of have to watch that one unfold. But I will say, I did not have new burgundy and gold kicker gets filed with a civil suit for sexual assault on my Memorial Day bingo card.
I didn't either.
And I do believe Chris Russell will continue to make this about him. How dare they disturb my Memorial Day?
Yeah. Had nothing to do with Chris.
Even though you just ignore it. Keep it moving. Talk about it Monday. Oh, Brian, you ready?
How about Tuesday?
Tuesday, pardon me. Little Nate X joins us next. Oh, you hear that music? You know what that means. Time to talk to the man of many names, Eric Nathan, Barstool Nate, Little Nate X, Nate Dogg. What up, dude?
JP, Image.
What up?
Good to talk to you.
How was your Memorial Day?
You know, it was good. It was a long weekend of rest and relaxation and cleaning out my closet and starting anew for the summer. How was yours?
Is that really what you did on Memorial Day weekend? Was you cleaned out your closet?
Yeah. I did a lot of stuff around the house that I've been meaning to get to. I had a nice little relaxing weekend, mostly by myself. What about you with your 100 kids?
How big is your apartment that you have that many rooms to clean? You live in New York.
Yeah.
It's a decent sized apartment, not to brag, up here in New York City.
Literally, how many rooms? A bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, bathroom?
Yeah. And a bathroom, yes.
Okay. Shower included?
I do have a shower. I have a dishwasher, I have a washer and a dryer. Yeah, I'm living the life of luxury.
Damn, Nate Dogg. Making that big Barstool money.
I hate
yeah.
Have you been watching pucks and hoops? What do you think?
It's all I do. Is I go to the gym and then I come home and I flip on pucks and hoops, as you call it. I think it's great. Both sports, both series have been at least entertaining. It's unfortunate on the hoop side that the Western Conference Finals might just be a sweep because it's been a great series to watch.
Right.
And then
even on the
side,
East, dude, the Pacers gave them a run every game.
Yeah, but the Celtics are
one
just
game,
so much better,
1 point.
and especially with Halliburton out, like the Pacers gave it their all, and they have all the heart and all of that. But the Celtics are just, they kind of just speed around the entire Eastern Conference. But Minnesota is going to be very fun to watch, with Anthony Edwards for a long time. But Dallas is just so good, and it's cool to watch Kyrie kind of like, he's been in the league forever. And, he's kind of he's so polarizing. And
He's kind of reinvented himself, I feel.
Yeah, he's kind of likable right now, which is kind of crazy because I hated him, kind of like everybody did. But I think I'm rooting for Dallas at this point. They're just such a fun team to watch.
But don't you think it necessarily shows that you got to learn? Boston had to go through it. Dallas has been going through it. And I think Minnesota and Indiana, they got to wait. Wait their turn.
And especially Minnesota and Indiana, like Halliburton, very young, Anthony Edwards, very young. They're not, this isn't like their time or nothing. They're going to be around forever.
Yeah.
And, you need guys to learn. You need veterans in there, kind of like Kyrie's doing and Luka's doing for the Mavs. Basketball's in such a good spot right now. And then over in hockey, if you want to talk about the Oilers, like I've been begging them to, do anything with McDavid for so long, but Edmonton refuses to bring in a goaltender. And it looks like it's just going to be another year. I mean, the conference final is great, but not having McDavid 10 years into his career in the Stanley Cup, it seems like such a waste to me, especially with just how electric the entire team is in Edmonton. They just refuse to put it all together. So that's disappointing to me, is that you have this generational star who's just, I don't want to say wasting away in Edmonton, but as an East Coast biased American, wasting away in Edmonton.
Dude, I totally agree, because watching him is so electric. Like, he's just such an electric hockey player. But did he sign like one of those 10-year deals like Ovi did back in the day? Like, is that why he just, or is it, I don't know enough. Thank you, Jeff.
10. He signed 8 years a few years ago, I want to say. I don't remember.
So he's not
exactly.
going anywhere.
No, he's not going anywhere. They would have to do a trade kind of a la Gretzky and bring, get a haul for him. His contract's over at the end of 2026 up in Edmonton.
I thought the Panthers were going to beat up on the Rangers too, and the Rangers have been really impressive when
the
these overtime
Rangers
games
sadly feel like one of those teams of destiny type of things where Igor is just the greatest goaltender on the planet, and it just doesn't matter what you throw at him, he's going to save it. Like the Rangers are winning the series 2-1 without getting production from their best players. Adam Fox is playing on one leg. They're just, we saw what they did to the Caps on special teams, power play, penalty kill. And they're not getting nearly half of that during this series with Florida, and they're still up 2-1.
Florida had 100 shots the other day, B.
It's just we really just as New York Rangers haters, and I'm a proud hater.
I'm a proud hater.
I will always openly hate them. People, they live rent free in your brain. Sure, call it what you want. I despise them, and I have to live around all these gross Rangers fans. I'm rooting very hard for Florida, and then I'm rooting very hard if the Rangers come out of the East. I'm rooting for whoever comes out of the West. The Rangers have 1 cup in 30 years and 2 cups since we went to the moon. I want to say, I think it went,
I think it's 2 cups since World War II. I think it was like 41 or something.
Pathetic franchise. And that fan base could not have been louder every single time the Caps, lost a playoff series, despite the fact the Rangers have never won anything. Their fan base still were the loudest, most annoying. So I root for their downfall every single second of every single day. So maybe, it's only 2-1. Panthers are at home tonight.
Did a Ranger fan push you off of that sidewalk?
No. If I could be a generational hater of one thing, it's the New York Rangers and their fans.
All right.
That's hilarious.
Let's get you calmed down here. A couple other things I want to discuss with you. Talking with our friend Eric Nathan here on the BetQL guest line. You can follow him at Barstool Nate. Bill Walton passed. He was such a huge figure kind of throughout sports. I'm curious what your reaction was when you heard the news and kind of thinking about it.
Yeah, very sad. Obviously, it's interesting to think about. I saw one really good tweet about just his life, and it was something to the effect of Bill Walton's the only guy whose side quest in life was being an NBA Hall of Famer, because of everything else that his passions, broadcasting, music, living life to its fullest every day, stuff that he really preached and promoted, and he didn't talk the talk, he walked the walk. He's basically everything that everybody wants to be in life, right? Super good athlete on TV, travels around and sees his favorite band, and
great
lives life to the fullest. Just an absolute just gem of a human being. And you really saw just the outpouring of just love that he got yesterday from every single person who had ever met him. He is one of those true people that you always hear people say nobody had a bad thing to say about the guy. I think Bill Walton might be 1-1 of someone that nobody had a bad thing to say about. Just unbelievable life. Watch the 30 for 30 about him. I think are ESPN re-showing it tonight, or maybe they did last night. I saw something about that. But yeah, just truly sad, but very, very great that, we got to, some people got to see him play college, pros, and then broadcast, and just he crushed everything that he did. So
did you ever get a chance to meet him?
Me personally? No, I did not.
He was cool. I mean, just like a striking figure. Yeah, I think that's well said. I mean, Walton is a life well lived and the type of person that seems he would much rather be celebrated than,
sulking and
than people be sad about.
Yeah.
Totally.
Definitely, 100%. He's one of those celebration of life, not mourn life type of guy.
Grab the shrooms. Let's go.
Say less, B-Mitch.
That's probably what would he be thinking. I'm just telling you.
He's got the chocolates, dude.
That dude had fun.
B-Mitch, you dabble in those chocolates?
No, I don't. I'm just saying, I knew how Bill was.
Are you aware of how popular the mushroom chocolates have become, B?
No.
Jeff, are you aware? Are they in the club?
You not listening?
They're everywhere.
Yo,
they're everywhere.
I would argue for young people that these mushroom chocolates are more popular than weed at this point. Nate, you're our young person. Does that sound accurate?
You can buy them over the counter, on every corner in New York City. And JP, when you were up here for Caps, we were talking about that. You can buy pretty much anything anywhere in New York City at this point. No idea the legality of any of it. But yeah,
it's been that way for a long time in New York City.
Yeah, but it's weird. It's at a store. It's not like a dude on the street corner.
Yeah.
But
Mitch, I'm saying you walk into just a bodega and you just buy mushrooms over the counter.
Jeff, what's the deal with buying them in DC? There's pop-up stores or something?
I don't know, man. I don't buy mushrooms, but you just get them from around.
JP, you a cop? What's happening right now?
Yeah, what?
I sound like a narc. Landfill, you know how to get them?
100%.
I'm not telling you, cop.
Sometimes I wonder if JP wearing a damn wire.
I'll show on the stream. I'm wire free. The people on the stream are about to freak out. It's a little delayed, isn't it?
They're like, what the hell is
Oh,
that?
I thought we were going to try to get Nate to join the damn stream. Are we still incapable?
We just were able to get us on the stream.
That's a good point. Nate, a couple more things I want to do. When it was Doc and I last week, we did this kind of fun exercise where we just randomly threw out an NFL team and we all kind of reacted to what we think that team has now.
Okay.
What does that team got?
Let's go.
So the three of us can do it.
Exercise you've done, huh?
What's that?
Nothing. Go on.
The three of us can do it. Look, we'll go to Houston. What do they got, B?
Whew. They have a hell of a quarterback. Their defense is damn good. I think overall Houston is a team to be watching out for in the AFC.
Like a real contender?
Yes.
Nate Dogg, what's Houston got?
They have a wide receiver named Stephon Diggs who can make or break a team depending on how he feels that day. I used to be the biggest Stephon Diggs fan in the world, Maryland guy, etc. He seems, I mean, if you're the Bills and you're knocking on the Super Bowl's door every season and you get rid of Diggs, I think that is such a huge statement. But, maybe he's just one of those guys who needs to get out of Buffalo, because I've been to Buffalo. I think you guys have been to Buffalo. You get very depressed living in Buffalo. So he could be not that he was bad, but he could be rejuvenated down in Houston, and that's a really good team. That Joe Mixon, CJ Stroud, like that's just a really good team down there with a really good head coach. So yeah, if you can buy stock low in the Texans, I think it's probably.
I don't think you can buy the stock low anymore. Like,
yeah, I don't think
the stock is high. They're
NVIDIA. They're not sneaking up on anybody anymore.
That's my only thing about what they got down there is, if you remember, they were only I think it was Minshew. If Minshew doesn't make a kind of bad throw on a 4th and goal in week 18, the Colts are in the playoffs. Like it was a razor thin margin, and they're going to be a much, much higher profile.
Remember, they were learning
on the fly,
and they won. I don't think D'Amico Ryans is going to be telling this guy, oh, man, we have to be worried about people now. He's going to tell, they know we coming, and we'll be ready for them. That team is loaded, man. They got a lot of damn good athletes.
Will Anderson is a monster.
Yeah.
Like he's
Did they have the rookie of the year on offense and defense?
Yeah, like Will Anderson had 7 sacks last season. He will probably have double-digit sacks for the rest of his career, for like a solid 10 years now. He's just such a beast. And the fact that the Texans made that trade and they just really got their 2 guys, they got their quarterback and their defensive end, who are both absolute studs. This team is set up for a long time, and they're like one of those fun teams that you can't even hate on too.
Mm-hmm.
They're not like a Patriots where it's easy to hate on them. They just seem fun. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but if we want to bring it back to Washington, they're a team that we can model ourselves after, just getting talent on both sides of the ball, letting them develop, filling in the holes with veterans when you need to, and just letting them ball out.
It also shows if you get the quarterback position right, your entire organizational outlook changes.
It changed.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they got more than just quarterback.
I
right
agree,
in the same
but
time.
It doesn't matter without Stroud there.
Yeah, without Stroud there, I think their defense was as good as the damn offense last year. And Will Anderson was like y'all Nate just stated was outstanding. You need a quarterback. I agree with that, but you're gonna have to have something else, because just the quarterback won't. You can get the right quarterback and have the rest of your team suck. You're gonna suck. We've seen that happen for years.
I know a team in Washington that has a quarterback, and every clip I see of him, I just get more and more excited. I know that they're not wearing pads. I know that it's basically backyard football. His release is something special. Yeah. And people want to talk about size and all of that. I don't care. He can throw the ball downfield accurately. We know he can do that. He can avoid pressure in the pocket. He'll get a lot better at that too as time goes on. Every clip I see of Jaden Daniels, I fall more in love with him. I can't help it. I'm in love.
Like, are you in love enough to come to the home opener in week 2?
Yes. I actually, I was like, ooh, go to FedEx, but yeah, 100%. I would love to be there. Get me one of those passes you got. I would love to be there.
Passes I got to work. I imagine you're coming just to
No,
booze
bro,
and party.
they think nature's son.
Let's do one more
The
team.
referee will say, "Hey, little guy, how you doing?"
What does Buffalo got? Because you brought up the Diggs trade. What does Buffalo got, B?
I mean, they still have a top 5 quarterback in the league. They still have they brought in
Nate
Kurt
changed his
Samuel,
name
right?
to B.
I still think though, Nate, they may have a guy who has all the potential to be a top 5 quarterback. He's going to have to play more consistent for me.
Are you a Josh Allen hater? I can't remember.
I don't hate on him. I call the facts. I call truth. When I see a guy of that caliber making the amount of mistakes he makes, that's a problem.
Right now, would you say that he wins a Super Bowl in Buffalo by the end of his career?
I can't say yes right now.
Ooh.
It's going to take more than Josh Allen, because let's be real, that team going to start being broken up here soon. When are you going to get it?
He's 28 years old. He could be a guy who ends up like Matt Stafford, who has
kind of already getting broken up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So as good as that quarterback has been or has shown he's capable of being, when he starts losing pieces on that squad, his chances are going to start dwindling.
Sure, but as we've talked about Diggs, that might be addition by subtraction. That just might have never have worked out. When Diggs doesn't get targeted for like 3 throws, he's throwing temper tantrums on the sideline.
I want all my receivers to be pissed off when they don't get the ball. If you happy you're not getting the ball, that's still a problem.
I agree, but when you get traded a third time,
well, I agree with you on that. But I'm saying I don't want any receiver that does not want the football all the time.
The Buffalo situation is fascinating because Allen is clearly an elite talent, but he also, like, everybody conveniently looks past this, threw 18 picks last year.
Yeah.
Sam Howell threw 21, and we were like, oh my God, the guy can't play. Now, it was kind of a high year for picks in general. Like, Mahomes threw 14. But Allen, it's harder to track down the rush numbers, but I believe he also had some fumbles. He's obviously great. I wonder how close that thing is. Yeah, Allen had another 7 fumbles.
One of them was coming out of his end zone. Remember?
Right. Yeah. But yeah. I just wonder how close that Bills thing is to having to be reset. You know what I mean? Like, at a certain point, something grows a little stale. And
I think as long as you have a Josh Allen, you never fully reset, because as hard as the quarterback position is in the NFL, he's still so elite that he can always put the Bills in a position to win.
But
so
dude,
I don't
think about a guy like Elway, who he almost didn't win a title till the last 2 years of his career when he finally got even all-time legends, Rodgers and Favre, each got one. Like, we have this like determination that it's all going to work out.
Jim Kelly went to 4.
Jim Kelly
didn't get none.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for Rodgers. He played during the Brady domination era, but yeah, it's quarterback's so tricky. I mean, now I'm looking at the fumble numbers. Tua had 13 fumbles last year. I think we can all agree that Tua is not that top tier guy. He's that next tier. But when you're the Dolphins and you're looking around, you're like, do we keep Tua, or is there a way we can improve at quarterback?
Dude, I was debating. It's funny you bring up Tua. I was debating with my boy Mathers this weekend, who's a big Bama fan. He's like, yeah, they got to figure it out with Tua. And I was like, man, do they? Like, is Tua not a Kirk Cousins kind of situation where
he's shown enough to where he's going to be around a long time? Because let's be real.
Same as Kirk.
I know he's been around, and a lot of us have sat there and we praised him and talked about how good he was because he was getting paid. But he is average, and he's taking you where he's going to take you on the football field.
Yeah, Tua. I mean,
do you want to commit 50 a year to him?
Somebody will.
Yeah.
So whether I want to or not, somebody will.
Kirk's numbers, on paper, are very good, and he's going to make more money than I think any human being has ever made doing anything, because Kirk just knows how to finesse teams out of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. Tua's only entering his 5th year.
Yeah.
So I'm not ready to
25.
call him Kirk yet, but that is a tough comparison if you're Tua. It's like but then again, if your ceiling is Kirk, or if you are Kirk, that's not the worst quarterback you can have. It's just like you don't want to be Kirk. You just
if your ceiling is Kirk, it'd be great for you. It won't be great for your franchise.
Yeah,
Right.
100%.
Let's be real.
Right.
So what are we looking for? Are we looking for him to get paid or for the team to win and win more playoff games?
Here, going back to the Bills, though, B. Since Sean McDermott took over up there, this is 7 seasons. They've made the playoffs in 6 of the 7 seasons. They made a conference finals in 2020, the AFC title game. They've lost in the division round game the last 3 years. That is such consistent success. But when does that's what Washington should hope for, right? That's where you want to be, is where you're knocking on the door every year, and ideally you break through.
You know what happens then? When you get to that point, then they move the goal line.
Right.
Success is now winning a Super Bowl. No longer getting to the playoffs.
When does just the consistent playoff appearances not become enough in Buffalo?
Man,
I think it's there now.
It's getting close.
When you have the boogeyman down in Kansas City that's just going to haunt their dreams and nightmares forever, and
it's like Peyton and Brady. I had no idea what time it was, Nate. We got to go.
All right, see you guys.
Thanks, buddy. Who you got NFL version is very, very fun. Mitch Tischler joins us at noon.
Hey.
Gotta let it play through Fife's part. Zulu Nation. We could get down. Well, let's knock the boots like the Group H town. All right, B.
Wait.
Guess who's not in Cincinnati today?
Joe Burrow.
Please, Linville.
Me.
That's accurate.
Me?
Accurate.
Is it Chase? Jamar Chase?
Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are both not at the start of Bengals voluntary OTA.
It's voluntary, and I don't think those guys need to be there.
I'm sure you'd like them there.
But see, that's the difference between them. But see, this is the problem. Like you said, people are going to become a story. It's going to become a story. If it's voluntary and it becomes a story, it's because the people that write the story wanted to become a story. It's not really a story if you got a guy of those two guys' ability not at a voluntary workout.
Let's take a quick look at old Cincinnati, because you got to pay Chase. If I got to prioritize it,
oh yeah, he's getting paid.
Chase is ahead of Higgins, but you lost Boyd, who kind of had a down season, honestly, last year. Higgins right now, because he signed the tag, or is playing on the tag anyway. I don't know if he signed it.
But all of them had a down season. Joe Burrow was hurt.
That impacts.
Real. I knew.
Cap numbers, Burrow this year, which I guess is the last of his rookie deal, right? This is the 5th year of the option.
Mm-hmm.
His cap number is 29. Higgins is at 21. Trey Hendrickson, who also had some contract squabbling, is at 20. Zeus Brown is at 16. They don't have a ton of space here, but the thing to remember is Right now, they got about $24 million of cap space, 23. But especially if you get a deal with Chase done, it's not going to give you that much immediate relief because he's what is he? Is he only in the third year of a rookie deal?
Chase?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's at about $9 million. If you can get something done with Higgins and get that 21 into a more manageable figure, I think that will help you a lot. But B, you see teams around the league. You see the Eagles have now paid Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. The Dolphins obviously have paid Tyreek as well as Waddle. The Niners have paid Debo, and it seems like they're going to get something done with Ayuk.
Yeah.
Like you see teams showing a repeated willingness to pay 2 top wideouts. Is that the right way for roster construction?
Based off of what the rules are of football today, yes. Like you say, you got to get a top-notch quarterback. You get a top-notch quarterback, what does he need to be successful? First, an offensive line, but then who else? Top-notch receivers, right? Hell, they basically told the running backs that y'all suck. We're not trying to pay y'all. So who you gonna pay? You got to pay somebody catching the ball then. So if you could get 2 receivers that are legitimate, hell, you got to pay them. Because that quarterback is not going to be successful if you don't have those people that can beat people one-on-one and sometimes beat double teams.
Landville, would you pay them both?
I mean, it would be expensive, but somebody's got to catch the ball.
I mean, the path for the Bengals, who have been, when Burrow's healthy, a legit Super Bowl contender, is Burrow chucking it all over the yard to these guys that can make plays.
Yeah.
So I think, like, if you identify what your path is, then yeah, you should pay him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You know, like the Dolphins to me is a little different. Like they want to just have speed everywhere, and they've got it, and maybe they think they can survive without Tua. I don't know. But the Dolphins are gonna have to figure something out. Right now, they're over the cap. I think the Bills are trying to adjust to a new. The Bills are kind of the opposite. That have let Diggs go. They let Gabe Davis go. The best thing about football is there's no one way to make it work.
Yeah,
but
and the same way may not be legitimate either.
Right.
You may have to adjust that thing. Like you pay your receivers, then you got to start watching. Is one of them playing better than the other, or one of them starting to fall off? Then you may have to come back and play somebody else. Pay a running back, not no top notch. Like them pay them how they paying them. Get your receiver that may be younger. You may have to start doing exactly what they're doing with the quarterback. You try to hope you have a great team when your quarterback is on his rookie contract.
Right. I mean, if you look at the Browns, who were one of the best teams in football last year because they played dominant, stifling defense, Deshaun Watson and Amari Cooper account for about $90 million of their cap. Like the numbers are so staggeringly off for Cleveland, and yet they still find success. So you can skin a cat a whole lot of different ways. When we come back, Landfill will sing "Happy Birthday" to Doc Walker.
Do what you want to do.
I'm going to read this because it is an update. Anthony Busby is now the lead attorney for the two women suing Commanders kicker Brandon McManus. Busby wrote via Instagram. For those who have, this name's going to sound familiar to you, B. For those who have inquired, the Busby law firm is lead counsel for the two women who brought this case. We filed the case on Friday, but before that filing we attempted, without success, to resolve this matter without the need for litigation. Our efforts at resolution were met with arrogance, ignorance, and stupidity, strikingly similar to how Deshaun Watson's team responded when we tried to resolve those cases pre-filing. The allegations made in this lawsuit are very serious. We made sure to fully vet them and speak to witnesses before even taking the cases. We will pursue this case with the same tenacity we are known for. It's a shame that this type of conduct still occurs. It happens far too often. These women were simply trying to do their jobs. And he goes on to say, if you are a victim or have knowledge of the claims we have made, please contact us. So it's the same lawyer that represented the women that came forward against Deshaun Watson, now representing Brandon McManus. That's the little bit. It's news to me. I was unaware of that. It's a. I don't know how you land in that niche of the legal profession, but clearly people do.
Yep.
On much lighter and more fun news, football is 100 days away.
Yeah.
That's the season opener kickoff.
That's when you start caring.
That's Chiefs Ravens Thursday night.
100.
All right. So Chiefs Ravens is 100 days away. Like, we're going to see college football week 0 then is how many days away?
Before that, right? 90-something?
Dude, college football week 0, which is kind of weird, but kind of awesome. And there's a good game, dude. Florida State versus Georgia Tech. Granted, they're playing in Ireland.
What's up with that voice going high-pitched like that?
I don't know. I'm excited. Dude, August 24th is Florida State, Georgia Tech.
So you're
how far away is that?
That's about 70-something, 80 days. Because the first, which game is what? September what?
6th, I believe.
September 6th. So 80-something game, 80-something days away.
Wow. I love it. All right. So the NFL opener is September 5th. College football week 0 is damn near 2 weeks prior to that, the 24th. And then 25th, there's Commanders preseason game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when's the Hall of Fame game, Landini? That's got to be
probably
August 1st,
first week of
probably.
August? First, second week of August?
I think they do it on a Thursday night now, right? Let's see. Can anybody name who's in it?
Oh, no.
Texans, Bears.
August what?
Thursday, August 1st.
I
guess you got Andre Johnson going in to Canton. That's why the Texans are in it. And I'm guessing, is it Devin Hester for the Bears?
Yep.
I figured it was either Devin Hester or Rex Grossman.
If you're thinking Grossman, you need to leave those damn chocolate mushrooms alone.
Jeff, get me up to speed. What's going on in the chat? There's a lot of fighting in the chat. Landfill, are you aware? Who are they mad at in there?
I don't think nobody's fighting in the chat over here.
It seemed like somebody's trying to cause trouble. They've made peace.
I don't know, JP.
Yo, you're in charge of the chat.
Yeah, I was over here uploading the podcast.
Okay, gotcha. I am very, very ready for football, but I did have a question. 100 chips for you, B.
Mm-hmm.
Boston, the Celtics.
What about them?
They have made it through the first 3 rounds of the playoffs with a 12-2 record.
Mm-hmm.
100 chips. Boston's just that good. The East is weak.
I'll go Boston is good, but I think overall they just like sometimes people say you have to be lucky. They got people at the right time, and the right people on the other teams got hurt. I
No
don't know if they're
Giannis.
just that damn good.
No Giannis. Embiid was kind of hurt a lot of the season.
Halliburton got hurt.
And then what's my man on the Knicks? Brunson.
Yeah, Brunson. So, but listen,
So
they
100
are good.
chips.
They are good.
I got it at like 65. They are good. 35. The East is bad. Everybody was hurt.
Yeah, a lot of people hurt. I'm going to say Boston is good, very good. I give that 55% of the time.
Oh, wow. So you're even more on the.
I think they're good. Then I'll go the people got hurt because I think they could beat those teams with the other people. I just don't think they would have been running through them like they did. But ultimately, they grew up some. You got to give them credit for that because last year before, they would have done something rather
Kind of
stupid
choke late.
choke.
Right.
So now what I'm noticing, they play defense at a certain level. Not what I expect.
Drew Holiday helps them.
Drew does help them. He brings a level of manliness and tenacity to it. You know, and I'm not saying none of the other guys aren't me. I'm just saying that some guys on the court just seem to keep everybody together.
Well, and they haven't had
He's the glue.
Porzingis.
Say it like that.
Right. Jeff, what do you got? 100 chips. Celtics are good or the East is bad?
Celtics are good, man.
All the way?
They're good. They have one between Jalen and Jason. They lead that offense. The X factor to me is my bald brother. What's his name? I just had a brain fart that quick. On the Celtics, bald guy shot the 3 last night. He hit the 3 to give them the 105-102 lead. They have people that can score the ball.
Talking about Horford?
No, what's his name? I can't think of his name right quick. Hold on.
White that I said.
Oh, I thought you said right just now.
No,
I was
right.
gonna say I don't think it's right.
Maybe Derek, I did say right. That's what I meant.
White, somebody there, ain't he?
Yeah, they have scores. They have a team that could play defense, and they bang in the paint. They're a good team, dude. I don't think the East is as bad as people think it is.
Landini?
The East sucks.
Here's what you know what I really want to happen tonight? If you look right now, Boston's an overwhelming favorite to win the NBA Finals, as they should be. They're already in.
Mhm.
Dallas, I want to say you can get it's kind of floating around plus 200, plus 190. I want Dallas to lose tonight and get me to like plus 225, and then I'm taking Dallas to win the title. I think Boston hasn't been pushed, and I think this Dallas team has been pushed nonstop and has Kyrie that's gotten it done, and Luka who's just when Boston play if Boston plays Dallas, who's the best player on the floor?
Don't know. Jason Tatum can play, brother.
Certainly. So
Luka can play. Luka don't play no defense.
He has been lately, which is kind of a shame. Dude, the end of game 2 when they won on the road.
I just think that this whole recency bias with these players today, somebody said that Luka is better than Larry Bird already.
It's stupid.
I think that's the dumbest thing somebody could ever say.
Same stuff with the Anthony Edwards MJ stuff.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Dumb.
When we come back, it is Doc Walker's birthday. We're going to celebrate. Only Rick Doc Walker, the DOC. I'm sure you want to sit in a very small room with me and Brian discussing your birthday now.
Oh, no, this is a thrill for me because I know what joy is bringing my brother Mitchell. And so it's just sometimes you got to pick your poison, man, rather than go into it head first than to have him take long shots at me.
Sure.
I'd rather be right in front of him.
So I did notice you were eyeing up my new Hulk Hogan trading card I got.
Yeah, that's impressive.
I walked in.
That's
I
impressive.
say, "Happy birthday, young buck." And from that point on, he has said all the negative things I'm gonna say about it. I have nothing to say about it. Man, you my dog.
All right, man, I got you.
Doc and my sister are the same age, so I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
When I texted Doc last night to join us today. I was unaware that it was your birthday.
Mhm.
I'm prepared if Landfill's prepared. Maybe at 12:30 we open the phone lines up and let folks just wish Doc a happy birthday. I think that'd be a hell of a segment.
suggest since you guys have the top-rated program in the family that you continue to do the things that got you those top ratings.
Yeah, like celebrate your birthday.
No, I think it's
all right,
unnecessary.
we'll cross that bridge.
Yeah.
But when I texted you last night, I thought you would really be a great person to talk to about Bill Walton. That news stopped me in my tracks yesterday. Brian said the same thing. What did he mean to you? What did yesterday's news mean for you?
I was stunned by it because when we got the news and made the announcement, I didn't see it on my phone.
Mm.
And so when it came across, I'm thinking, wait a minute. I've heard nothing about an illness. I've heard nothing. Hopefully this is wrong. That's my initial thoughts. And so I'm thinking that with Clary, with Hercules, I'm thinking the phone, nothing on it. I call him Dynamite Stevens out at UCLA. Hey, man, what's up with Walton? What are you talking about? So nobody knew anything. So I said, okay, this is bad info. And I relaxed. And then all of a sudden, like 3 or 4 minutes later, it was like a bomb after bomb after bomb. So then I realized that Clary was, as always, he's on top of his game. And it just hit me another hit. And I'm going, this dude, but I don't want to be sad because he gave me so much joy.
Yeah.
And that he made broadcasting such fun and showed you that as long as you're doing what you're doing and you enjoy what you're doing, the hell with everybody else, because he was in his platform giving out, and it wasn't fake. His joy about being able to talk about the game he loved, that elevated him and changed his life like it does for most of us. And how he appreciated winning and the relationship with Coach Wooden. Because when I got to UCLA, I was just adamant about talking to Coach Wooden and figuring out what did he know that nobody else knew.
Yeah.
I needed to know. I needed to be at practice. I was like, I just could not. I was obsessed with, and he was so cool and saying, Rick, you can come. You just have to be quiet. I don't mind you coming. And I was, how can this guy be this good? Why are they why? And I'm watching this surgical practices and no yelling, no cursing. And I just couldn't figure it out. And so Walton was the only guy to kind of buck him a little bit.
Uh-huh.
And Bill saying, I'm me, I'm going to do that. And he didn't want to cut the hair. And all this is true. And I've talked to Bill about this numerous times because of Coach Thompson, as you experienced, as I did. Once you with Big John, them doors wide open.
Yeah.
And so they talk to you freely.
But you had never heard about him battling cancer.
Brian, I was as Hercules when you see him today. Clary, I was so taken back because it caught me off guard. I didn't even know OJ had cancer.
Mm.
I didn't see those pictures of him with the walker or whatever. That kind of caught me off guard. Nothing surprises me about him. But this with Bill, at the broadcast, because of the how the Pac-12 is dissolved, I didn't hear him as much on the broadcast. Usually, I stay up to watch him. I mean, to me,
it was something.
Oh, it's worth it, no matter who they're playing. And so when you talk to him, it was just about being a Celtic, being a Bruin, what it meant to win, and he was a team player. He passed, he could assist, he was complete, and didn't mind come off the bench. He could be six man. It don't matter as long as you win. Everything was about winning. So,
when did you get to meet him first?
and well, he'd come back probably because the national championship team my year was Sidney Wicks, Curtis Rowe, Marcus Johnson, and those guys. So they won it my junior, senior year. So they're always around. But his access to him, effort. I mean, these guys were. Kareem was a little different personality-wise.
Yeah.
You know, you just don't run up on him.
You know, might get kicked.
Yeah, don't run
by
up
those
on
long
him.
legs.
But as JP's experience covering the Celtics and Lakers championship, or one with the sports machine, I had to go in there and they lost. And you can throw that, you know, ULL, you could throw Maryland. You don't know what reaction you're going to get when you go in the locker room asking a guy after a loss. And Kareem was just a little bit intimidating. I don't care who you're from, if you're that, but he was okay. But Bill, bring you in and just taught you about what it meant to be a Bruin and what they represented, and Coach Wooden, how he bucked the system and righted the ship. It was always team. And up in Portland, he also broke that in too.
Sure.
That was like going
how
through the
big of a
abyss.
deal was it for you as a lifelong Laker fan when the Blazers were able to knock off the Lakers? That was like little brother.
Yeah, but it was just knowing with him, just even his affection for music, and when he attached to you, and he loved John, man.
Yep.
Coach Thompson, my God.
Really?
Oh, wow. Loved him. Just a guy that was not fake. And he stood up for issues. He sat on political issues, race. I mean, he was just what you see is what you get. And his son was so opposite because, you know, his father was hell in wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Luke was smooth, cool, the Arizona guys. And his broadcast, though, it was appointment viewing just to hear him in the broadcast. And those things will be missed.
But him like just doing it his way, and I think people act like, "Well, it can't be done today." Charles Barkley doing it.
Barkley does it,
But Bill was like, "I'm not putting on that suit and tie. I'm gonna wear my direct for the shirt." But he did it with Gary Pesh.
Yeah,
a guy I did some stuff with.
Dave Pesh.
Dave Pesh. Yeah, I'm Gary's the cigar guy.
Gary's
yeah.
old Virginia, tobacco.
Yeah, but just watching him do it like he wanted to do it, and when you hear some guys that do it that way, they always say you got to be you. And if you try to be somebody else, you're gonna screw up.
You can't do it well. You can't remember it because you don't know who it is. Yeah,
totally. It hit me hard, and I never saw him play basketball. Like I've just listened to him.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Young people, and I look. I had to go through it, and as much as he kids me, he's right. There's certain things that you just don't see, and I love it now. As everybody talking about the young kid, just playing basketball. Everybody wants to say hey, Edwards is no, he's not. He's a great player, but he ain't that guy.
No,
not yet. That guy wasn't that guy at that time. But the rule changes. Everything's different. But them old school guys went through what they went through. It was something that this generation is so free to do things. And I always go back to my same story in talking to James Shaq Harris. And even B. Mitch, imagine if B. Mitch was told by the FBI before a game that there's a sharpshooter that we think your life is in jeopardy. We want to have people in the stands, but we want you to know. Now you back to looking for that. Who has to deal with that? Nobody. But some athletes, because of their ethnicity, have had to deal with these type of idiotic situations in our culture and still perform at a high level. People don't understand. It's never been a level playing field. And so, and what Bill went through, he went through some things he wasn't always accepted.
Yeah.
And he was criticized, but he stood true to his principles.
Yeah. It's admirable for sure. All right, I don't want to just only talk Bill Walton. I just thought you'd have a great
Am I
perspective.
taking up Rooster's time? Because I really feel bad about it.
No.
Because he holds this against me. If I'm here on
You know
Tuesday
he's not even here
and you
yet.
bump him, then I'll have to
Brewster is mad
he's
at
mad.
the Commanders because information came out yesterday about somebody, and he gonna say that they messed up his day. That's
Yeah,
how it goes.
it messed up his holiday weekend because of this allegations against the kicker.
Well,
Everything's about Rooster.
that's what he gets for being a national correspondent.
Rooster is the sun, and we all just rotate around
Yeah,
him.
well, he's a national correspondent. Yeah.
Doc, what do you think of Landfill's new hat?
I think everything about Landfill, man, is really you guys underplaying.
Now you
Wait.
hold one
You
damn
gotta stop
second.
that. We don't underplay Landfill.
We did an hour of Ask Landfill Anything last week,
That was strong.
and I think that needs to be a reoccurring segment.
The feedback I got was amazing. Amazing.
I got this, Doc, from Lacrosivius Acrophasis.
That's nice.
Says, happy birthday to Doc Walker. Been enjoying your play and subsequent commentary since 1982. Always solid, unvarnished reality from Doc. Happy birthday, dude.
Thank you.
Now, they're all. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
I know he's gonna say something. Go ahead.
He's not saying
He
anything.
ain't saying nothing yet.
That's probably
I
accurate.
know it. He ain't saying nothing
Me?
yet.
Yeah,
He ain't saying nothing yet.
What about
they have. Do you like cheesecake, Doc?
I mean, in my past, I've enjoyed it, but I'm
What about in your present?
no.
Strawberry cheesecake, Pop Tarts.
In my past, I've done it all.
I'm trying
Not
to
in
get
this
you a
one.
birthday cake from the. There's not a ton of options.
No, I know you can pay. Give mine.
There's a cheesecake.
No, I appreciate all that, but you can donate all that to the DC Grays. Give them the cake.
It's this big. It's an individual serving out of the little fridge over here.
We know who will eat it.
Oh, no question. Yeah, give it to my cousin. Yeah,
Cousin Jeff.
yeah.
Jeff, would you like to wish Doc a happy birthday?
Happy birthday, Doc.
Appreciate
The
you,
Walker
cuz.
thing. I don't
Yeah,
even
I
gotta
know it.
explain too much.
I know you don't have to say anything.
Who do you think Jeff is more closely related to? Me for J Dogs or Doc because their last names both Walker? J Dogs forever though.
Depending on which one that he's gonna benefit from at that moment.
No.
We're both from Maryland?
No. Like
We're both
are we
from
really
Maryland?
answering this question right now? Come on now.
We're both from Maryland. I've got more similarities. Both like stretching in front of landfill.
That's a no.
Nah, I do not like stretching in front of landfill. What are you
Hold on.
talking about, bro?
Landfill, he is always stretching in front of you. Like
No,
that.
no.
That is Jeff's
He is,
favorite
yes.
hobby.
You know what?
He stretches.
Delivery and tone. You know this, journalist. you
You're always stretching. What am I delivering incorrectly?
You stretch in front of me in a more suggestive way. Jeff is just
What
kind of
the
like
hell
normal
just happened to the
stretching.
show?
yes, bro. You see what they taking this?
Suggestive stretching.
It's suggestive.
You know what? I
Yeah.
thought we was wishing Doc a happy
Oh, my
birthday.
Lord.
Come on, dude.
No, we're good.
Landfill,
Yeah.
would you like to wish Doc a happy birthday?
I would say happy birthday, Doc. Yeah, happy birthday.
Thank you, legend.
Mm-hmm. From one legend to another.
Absolutely.
Can I ask a question? Because somebody just asked this on the chat. How did you become Doc,
You have to ask Brian.
Brian?
I don't know how he became Doc. I know he was a hand model. But how did the Doc?
Those
come
are
into
good-looking
it?
hands. Here, throw them up on the stream.
Oh, that's forgot. I forget you guys.
Here, I'll come over here.
You got
We'll
the
hang.
stream, yeah.
We'll hang.
Mhm.
Oh,
Where did the Doc come from, Doc?
Cincinnati. It was like everything. You have to modify and abbreviate it for it to be able to be on air.
okay.
So it can never be told. The true story can never be told on.
Give
air.
us the best version you
I
got.
cannot do it. I've been sworn to secrecy because Wayne Sevier would not be pleased. Believe me, Wayne was involved in it. And
If Wayne was involved, it's
yeah.
curse words.
yeah, it is. It is.
So
It was.
the one theory on here is that there were two dudes on the team named Rick.
That
So
was
Coach
three. It
Gibbs
was
called
three.
you Doc.
It was three.
But
Three
it started. Did it start with the Bengals or did it start once you got here?
The Bengals. But what happened with Coach? We had Ricky Klatt, Ricky Thompson, Rick, Joe in the meetings.
Mhm.
So he just would pick it out. Everybody going, supposed to be mad. Nobody knew we mad at. So he just started, saying, "Well, Doc, you didn't." And it went from that. I never said a word. And then Bugle, and then we in our plays, we had a series the Bang series, and so we started tying it into the play and the whole bit. I just whatever. I never said anything to whatever he said. Whatever Joe said, we just did it.
But it started in Cincinnati.
Yes.
And you can't tell us a word of that story.
No.
Now, can you tell us off air?
No.
Oh.
No, because you'll tell it on there.
He's figured you out,
Oh,
JP.
yeah, no, I know. Yeah, there are no secrets with Finley.
He figured you out, JP.
Finley's taking this journalistic thing a little bit too far. Yeah. And so I learned my lesson with that.
So wise. All right. I want you to stay. I don't know what you're doing.
No. Love you guys. But Rooster makes my day horrible.
I was going to let people call in and wish you happy birthday.
No, I love them all. No, but you guys right now, you're number one for a reason. And it ain't because you're asking me about my birthday.
It's certainly not because we bring Russell on.
Well, Russell, I'll get the brunt of this. He's in a bad mood. If his space is taken and he doesn't get to come over here and spread his wings and do that, it's just too bad.
Landfill, do you want Rooster to spread his wings today?
Not really.
We'll be right back. Mitch Tischler at 1. P. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. So we're at an interesting kind of position for the Commanders ownership group. One, let's start here. When do we stop calling them the new owners? I feel like it's like a year in. We're almost there. It's a year in July.
Owners.
Are we at just owners?
Yeah.
Lady?
I still think they're new. The Snyder stank is going to take a little more time to wash off.
I agree. Jeffrey, are they still new to you?
Yeah, they're still new. You got to give it like a year.
Because this is the first year they've got their people in place with Peters and Quinn. So, like, we're getting there. But they're still new. But what's remarkable is we're going through kind of three simultaneous things in Washington as it relates to the football team. And it's like the first time we're kind of seeing the new ownership group, the Josh Harris-led group, be in charge of it, be in charge of the responses or the lack of responses or the actions, whatever comes, right? You've got this Brandon McManus thing, which, especially now that we know the lawyer representing the women probably won't go away and will probably be in the media a lot, frankly. I think that was kind of their playbook from the Deshaun Watson era. And I'm not pointing judgment one way or another. I'm just saying that's what happened then. But Harris specifically, the Harris Blitzer Group, has been in pro sports ownership for some time.
Yeah.
The Sixers and the Devils. I don't know. I haven't gone through this, but like Harris handled James Harden stuff. Like I imagine they've handled some off-field stuff, off-court stuff, and have a strategy and will stick to it. I don't think that's going to create much of a hurdle for them.
No, I don't think. I think they probably have. And then again, one thing I'm noticing about him, he hires people and let them do their job. So whoever he has to handle this type of thing, they're going to put it out. I'm sure he gets to see a letter. He signs off. But the ultimate thing is he's not a part of the story.
Right.
That's the total difference. And now as the owner or managing partner, I have to let you know. And then the thing about it, like when you hear it, you can't automatically just jump with the mobs. Well, you got to do this. No, I don't have to. I have to find out all the information. Then I make my decision. And I think he's shown that he has patience to wait and find out exactly what's what. Then he'll make a decision based off of that. Not because somebody says so.
I totally agree. And I think the organization will handle it kind of in conjunction with the league and legal experts.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing, though, so that'd be like the first thing kind of bubbling up right now. And things tend to bubble up right now because there's no actual football to talk about. But so you've got the McManus situation, which is certainly unfortunate. Obviously, there are people that feel wronged. The truth will come out. Now you've got like this kind of weirdly never-ending logo thing where the senator from Montana wants the team to honor the former logo and the grandson. So the actual logo, the former logo that we all I loved, I thought was iconic, is of an actual person. It's a profile, a drawing of an actual person. By now, surely you've all heard this, but the guy's name was it was a chief of the Blackfeet tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And the Blackfeet tribe are located in Montana. So the senator decided to get involved with it and try to get, he wrote a letter to the Post today. Very clearly, he's like, we're not looking for the old name to come back. The old name had nothing to do with the logo. The name existed since the 30s. The logo didn't exist till the 70s. We're not looking for the logo to be restored, but we just want it to be honored.
The question I would ask is, how does he want it to be honored? And then I ask this question: was he involved before, or this just got him involved?
So there's a lot of questions I don't have answers to, and I've been crystal clear that RFK should be the goal. and that any sort of political grandstanding to prevent that, I'm not going to support, right? That said, if they really just want the logo to be honored in some way, I'm cool with that. Like, if you could just put up a cool mural or something at FedEx, that logo meant a lot to a lot of people, and including
That's understandable, but what you're doing, you're opening up another avenue.
Sure.
Because being honored, I'm sure there are many people in the Hall of Fame that went in as the Redskins.
Right.
There's some interest of it right there. That's been honored. Do something in the Hall of Fame. If they do that, would that make a difference?
Yeah, they're in an interesting spot because you almost can't acknowledge the glory days of this franchise without having the logo seen, right? So in some ways, just by like posting, now they went out of their way, like especially if you walk around the facility, to get rid of the old logo. Maybe there's a way it can kind of coexist, but more than anything, Brian, it's like this is a player being accused, alleged of misbehavior, criminal behavior, whatever. That's going to happen. That's life, right? That's life in pro sports. That's life in the big city. But the other thing is such a uniquely DC headache for them. And I don't know how they handle it, but I know that where you've got a senator from Montana asking for something is not something he dealt with the Sixers and the Devils.
It's not something he dealt with, but I'm sure that you have people that have dealt with politicians. You have people who've dealt with public relations situations. And if this guy is saying we want something to be honored, what if I go out there and do something that honors it, but then he say that's not enough? Does he really want it to be honored? Or does he want to try and sit there and dictate everything? So they have to come up with whatever they decide or what they think that honoring is or should be, if they want to do that, and do it and be done with it. Because what's going to happen is that politician can grandstand only so long. I don't know if one vote can stop anything, right?
I think it can mess up the procedure. I think it can
eventually you go to vote.
You got to get it out,
don't you?
You got to get it out of committee and all these things. Like, maybe we'll get them. If any of our political friends are listening, drop me a line, because I do believe this dude has the power to at the least slow things down. And I do believe if things change during this next election, the odds of getting RFK back into the city's control change significantly. That's my understanding, but I could be wrong. I also think you can't use the word unfair, because what has happened to Native Americans throughout U.S. history is far more unfair than anything just about. But dude, like Harris, this group, they never once owned the team with the old logo.
Yeah.
And so if you are asking for financial compensation, which I wouldn't be stunned by if that's at least part of the ask, these dudes had nothing to do with the decision to get rid of the name, to get rid of the logo. Like, these guys bought the Commanders, and they're trying to engage with the family of the chief that drew the, like, it just, I don't know.
It's a little bit too much for me, because if you start really thinking about a lot of stuff, this is all because of a politician trying to make himself popular. That's my belief.
And I think a lot of people that really seize on this are not fans of the football team. They don't remember Art Monk or Leslie Shepard or Jumpy Gethers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they see this as a political issue that they can stand up for with too. And I'm just so out on that. Just let us have a football team here and let us build a stadium here. And please stop making a football team a political hot button.
Mm-hmm.
Landini, where do you land on the logo thing? I want the family to feel properly celebrated, But I no longer think this. I don't think this needs to be debated on the floors of the Senate.
You're saying the family being celebrated. This is the question I would ask. How many years were they celebrating?
It's fair.
Okay.
30, 40, whatever it was.
So what needs to be done now to do any more celebrating? If that's the real cause of what he's doing, I mean, what the hell? I mean,
That's a fair point.
It gets to a point where you call BS when you see it, dude.
And it's been, I know this, that the team has reached out to the family. The Wetzel family, they've reached out to.
If I had as much money as these guys, I'd just write them a check and be done with it.
Just to not.
They got like 40 people in that ownership group. Somebody write a check to the family, and somebody else write a check to the senator.
Is that really honoring the family?
No, it's not.
See, what you gotta be careful of. Once you write a check to a politician, just like a dude trying to extort you, once you write the first check, you ain't gonna stop writing checks.
It would be great if, like, David Blitzer's like, you know what, I've had enough of this. And just they have so much cash that he sends them each $500K and this whole thing just goes away.
No, I don't much think like that. I think all you do is open yourself up for more BS then.
That's probably, I mean, not to flip it all the way around, but why McManus's attorney is coming out so strong. Like, nah, man, nope. You know,
I mean,
I don't know.
You do that, then there's another lawyer that's going to try and get it done. Another politician going to try to figure out something else to do it another way. Then all of a sudden you're going to find a whole nother group that wants to be honored.
I would love to not have any more of these stories. Can it just be about football? The guys that
we could just stop. We could stop talking about them when they come out. We can mention it and keep moving.
So
we don't have to discuss.
There was another viral burgundy and gold thing this weekend. Did you see that?
No. What was this?
I'll tell you when we come back. It's B. Mitchell Finley. So I just saw this from Derek Thompson. I don't know if you guys know who he is. He's like a media critic, NPR, Ringer podcast. But there is something fascinating going on with the NBA. I haven't missed a game in probably 2-3 weeks because they've been really good.
Uh-huh.
And the level of shot making is so impressive.
Mhm.
And granted, I watched the Wiz, so I even though kind of glutton for punishment because of it, but like I generally watch second half, fourth quarter of most Wiz games. Often second screen experience, but I'm at least watching it. Now, before I finish my question, I got to give away some tickets. Caller number 10 right now, 2 tickets to 21 Savage American Dream Tour, Sunday, June 2nd at Jiffy Lube Live. Special guest JID, Nardo Wick, 21 Little Harold. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. All right, you want 21 Savage tickets? Call right now, 800-636-1067. But B, the NBA regular season product is so much worse than the playoffs.
Oh, definitely.
Television is a mess right now. You got things are going upside down all over the place.
Yep.
But Derek Thompson presents this question, and it's a fascinating answer. I don't know the answer. The NBA is a really strange media product, ubiquitous as a subject of sports gossip on ESPN and podcasts, but surprisingly unpopular as a regular season TV product and getting less popular over time and getting much more valuable as a TV rights property over the same period. How does that make sense?
Somebody told them what to write to get paid for it.
I think live sports is the only thing that gets people to tune in at a certain time, right? Where you can actually
Live sports is the number one reality TV. All other stuff, once you produce stuff, is no longer reality.
But the weirdest thing is if we, like, I listen to enough sports radio, right? Like, people or just put Stephen A on in the morning. There's a LeBron segment on every day of ESPN.
Yeah.
Probably more than one.
Yeah.
And now it's Bronny or whatever else. The NBA, more than anything, operates in kind of that gossipy pro wrestling world. You know what I mean?
I don't know if it's the NBA. I think it's more the people that I was reading this story the other day where this tweet, this guy was talking about Stephen A is no longer a journalist. He's now just a show host. And I think what is happening now in this media thing where journalism and hosting a show are two different things per se. Hosting a show, I can give you any opinion that I think and I believe in. And that's it. Journalism, normally you're crossing the I's, dotting the T's, doing everything. I mean, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and you're moving every rock. You know the truth of what you're writing about and talking about. It doesn't happen anymore in today's media. So whenever but this is what the public is clamoring for. They want the thing that's going to be more gossipy. Hell, it's nothing new than what's been going on. When you were younger, you read the newspaper. The stories that were gossipy and the stories that were salacious were on the front page. The things that really meant something and changed your life was on the back page. Same thing that happened today. We don't care about truth. We don't care about facts. We care about what's the next biggest, dumbest thing in the world that we could get up here and talk about and take a side on.
It's crazy.
It's the exact, but it's no different than what media was before, where you get a speeding ticket and you're a football player, front page. You donate $4 million to a college, you don't see it.
Right.
Which one is most important and makes the most difference in somebody's life? Donating the money, right?
Sure.
But no, we're going to put that in the front page. Why? Because it's kind of salacious. It's something that, everybody want to know because everybody want to care about somebody else's business.
I still just find it remarkable as these media companies are just losing money all over the place. Gobs and gobs of money that they're going to throw all this money at the NBA a product that just delivers nothing during the regular season.
Well,
And
it may
maybe
not.
nothing's unfair.
It
but
may not deliver something to you or me because we're looking for a certain aspect of the game.
competition.
But the people out there that invest and market through the NBA, they're probably getting paid hand over fist.
Yeah.
And that's all that matters. So it's all about the green.
Landville, when's the last time you watched an NBA regular season contest?
It's been a while.
When's the last time you watched an NBA playoff game?
A couple weeks ago.
Okay. Outside of football, because I know you watch football. What are you tuning into the most after that? Hockey?
For sports?
Yeah. Soccer?
Yeah. Soccer, maybe baseball, golf, tennis.
I know you love college hoops.
Oh yeah. College football would probably be number 2. College basketball, no, never.
If you ever want to have an honest conversation with people about the most popular sports in America, the answer is the NFL, then college football, then the NFL draft. If you're just basing it on like numbers of people watching, that's just
It lets you know
the reality. The NBA is just a fascinating place, but they've got good inventory. And Jeff, I mean, how much regular season association are you watching, Jeff?
Regular season.
You watch the Wiz, right? You're wearing a Wiz hat.
Yeah, I watched the Wiz, and then I started to really follow it after the All-Star break because that's when everyone's
they seem to start playing a little more.
playing serious.
Yeah, the second half of the regular season is when people started watching. This year, I think we tuned in because they had their new little deal, the mid-season thing. So people tuned in a little bit more, and you got something from other people that you didn't normally get. But ultimately, I'll have the TV on and see stuff, but I don't sit and watch.
Yeah,
when it comes to football,
yeah,
I'm looking. When it comes to college basketball, I'm trying to dissect the whole thing. NBA basketball, no.
Like football,
And then baseball, they got so many games, bro. You can wait.
those are prime second, even third screen opportunities. Football gets all of it.
MLB is kind of like watching soap operas. No matter when you turn it on, you can probably figure out what's going on.
Mitch Tischler joins us now. Yeah. All right. Whenever you hear boy bands, think of Mitch Tischler. That's right. The big man joins us now from Monumental Sports, Beltway Football. What up, Mitchell? How you doing?
Well, what's going on? Me and boy bands like lamb and tuna fish, right?
Oh, that's a gross combination.
What?
I've never heard of that one.
That's a hell of a
You ever
surf
heard
and
that
turf.
Come on, it's from an Adam Sandler Big Daddy movie.
Oof.
Spaghetti and meatball better?
Yes,
Never
that's
saw it.
much better. Much better. What's going on, dude? How are you?
I'm doing great. Refreshed after a nice long weekend. Looked like you had a little bit of fun.
What'd you do?
I loved your played a little bit of golf, hung out in a little cabin in the woods with some friends, and got after it a little bit. So it was a good long weekend.
That's what I like to hear. Yeah, who are you? Didn't you play golf with Wink Martindale or something?
Wink Martindale is in the group in front of us. I hit into him once or twice, and I apologize. I was blitzing too much. He didn't really laugh that much.
Was he cool or was he fast, slow?
If he hit into him, he was slow.
Nah, it was a Friday afternoon of a holiday weekend. None of those courses play fast, but he was in a good mood. He was drinking. I don't know what he was drinking, but we were drinking transfusions and beers, and he was happy enough to chat with us when we were all waiting on the tee box.
So obviously that went nuclear with him and the Giants. Did he get hired again? Where is he right now? Why the hell was he wherever you were?
So my friend we were played up at Shaladon up in Mount Airy, and maybe he's from the area, but my buddy's been telling me for a while that he plays up there all the time and he sees him there. So
that's cool little course.
Is it? I never been up there.
It's a great little place. Mm-hmm. He's JP. He took over at Michigan.
Okay,
as the coordinator over there.
Wow. All right. Well, shout out to Wink. I also think that makes the Giants way worse. So that's good.
When we did our schedule discussion, I brought that up multiple times that might be the biggest difference maker for this Commanders team to finally go into the Meadowlands and get a win up there.
I mean, it'd be nice. Dude, so there's kind of, to me, like three things going on in Commanders land. And one of them is highly annoying. One of them is total speculative nonsense. And the other might be even dumber. Where would you like to start? You can pick. You might be able to guess which ones I'm describing.
Yeah, let's start with the highly annoying one because we can get that one out of the way early.
All right, fire away. Logo, helmet, whatever.
I mean, I think it's nothing more than political blackmail from this senator from Montana. I mean, where were the folks when the name was being changed? If government wanted to get involved in that, they could have, 3 years ago when the name was being changed. This is an opportunistic chance for him to, try and pose like he looks good for some constituents. But at the end of the day, why does a senator from Montana get to hold up what happens at RFK? That's shenanigans. And to me, as much as the name discussion is annoying, and until the team kind of says one way or the other what they're planning on doing to either honor it or continue going the direction they're going, it's all just going to allow the whispers and the rumors and all that stuff to kind of swirl. To me, the most important part of the story is get the land at RFK figured out. Hopefully that's where the Commanders end up, or potentially that's where the Commanders end up. Because to me, getting the team into a new stadium that is, built for real NFL football and isn't the death trap that FedEx has seemed to be, that's the most important part of all this. And once they get into a new stadium and if they can play good football there, again, I don't think that folks are going to be too concerned about the name moving forward.
There's a $6.05 billion bill of sale out there somewhere. And the name on it that Josh Harris and his crew purchased was the Commanders. If they were to go back to these people and say, listen, we did not purchase the rest, and we purchased the Commanders, what do you say you want to be honored? What could, why is that one guy, does he have that much power?
The only reason he has that much power is because he has the ability to hold up a potential vote on this bill. You guys were talking about this earlier in the program, B, and I thought you made arguably the best point about all of it. I appreciate that Josh Harris and company are meeting with the family and trying to make things right and figure out what's what. But the second that any cash changes hands, or whether it's a check or a Venmo or whatever it may be, you're going to have other people start coming out with their hands open. And, you know, these guys are billionaire businessmen who have dealt with, I'm sure, difficult situations in their other businesses, not necessarily the Sixers or the Devils, but where they originally made their money from, and have dealt with folks who are trying to be, let's use a nice word, opportunistic at this moment. And I imagine they have their own set of folks around them, fixers who know how to handle people like this darn senator who is, you know, who's trying to posture up like he's important.
Yeah. Talking with Mitch Tischler here on the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to the DMV. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. Did you see, I'm sure you've seen it by now, Pelissero reported this morning that the union is talking with the league about maybe changing the offseason schedule. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, the NFL is king, and, you know, what the league decides they think is best for the future of the league, they're going to power on through. We saw it happen when the teams went from 16 to 17 games, and, you know, it seems like we're about to go to 18 games here. I don't know who's asking for this overhaul. I don't know what teams want more training camp, because, you know, you played through it, and JP, you and I have sat out there airing out our lower backs and Ashburn over the summers, over the years. By the time we get to the end of training camp, teams are done with it. The players are done with it. The coaches are done with it. You know, they're ready for football. And extending that thing another 2 or 3 weeks, whatever this proposal ends up being, seems a little silly to me, because I do think that there's value in getting these guys on the field and letting them walk through plays. And, you know, we talk about this coaching staff kind of attacking these players in different ways, kind of learning how they learn best, and trying to, you know, teach them what they need to know on their level. And I think the same can be kind of said on a big picture. You know, a lot of guys, you can read a playbook 100 times, you can watch a play on film 100 times, but until you're on the field and you see the other side, the defense or the offense reacting to what's happening, it's hard to know how you're going to react to their reactions. And so getting these guys on the field, even though it's in shorts and a t-shirt and walk through stuff at this point in the season, I think holds value and gives guys something to work on when they go home for that 6 in the end of the mandatory camps and the start of training camp. And so to me, you know, if the NFL is even floating this out there, they're going to try and, you know, jam this thing home, because that's what they do. But at the end of the day, I don't know why there's a change needed and who's asking for it.
The guys show up at the end of March, early April, and we've watched games in this town right here, and they still didn't know what to do when it came to September. Now you're going to have them show up in June, July, and they're going to pick it all up then?
I mean, and the league wants to be all about health and safety and all these different things. So you're going to have them out on the field for another 3-4 weeks at the height of, you know, the height of the heat, and, you know, away from them. Listen, there's probably a good reason, or at least in the NFL's mind, a good reason for it. I haven't seen that be, you know, offered up yet, but I do know, we all know, when the NFL wants to do something, there's not a whole lot of people that can stop it.
Ain't that the truth? Talking with Mitch Tischler here on the BetQL guest line. Dude, I want to do an actual X's and O's thing. When we were out there last week, B, and you may have been gone by then. You may have been on your trip by then. Brian Robinson gave us like kind of the first little real insight into the offense, and he said something that he expects it to be a lot more no huddle, and just go a lot faster. And you know the dude Kruger, who was kind of the one beating the drum about the pressure to sack ratio pre-draft. Kruger writes for Roto World. He actually sent me some pretty interesting information, because it was my question to B-Rob that got Brian talking about the actual offense. Last season, the Commanders ran no huddle on about 8% of their offensive plays. In this is in neutral game scripts. Not if they're down 3 touchdowns and you're, you know, sub 2 minute warning. Under Kingsbury in Arizona, the Cardinals ran 34% of their plays in neutral game, where it's like still a football game, from no huddle. What do you think the bringing the no huddle, whether it's that much or maybe less, maybe it's 25% of plays or something. 34 is fairly high. But what do you think bringing the no huddle here can do for Jaden and for this offense?
Well, for Jaden, it dictates because for the most part, you're going no huddle. You know what the defense is putting out there. And once you know what defense or what personnel grouping they have, you have plays designed to attack that. And if your quarterback is good enough to call the plays at the line of scrimmage, as I've heard many people say he's already doing it this early, you know what I mean? If he's good enough, you have a distinct advantage over the other teams. Like some teams run a no huddle up, but they're not real fast. They just stay at the line of scrimmage. And that makes it to where a defense is stuck with whoever they have left on the football field. And you can pick them apart. You run what you want to run. I've always said, offensively or defensively, you got to find a way to dictate to the other side of the ball. That would be them dictating to a defense.
Well, and couldn't it make a young quarterback, so that our listeners understand, when you go no huddle and you're not substituting, the defense can't substitute. The defense can only substitute if the offense substitutes. So if you're keeping the same personnel on the field, wouldn't that allow Jaden to identify the coverages? Because ideally they can't change them snap to snap.
Well, normally when you're running no huddle and the defense on the field, they're basically going to run some level of zone anyway.
Right.
So that makes it easier for your quarterback as well.
Now, big man, I turn to you, Mitch Tischler. You're going to have possibly a pretty inexperienced offensive line, particularly if you got a rookie starting at left tackle for you. Allegretti's probably going to get a bigger opportunity than he's ever had. What do you make of what this does to an offensive line? Say they're running no huddle 25% of the time.
Well, first of all, big guys out a little bit. I do like the idea of running the no huddle more. I think we see it more in the Sean McVay world. I think he kind of introduced everybody to it, talking to the quarterbacks up until that cutoff point. And when you go no huddle and you get Jaden up at the line of scrimmage with the coach talking in your ear, he can start talking you through kind of what you're seeing out there, personnel, and all those different things. And certainly a big point of it that you guys made was about the defense not being able to switch. Now, going no huddle with the offensive line, I think that makes Tyler Biadasz that much more important because he's a veteran center. He's been there and done that before. We've heard that Jaden Daniels is doing a good job of identifying defenses and kind of setting the offensive line. But, you know, when you go no huddle and he's trying to do every last bit of that at the line of scrimmage, that does put more pressure on your center. And having a guy who has more experience there, he can help Jaden kind of set the line while Jaden's listening to Cliff in his ear, and while Cliff Kingsbury talks about, you know, what he should be looking for in that defensive personnel. And so it's an interesting idea. And I think for an offense that's going to want to use a little bit of Jaden's speed, you know, as they go through, you know, as they run their offense, I like the idea of speeding things up a little bit, make the defense react to you instead of you reacting to what the defense is doing.
It'll be interesting. I also have read studies is the wrong word. We're talking about sports, for goodness sakes. But there are numbers that highlight the need for young quarterbacks to play under center, and just how much it helps to play action and the run game. So while I'm excited to see more no huddle, I also want to see Daniels under center a little bit. Do you think that matters still, B, as the game goes more and more shotgun?
I don't think it really matters. I think it comes down to whether your running game can mesh with your play action game in the shotgun. You watch what Kansas City does. Everything that they do is from the shotgun for the most part, damn near 89% of the time. And every play action is from that running back coming from off in the T position. Sometimes they get in the pistol position. When we were trying to do certain things here, even when some guys were under the center, the running game didn't match up with the passing game. So if they can make that happen, then it doesn't make a difference if you're on the center or not. You got to have a damn good center who's going to snap consistently, unlike the dude we had last year.
That was a problem last year. But, you know, I'll tell you, I do think that the run game, the play action run game works better out from under center. But you also have to have a lot more trust in your offensive line when you do that, because you're going to have your quarterback essentially turning his back to the line of scrimmage. So I think you got to figure out where your trust level is with your tackles. And I know fans have a very low trust level, but I do think an improved interior of this offensive line will, by default, help the tackles not be on an island as much themselves and be able to get to where they need to go. So I think you'll kind of get a feel maybe a little bit for how much Cliff Kingsbury and Dan Quinn and this group trust, those front five by how much they're willing to, let Jaden kind of turn his back to the defense and carry out those full play action or run fakes.
If you look at most of the things he did with Kyler Murray, you look at the things that Jaden did last year with LSU, a lot of shotgun stuff. Because what you don't want to do is be on the center when you're running play action pass, things like that, and then you do everything else from shotgun. You will be given a defensive read, and they'll figure your stuff out. Believe me. And I just think whatever works best, you got to be more consistent with it. Now, when you're getting in short yardage, you know what you're going to do, and things of that nature. You may want to throw some shotgun stuff. Some under center things there, but the league is predominantly shotgun.
Things evolve.
Well, and we know Cliff likes to get the ball out quickly, right? We've heard him talk about wanting to stretch the field both horizontally and vertically. And the more that you're under center, you can still run 3-step drops, which are pretty quick, but certainly not as many of the pop passes and, wide receiver screens and kind of those things that have become so popular in college football today. NFL today.
Last thing, big man. And I want to open the phones on this. 800-636-1067. This picture of Emanuel Forbes being very skinny has kind of gone viral all over social media over the weekend. Why?
Yeah. I think it's jarring to non-Commanders fans who haven't seen how skinny he is. I think, for the most part within the fan base and certainly within the media, we know that's what he looks like and we know kind of how small he is, but it's one thing for folks who watch football to look at a stat sheet or look at a player profile and see that he weighs 180 pounds. It's another thing to see it in person and recognize that the guy probably doesn't quite weigh 180 pounds. And it doesn't help that the kid that's standing next to him.
They don't let you weigh with your shoulder pads on.
Right? But I believe the Commanders have him listed at 180, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, we knew last year he wasn't 180.
They're lying.
Right. So I think amongst us, it's not amongst us. I don't think it's as jarring, but man, you start seeing it reacting to it. You remember how crazy it is that, your number 13 overall pick has some chicken legs out there.
Yeah, to say the least. All right, dude. I'll see you in an hour or so. Thanks for coming on.
Looking forward to it.
All right, brother.
That's our guy, Mitch Tischler, whose phone got a little grumbled there at the end.
Yeah, he's on the water.
I want to do this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. The Emanuel Forbes lack of size has become an issue for whatever. Like, they drafted him last year, and people are like, he's a playmaker. Who cares? Well, he didn't make many plays as a rookie. So now we care, or is it just because this picture is so jarring? Taking your calls on Forbes next on The Fan.
Be happy. Some trouble.
Make it double.
Don't worry.
Be happy. I might suggest this tune to Commanders fans right now as there's like some swirling stuff. I would just remind you that it's May 28th. Don't worry, be happy now. Now, one thing that ain't great, the guy they drafted first round last year, a fellow by the name of Emanuel Forbes,
Mm-hmm.
didn't have a great rookie season. Got benched at one point. I think what's most alarming to me is it at times seemed like there was an unwillingness to be physical against the run. And it's one thing to not like it, but you got to be able to do it a little bit to stay on the field. And I think that improved after a benching. But I also think there's a skill set there that maybe you can get the most out of to let him use what he was so good at in college that multiple teams had first round grades on him, not just Washington.
Multiple teams did. He has to be used properly.
Yeah, and he has to show that he can do more than he did last year too. It's a
I
two-way
understand that,
street.
but you gotta let's be real, and we gotta stop. Like, he had horrible coaching last year. He had a damn coach that was never coached beyond high school. He had a defensive coordinator that did not want to change anything about his system, and had a head coach that didn't stick up for him.
Yeah.
So if he gets better tutelage in coaching, he should be better. Now, he, like you said, he's going to have to show that he's willing to hit more often. But if you use him properly, he's not at that point a lot.
Put him in a position where they can't run it right at him.
There you go.
Right? I think there's a number of players on Washington that are going to have an opportunity to change the narrative this year. I'm not sure they all will. Odds are they all won't, but maybe some of them will.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing that I'm at least surprised by, Emanuel Forbes, when I first saw him last year, is shockingly skinny for a football player. He is. I've made the joke that I don't know that he can wear a watch because it might just fall off his wrist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's a skinny fella. He's a nice guy. He's a relatively humble young man when you talk to him. But over the weekend, this picture went like viral from a football camp or something. I know when that dude Dove Kleiman retweeted it kind of goes crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where it was prior to that. Like, I don't know how it got out to be that big, but then all the NFL aggregators start doing it, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Jeff, you speak Commanders deep state social media more than me. Why did this thing become such a big issue?
It became a big issue because A.J. Brown had a picture circulating as well where he looked like he has picked up weight and
sure, I saw that. He looks ripped.
And you know what happened between Philly and Washington last year, and A.J. Brown and Emanuel Forbes. It became a thing because people are like, okay, we seen what happened 2 times last year, and one, more specifically, one guy said it looked like one lost weight while one is gaining weight, and they just, basically letting the past dictate what happens this year. As B says, it could be a thing where he wasn't used right, but also in the hindsight, we have to also look and see weight is a thing, and if he gets out there on AJ, the thing is going to now become
and not to mention how AJ Brown torched him last year.
Yeah,
and I would point to coaching in that thing. That was early in the season. You had Granny's a first rounder, but just the matchup, man. Like it's not that one of the argument. Maybe Debo more, but Debo's almost more of a gadget. Like AJ Brown might be the most physical receiver in the NFL. Because he's not the best. Like, I would put Chase and Jefferson ahead of him. There's guys I would put ahead of him, Tyreek. But straight physical, it might be A.J. Brown. Forbes 1-on-1 with him is just a terrible matchup. I don't know, Landfill, do you care? Why did this picture go so crazy? Why do people care so much?
I mean, it went so crazy because he looks like a middle school student. Like, there's a picture of him standing next to another guy, and I thought that the other guy, the kid at the camp, was the NFL player, and Emanuel Forbes was the teen that was there at the camp. He looks tiny. I mean,
so he's got social media. He had to see this weekend. Chris is in Manassas. Chris, why does everybody care so much about the photo?
I think because of the weight. And, he does look skinny. He is skinny. I got a question for Brian. I believe you played with Darrell Green, didn't you?
Yep.
How big or how, size-wise does Darrell Green compare with Emanuel Forbes?
Darrell's he's shorter than him, and I think he had a little more weight. Darrell's like 180, about 5'9".
So if Emanuel
They list this kid at 180.
They list him at 180, but I think Emanuel last year at his heaviest was 171.
I think I'm closer to 180 than he is. Now I'm on the north side of it. He's on the south side, but
I don't know.
That would actually be a really interesting wager. I've been eating healthy, and I bet I'll weigh myself tomorrow morning, and we'll see. Thanks for the call, Chris.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, man.
Chris sounded like Kermit the Frog a little bit, right?
No, man.
I think a little bit. I like Chris. I'm cool with him. Darrell, at least listed 5'9", 184. But, dude, when you looked at Darrell, the thing that stands out to me about Forbes, and even Jaden a little bit, when you look at their upper body, they're super skinny. But Jaden has legs to him. Like, he's got some calves. Darrell Green's legs are ripped. Like, he was a track star.
Mm-hmm.
Forbes, his thighs, I think, are smaller than my
But
arms.
see, the thing, this is where I'm at with this whole thing. You made a statement earlier. Multiple teams have first-round grades on him. Okay? Obviously, they saw his size, too. They feel he can play. We really don't have much to talk about in this town. So we talk about things that are obscure in a sense.
My thing is, I don't get why it's a big deal now.
Because
it
the
should have been
picture
a big
came
deal
out
last year.
The picture came out, and you always say Jeff. You're on social media probably more than Jeff.
This got sent to me.
But what I'm saying is, you could put something on social media today. It'll get a little raise. Come back 2 months later when there's not much to talk about or people talk about a certain thing, and it's going to get even more. It doesn't go away.
Some of the comments are funny, though.
But also, JP, we have to act. We got to stop acting like this has not always been a thing. Every time players return back for another season,
that's true.
It's always a thing of
it
are
starts
they
over
in shape?
again.
Yep.
Yeah,
Are they in shape? Are they too small? Are they too big for their position?
Hell, people were talking about it with Lamar because Lamar lost 15 pounds.
Lamar came back like 15 pounds lighter, 20 pounds lighter. So
this dude on Twitter said, "Bro looks like the Applejack cinnamon stick."
Cinnamon.
I saw that.
No,
I saw
cinnamon.
that.
There are some funny comments. The best thing he can do is make some plays on the ball, and people stop. You know what I mean? Like,
no, some people will still be talking about it because some people can't get past. They can't look at what that happens and they get stuck on a certain topic.
I did just see Drake May signed his contract. So my gut would tell me the rest of these guys will sign theirs relatively soon. I think, I don't think there's any question that Jaden will sign. It's not really a concern, but always better once it happens, right?
Yep.
Emanuel Forbes is skinny. Don't really think we need to discuss it more. What we do need to do, make some bets. What up? This is pretty cool. This just landed on my computer. Bill Walton talking about Nikola Jokic in 2018. So we're talking 6 years ago. This is long before Jokic broke through and won. In a game that has been taken over by incessant dribbling for yourself, Nikola Jokic is such a breath of fresh air, and it's his imagination. Watching him play basketball is like watching Bob Dylan come up with a song. He was ahead of the curve on that one, man.
Yeah.
He was ahead of the curve on that one. Sad to see him go. It also just came out of nowhere. It's the wildest thing, man.
It came out of nowhere because we didn't know.
Right, but I feel like maybe it wasn't really that public, right?
Because he didn't publicize it. I think a lot of people, older dudes don't talk about their issues. Young people, the world got to know. He's from that different era where, hey, deal with it.
Jeff, before we make bets, can we tell your wedding story real quick?
No.
All right. Well, Jeff, just real quick, make sure that people understand you didn't get married.
Yeah, I didn't get married.
Or did you get married?
No.
Nah, he got married in Vegas. That's what he doesn't want us to talk about it.
Jeff got married in Vegas?
Yep.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, Jeff.
And that's why we don't need to talk about it.
All right. Let's make some bets. All right, we got a new week. We're all here. We're all slated to be here all week. This is it. This is the real deal. What do we got on tap tonight? What are people thinking? Landfill's probably going to Roland Garros, if I had to guess.
I know I'm taking the Orioles I need them to mop the ground. They need to rake the field with the Boston Red Sox. That is my Cowboys equivalent team in the MLB as far as hate.
I get it. You're a Yankee fan. Some good baseball being played in the AL East. Yanks are at 37-18. O's at 34-18. Nats had a good weekend, and they kind of needed it after a rough stretch. Nats are now only 4 games under 500. Plenty to keep an eye on. Red Sox, Orioles, and then the Rays come to town. All right, so you're just hoping, Jeff, that this works out for you?
No, I'm not hoping that the O's can beat the Red Sox. I now want them to win.
Okay. Jeff's all on the Orioles. Landini, no tennis?
I'm taking Caitlin Clark over 19.5 points.
Oh, my God. Does Caitlin Clark play every night?
I play like every other night.
Every time she plays, you're going to know about it. Because Landfill is making a bet with or against.
I'm taking it.
So one thing that's interesting with Caitlin Clark is the WNBA as a whole has now become kind of like the old Redskins logo. It's just become this like political tool for people to voice opinions about like far broader topics. I think it'd be cooler if we just watch the games.
But that's what most people do. But you got to realize that they ain't got nothing to do with the WNBA. That's just it is that.
I think they're just using it as a vehicle.
I said this a long time ago, Jay, and I'm going to repeat. People in the media today are just lazy. They talk about what they think everybody want to hear instead of what they need to go out there and investigate, research, and really understand. I'm going to bring something new to you. And I think most people don't do that.
I think you're right. What do you like tonight? Parlay?
Nah, I don't know about no parlay, but I was gonna go basketball. Shy away from that.
I'm thinking about basketball too. I'll go basketball.
Take basketball.
It seems far too low. And if I had to guess once I explain this, I think B-Mitch might just go the opposite direction.
-1.5?
No. What do you see, Landfill? 211 for the total?
Yeah.
The whole world is on the over because 211 seems very low. So I'm going to zag and give me the under T-Wolves Mavs. That seems
211. Give me the over.
I had a feeling that might be how it should.
Give me the over and give me the Brewers.
For a guy that's holding tickets on the Oilers and the Panthers, we could really use a Florida win tonight. I'm not touching it because I don't want to be involved.
You think if you bet on it, it's going to change up how the game ends?
No, but that series has just been nuts. The money, if you were going to play the sharp money, I would say to lay the puck line with Florida. But do whatever you want. Florida -1.5 is -160, which is kind of crazy. Here's what I'd like to do now. I'd like to thank everybody that listened to the program today. I'd like to thank Doc Walker for joining us and talking to us about Bill Walton, amongst many other things. Everybody should wish Doc a happy birthday as well.
Yeah.
Thank you to Mitch Tischler for joining us. Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. We got the stream back up and running. We're back. The boys are back in town. It was a fun day. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thank you, everybody that called in. Thank you, everybody that listened. All the crazy comments on the stream. You do you, people. You do
on
you.
the stream, keep it to the football in the show. Let's not get all personal on that thing. I don't want nobody having no.
Jeff said they weren't fighting today. Were they fighting today?
They be slipping little stuff in on each other sometimes.
Yeah, they do, but it'd be cool. I'd be putting some people in timeout.
Jeff is the hall monitor, folks. Protect your neck. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I'll eat beer.
Good Tuesday afternoon, May 28th, 2024. Welcome into Grant and Danny. We are live on 106.7 The Fan. We've got a full show for you, taking you up to 6:30, and that's pregame with Charlie and Dave ahead of their night contest in Atlanta tonight against the Braves. After a long weekend, batteries recharged, we are refreshed and in our Half Street studios. Danny, how are you?
I'm great, dude. You got a nice little trip, a little beach trip, if I may, for the beach guy on the show.
Thoroughly enjoyed myself at Wilmington, North Carolina, at the brother-in-law's place. He's about 10 minutes from Wrightsville Beach and drivable to Carolina Beach, where we went to an aquarium. 45 minutes from Topsail, where I grew up going as a kid with my family. But mostly we hung out around the house and did some fun stuff. But yeah, it was a really good trip.
Just some good beach time. That's what everybody needs to recharge. I know you've said on record, I know there's a promo that runs every now and again, but what is your quote? I can't live without being at the beach. Is that the summary? I don't want to misquote you.
Something
like that. Yeah.
It's funny. I posted a picture, several pictures of our trip,
Uh-huh.
but one of them was just at a beach, and there were 75 comments of people going,
Instantaneous.
beach guy,
Yeah.
you love the beach. So actually, I didn't necessarily plan on starting here, but we can. I think I have to make something of an announcement here on Grant and Danny.
Whoa.
I think I do.
Whoa.
I'm not quite ready for mea culpa, and frankly, there's questions more than comments that need to be asked. But I do think I have an announcement to make here on the show. I really enjoyed my time at the beach.
Yeah. There it is. There it is.
But that comes with lots of caveats.
Okay.
And this is where I need to run some things by you. And you need to tell me if I can be welcomed into Beach Guyville or not.
Mm-hmm.
So, what I hate about the beach, and what I still think as I sit here today, I hate about the beach, is I don't like when it's super hot. I don't like when it is me sitting on sand with the sun beating down on us for hours, right? I don't enjoy sweating and being outside and the smell of sunscreen and sand getting all over me. Like, I hate all of those
You
things.
do sound like a beach guy when you put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
However, we went to the beach. Now,
Yeah.
I was in Wilmington
Okay.
from Friday afternoon
Mm-hmm.
until late Monday morning into Monday afternoon.
Yep.
We spent a total of about 45 minutes, maybe an hour at the beach. Okay. So I don't
And
know.
that's about the right amount for you.
Correct. I don't know that I'm a beach guy, but a storm was rolling in. Everyone was leaving the beach. We went to the beach. It was probably about 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon. It was not sunny out. Sun was being hidden by
So it
dark,
was not gray out,
ominous clouds.
not sunny gray.
Okay. Very cloudy. Because of that, it was not hot. It was also very windy because storms were rolling in. We had the beach to ourselves. There weren't a million people with their dumb chairs and their dumb umbrellas all sitting all around me looking gross, right? So all of the stuff that I hate wasn't involved. And it was just me and my kids like running around. There were little puddles where these minnows were. We were trying to catch in our hands, me and my son. And I loved it. It was so fun. I had such a good time. My wife's like, I thought you hated the beach. Like, what is going on? I'm like, this is amazing.
Yeah, this private beach thing is wonderful.
I love it. So my question to you is, again, 4 days in
Yep.
Wilmington. We were on sand at the actual beach on the waterfront for about an hour. And because of the rain, it was not hot or sunny. And the storm didn't really come until we'd gotten in the car anyway, so we didn't get rained on. But it was such a short time by ourselves, kind of running up and down the water's edge. Am I a beach guy?
I don't know that you're full-fledged yet, but you dipped your toe in, right? You're closer than you were before, right? You're not full-fledged. You're not doing the like a beach guy, for example, all the things that you just complained about, the things that you don't like. The beach guy goes, I got to sit on the beach. See what I'm saying? Like all the other, I don't care what someone else at the whatever next to us or the person that smells like sunscreen because you should put sunscreen on. I want to sit on the beach and I want to hear that ocean. I want to read a book, get hot, go in the water, and I want to do it for 13 hours.
So that was the other thing, is I never sat down.
Yeah. Because the kids.
We got there.
The kids.
And
Yep.
this was kind of the goal. This is what I wanted. I chased them around. We ran. My daughter started chasing a bird and was like half mile across the beach. I had to go get her. And the whole thing was fun, but it was 45 minutes of, I need to over specify this, shady beach. Like there was just not gross and hot.
Right.
Because I'm an indoor guy. I'm not an outdoor dog.
You're an indoors guy.
I'm
You're an indoor
dog.
cat. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I can't say I'm a beach guy, but I don't know that I could say I'm not a beach guy anymore after those 45 minutes.
And you're not out,
I told my
but you're
wife,
not in either.
I said, we should do a beach thing again. And she's like, but do you actually want to do a beach thing or do you want to do that beach thing? And I was like, well, that beach thing.
Yeah, well, we need to find a private beach 6+ hours away where it might be shady at the time that you arrive.
If it's about to rain and everyone's left and it's just us. But 72 and sunny. Now, I will say I was bouncing this off some people in Wilmington because I know I'm not a beach guy. And I was telling them how much I loved my experience. And almost to a man, what I heard from a lot of people was when you're very young, the beach experience is so different than when you're a grown-up. So when I tell you I hate beaches, I don't want anything to do with beaches, I find beaches annoying and gross. This is all based on, I used to go to the beach from when I was like 6 to when I was 14. I don't think I've been to a beach since. So is it like taste buds where maybe now as an old, slowed down, gross person, maybe a beach is just right for me?
Well, I'd argue yes, because it's so wonderful.
In the same way that I could tell you I don't really like broccoli because I didn't like it when I was 10. Then all of a sudden you try broccolini when you're 30 and you're like, I'm Mr. Broccolini. I love broccolini.
Right. Well, as somebody who's, I think I would say respectfully, my guy, you are a prime candidate for not updating his file from when he was a kid.
Sure.
That's a pretty good guess. If I'm trying to diagnose what phenomenon we're talking about, I might just throw a couple of chips in that column.
But is it possible that I grew into being a beach guy without knowing it?
You're on your way. You're on your way. That's a good first foray into being a beach guy.
The beach to me is parking somewhere and or renting a place.
Oh, no.
And then you're dragging a bunch of crap to and from the beach at the beginning of the day. The whole time you're just dreading
with the kids.
The long walk back with a bunch of chairs and umbrellas and sand all over you. But then your parents are there and everyone's set up and they're not leaving all day. So if you go somewhere, it's like I can go sit in the place and get some air conditioning and where we're staying and watch a little TV, but I got to come back and it's sunny out and I hate it. I'm getting sunburnt. Like that's when I think of a beach, that's what I imagine.
Yeah, then you're not a beach guy yet. But see, the way you described it is my responsibility is to haul all the crap as the dad.
Awful.
That's what the dad does. The dad hauls all the crap.
Do you know that there are beaches in Wilmington and I guess all over the place where you can drive onto the beach, 4-wheel drive beaches? Did you know that?
Yeah, the Outer Banks, it's a little north of Corolla. You can do that.
That solves all my issues. If I could just drive my car out there, plop all my stuff down first thing in the morning, never have to worry about dragging a bunch of stuff to and from in the heat, and then sit there in the air conditioning in my car, watching the water, reading a book or something.
Well, I tell you what drives me crazy.
That.
That is awesome because it takes the hassle out of it.
Does that make me a beach guy if I'm in a car in air conditioning?
No, it's more of an air conditioning guy. I would say takes priority there.
But I'm at the beach. I brought the air conditioning.
You brought it to the beach. The amount of crap that you have to carry for the kids, for them to be entertained for a microsecond.
That's the problem.
This is so the kids, and I love them so much. They're wonderful. All the things you're supposed to say. They ruin the beach for the adults. Now you know what you signed up for. Eyes wide open here. Once they get old enough, then they can actually occupy themselves and play a little bit and not whine. But you're basically, as soon as you sit down and you crack that book open, Dad, Mom, I need a thing. And it's like, can you do it yourself? Do it yourself.
So
one thing.
Only 45 minutes or so, as you know, in our beach experience. I will say the kids made it for me. Just their joy, them running. And we were like jumping into the little, the water's edge where it comes up and you try to avoid it and you run up.
Come on, time-honored tradition.
Game. Yeah. My wife couldn't believe it. You're going to love this. So we're 15 minutes in. I hate the beach, right?
Yeah.
I'm down on my hands and knees digging for those little roly-poly sand
crabs.
You're
doing little rollies?
I was looking for sand
crabs. Who are you?
Now, I didn't find any, but I remember being a kid and the joy of having one of those little
that little tickle on your palm.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Roly-poly. Yep. And I was just hell-bent. I was like, my son has to hold one of these things because he's going to lose his mind. Now, didn't get one because what you're looking for as a roly-poly sand crab expert, I don't know if you guys are, but I will enlighten. You're looking for those little bubbles in the sand, right? Those little circles.
My guy's got it, by the way.
Right after the water drifts back down.
You do the big double hand cup to block it, and if you see bubbles, you react. You go
100%. And so I started digging, and I dug about, I'm not even like a dog in mud. I was like 9-10 inches deep before the water came back up. No roly-poly. So I tried a few times, and my wife was just like, she couldn't believe it. She's like, "What are you doing?" It was a time, man. So I don't know if I'm a beach guy or not, but that's the evidence to present to a beach guy.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to say, this is another development, another thing that I hate that I found that I might actually like. I've run these down a lot to you when we've talked about this on the show. I wrote all this down because the whole time we were there, my wife's like, "You have to tell Danny."
You're just journaling. Yeah, I love it.
I really like pancakes. Pancakes.
I mean, I'm glad for you, but I'm so annoyed.
I've never liked pancakes. I mean, they're fine, but I've actively avoided them. Never really eaten them.
Avoided them.
Well, here's my point.
Avoided them.
Darius has his hands in the air like he just hit a 3-pointer. Gilbert Arenas. So here's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When we've talked about it in the past,
yeah.
Team French toast every single day.
And your reasoning was you could take French toast and rub it on your face for some reason.
I don't remember saying that.
That's what you said.
Bring that up.
Well, you could rub it on your face and the texture is. And I'm like, okay.
That was, you never give the right context.
That's what you always used to. That was your comeback every time.
But you always said you hate wet bread. French toast is just wet bread. And I'm saying if cooked correctly, my point was it's crunchy, it's hard, so you could rub it on your face.
So you could rub it on your face.
And it would scratch your face. Yeah. It's not like some big, just wet, foldable piece of bread. Until that syrup hits it, and that's when it gets really good. I am still Team French toast. Hear me right now.
Okay.
YouTube, see me right now on the stream. I am still Team French toast. But I've always said pancakes over waffle. Waffles over pancakes.
You did, yeah.
And that's where I'm wrong. A good pancake?
Yeah.
A good pancake.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yes.
Man. So, I will actively eat a pancake in the near future. For sure. Absolutely. 100%. So, yeah, that was the two things. I realized maybe I don't hate the beach, and I actually kind of do like pancakes.
I'm without speech. I know a part of this whole medium is that we talk to each other.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. Like, hours. Dude, hours of time, you and me. Because people, like, you'll come up with, you'll have, a food thing that just sort of gets slipped in every now and again to the show. And then the tweets will blow up. That funny, Danny. How could you let him get away with it? And I was like, listen, that's all we would do.
This heavy cross that you bear.
Yeah, we would just. Yeah, I'm long suffering over here. But I go. I realized after we've been doing the show together for 2 years at this point, where I kind of realized I can't fight every one of these. Every time you're like, yeah, the ubiquitous thing that everybody loves is gross, or that's not good, or whatever, right? You would never eat, never have any milk on your cereal, or you'd never eat cornbread, or whatever. Yeah. Those sorts of things. We would never do the show. We would just scream at each other about food. And that's fun every so often, but you got to change speeds. Sometimes we got to talk about the quarterback or something, And so I kind of let all these go. But there were so many hours trying to explain that you can love French toast because it's awesome. It's bread and syrup, man, with a little bit of vanilla extract and some cinnamon.
Some egg. Don't sleep on the egg.
Well, yeah, in the mixture, in the batter, whatever you want to call it. If you got French toast, I'm gonna eat the hell out of it. It's delicious.
Great.
You got a waffle? You know what's great? Waffles. You know what's also great? Pancakes. And the disrespect, the disdain you had for the pancake.
Point,
it's butter and syrup.
I'm now viewing this as waffles are out.
But
so I don't
keep the
think
waffle
I'll
in.
eat any more waffles.
Keep the waffle in.
I think it will be pancakes, potentially. And I don't know. It might be that I just had great pancakes. And so the next time I go get pancakes, I'm like, pancakes aren't that good. But when I'm in Wilmington, North Carolina, we're doing 45 minutes at the beach right before it rains, and we're eating pancakes.
Hell yeah, dude. That's a vacation now. Now we're doing it.
Might have to run that back.
We're at the beach, and I'm knocking down pancakes.
I was listening to Charlie and Dave the entire weekend on the Odyssey app via 106.7 The Fan, which was fun because Major League Baseball's television restrictions are just so stupid. I still can't watch MLB.TV in Wilmington kick all the rocks. So I was listening to the Nats. They won 3 out of 4. CJ Abrams has homered in a couple straight games. Keibert Ruiz is 8 for his last 11. The boys are rolling. Pitching staff was really good. Mackenzie Gore was tremendous Friday night. Trevor Williams really good on Saturday. And then yesterday, game 1 of the Braves series, Mitchell Parker dealt. They got Lane Thomas back. He doubled twice. And we said goodbye once and for all to the Victor Robles era, the 2019 World Series champion, 27 years old, 530 games with the Nats. They DFA'd him yesterday, a career 235 hitter.
Yeah, rightfully so. Remember, this is the guy at one point. It wasn't Juan Soto. It wasn't, name that prospect. This was the untouchable player. And that's not his fault, by the way. That part of it, the expectations that we all had, and you would hear these rumors come out where they wouldn't include him in a trade for JT Realmuto, or you couldn't have Victor Robles. You could talk about anybody else in the organization. You couldn't have him. He was the prize. And those expectations, again, weren't necessarily his fault. So a lot of times when a guy doesn't live up to expectations, if he's just a fine major leaguer, but he was supposed to be a superstar, we get disappointed. It crossed from that into, could you somehow, at some point, get a clue? Catch the routine fly ball, dude. Stop getting picked off. Know that with the infield back and you're on third base, the dude hits a ground ball to second, jog on home. Figure it out one time.
Baseball's so hard.
Yep.
I will never really get angry about a guy who struggles to hit. What is really hard to stomach and tolerate is when you just don't do the mundane, easy things well. When you're either seemingly not mentally engaged enough, or for whatever reason, you just lack the ability to make the quick, correct decision routinely. And that was the case where he would constantly get picked off, run into a ton of outs on the base paths, and struggle with, on a given flyout, like where to throw the baseball. It always felt like he was like making the rookie mistake, and he was a couple weeks into a really fast major leagues, and he was still trying to get up to speed, but we're 8 seasons in, right? That all said, he was one of 3 guys left, one of the final vestiges of the 2019 World Series team.
That's right.
He was critical on that team at 17 homers. It was the best year he had with Washington. Made the catch in the NLCS clinching moment in the outfield. Some really memorable, fun times along the way with Victor Robles, who was an elite level prospect, and it didn't pan out. But this was the pretty easy decision the way Jacob Young is playing. Their new center fielder, 16 steals, leads the team. You get Lane Thomas back. There really was no other way to go. But you got to give the team credit for this, their loyalty to him and the amount of chances they gave him. I mean, he had opportunity after opportunity, chance after chance. They really gave him a leash longer than the line at the DMV, and there was just not a whole lot left they could do. Career 665 OPS, 235 average, and more recently, the last few years, the numbers when he was healthy enough to play more than the month or so he did last year with injuries were much lower than that. But good memories and a World Series champion, so we thank him for that.
Yes.
And the time has come. You move along, and it's a good sign for their rebuild that you're now good enough that you don't have to keep playing that game.
Yeah, both things are correct, right? Thank you. That was awesome. It was also the correct call to DFA him. I mean, to me, there was no question. Like if there was another young kid to make room for Lane Thomas, who, by the way, should come back and should be playing every day, but if they moved on from, say, Jacob Young, which I think would have been impossible, or somebody else, you'd go, come on, what are we even trying to do here? So it was the right sign. It was the mature thing to do. Correct, fairly well.
The other thing I got to watch a lot of over the weekend was the NBA Eastern Conference Finals, and we're now at least halfway set for a finals matchup. As the Celtics swept the Pacers, Boston now waits 9 days for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Think about that. They finished off the Pacers last night, and they wait 9 days for Game 1. That's insane. If that series goes 7, it ends at the end of June, like a month from now. That's also ridiculous. The schedule for the NBA is just weird. I'm actually actively now rooting for a little bit of chaos and the Mavs to sweep the Wolves tonight, because then basically there's a week with no basketball.
Let's just sit around for 10 days.
And hopefully it leads to a change and some flexibility to the playoff schedule, because I just think it's a joke. But that Eastern Conference Final was the all-time really close series that looked like a blowout. Do you realize the Pacers should have probably won 3 of the 4 games?
Without question.
And
game 2, they got blown out.
Game 2 was a disaster.
Yeah, 1, 3, and 4, they should have won.
Game 1, they were up 117, 114 with 9 seconds left. Lose the game. Game 3, they're up 109, 101, an 8-point lead with 2:20 to play. Lose the game. And then Game 4, last night, they're up 98-90 with 5:40 to play and lose the game. They had 3 games right in their palms. Indicative, I think, of like the Celtics seemingly not having to really lock in. They almost hit switches when they had to play. It felt almost like regular season-y, in my opinion, where they would just play the last few minutes and be okay. And they're going to have more in the tank, I would imagine, when and if they got to elevate their game for likely Dallas, who's a game away from getting to the finals at this point. So Boston's going to be the favorite in that series. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them, I would think. But I just didn't think they had to really play their A game. They didn't have Kristaps. It didn't matter. The Pacers were kind of lucky to be here, played pretty well, but just couldn't finish.
Yeah, the Pacers to me look like a young team that hadn't been there before. And that's kind of how they played, right?
And who took advantage of all the Knicks injuries and just a bad Eastern Conference.
And you don't apologize for it. I mean, it was awesome to watch, Nembhard, who was fantastic last night, kind of come into his own as a bona fide.
Really good in game 3, too.
Yeah, like a real good NBA player, right? Those sorts of things are really neat. Aaron Naismith had a couple nice moments, didn't shoot it great. But, it's a fun young team that plays a certain way. They're almost like the Phoenix Suns with Steve Nash and company, obviously different personnel. Their whole point is we're going to get out, sprint, but in an organized, smart, conceptual way. Waiting around doing some half-court stuff or you screen for me, and they don't really want to do that. They want to get up and go, which is really fun. I like that. It's refreshing. It's enjoyable to watch them play, but it just felt like they were missing one thing. I know they didn't have Halliburton last night, but they're just maybe some maturity shy, or one guy that you can go, okay, it's our version of Jason Tatum. It's tied with a minute left. You got the ball in the right wing. Get us a bucket. Didn't feel like they have that.
Game 4 Mavs Wolves tonight, so we could set the final stage once and for all here out of the West with a couple of sweeps. If the Mavs can knock off the Wolves again, Dallas would get a week off, and that would help them with Luka, who's dealing with a knee. Porzingis, obviously, with the extra time off for Boston. I think that's a big benefit to them. I still think the Mavs are going to be I don't want to say a bad matchup, but a much scarier matchup for the Celtics because of how they can operate and pick and roll with Luka Doncic
Agreed.
up top. And the Celtics have been statistically the worst defensive pick and roll team in the playoffs, so I don't love that. But I saw that they'll be heavy favorites no matter who they play out of the West, which is kind of funny. I know they've only lost 20 games in the regular season, or I guess all season now at this point, but still odd because the West is just better than the East. But that's where we are.
How transcendent has Luka been? Even banged up, you could tell he's not
He'll
as
be the
explosive.
best player in this series. I'll take him over Tatum.
Rightfully so.
But I think
so
the
great.
Celtics are deeper overall.
Oh, agreed. Yeah.
And that's the thing is like it's the deep Celtics, and then it's two guys with Dallas. Not to knock the other players, like they can protect the rim. Daniel Gafford's been awesome to watch.
That great moment in Game 3, right at the end.
Him. But would be a really, really entertaining finals matchup. The Celtics were supposed to win in 2022. Remember, against the Warriors, they were the favorites, and then Steph outplayed Tatum, and Boston didn't win. So there would be pressure on them, but we'll see if that's the matchup as of tonight or if Minnesota can make this a bit of a series. Next, though, the Commanders were in the news over the weekend for the wrong reasons. You're listening to Grant and Danny. We've got a top 5 to put together for you today at 5:45. It'll be top 5 Tuesday. You're going to tell us what category you want us to rank as a top 5. You got to go to Facebook to do that. Darius is going to pick one of the suggestions that you leave. Could be sports related. Maybe it isn't sports related. Something just fun off the beaten
Like
path.
top 5 toppings in pancakes. Because
Ooh.
Grant's a pancake guy. Just something like that. That's an idea.
Plain, more plain.
Blueberry, chocolate
syrup,
chip,
plain.
toffee.
Top 5 Tuesday, Facebook.com/Grant and Danny to make a suggestion on what you want us to rank. Welcome back to G&D on the Fan. So let's put our serious outfits on for a moment, Danny, because these are serious allegations.
Indeed.
The Commanders find themselves in some warmer water than they wanted to be in. They signed Brandon McManus as their kicker, the longtime Denver Bronco, Jacksonville Jaguar, 1-year deal, $3.6 million this offseason. They found out, it sounds like yesterday, right when the rest of us did, that 2 women are suing Brandon McManus, their kicker, and the Jacksonville Jaguars. They are alleging that McManus sexually assaulted them during a flight to London for a game the Jags were playing in last year. They actually played a couple games in London. This was the first of those 2 games, from what I can tell. The women's names have not been released. They were flight attendants on a flight. They are in this paperwork that we're seeing listed as Jane Doe 1 and Jane Doe 2. They have accused McManus of rubbing himself against them and grinding against them. They are saying the Jaguars are listed in this suit because they failed to supervise their kicker, Brandon McManus, now with Washington. They failed to create a safe environment as flight attendants for the charter flight, and they're seeking $1 million plus in damages, demanding a jury trial as well. So before I get into more of the specifics, your initial reaction to that?
Those are serious allegations, and they should be treated seriously. The amount of fact-finding information that needs to come out, it's too soon to start punishing people or too soon to start exonerating people. This is something that should be taken seriously. It sounds like, again, according to the allegations, the 2 plaintiffs are represented by Tony Busby. It's a name should be familiar to you. He represented well over, I think it was 24 victims, or alleged victims in the Deshaun Watson cases as well. So, yeah, the allegations are pretty heavy, involving the Jaguars as well, for kind of creating this unsafe work-related environment as it goes to it. So again, pretty serious.
According to the filing, the flight attendants say they worked the flight on September 28th, 2023. So this was this past football season in the fall, about week 4, 3, whatever that was. They say that they were on the flight helping the Jaguars on this charter when the flight turned into basically a party as they were going to London. Their personal space was allegedly disregarded. Laws were violated in terms of what you're allowed, not allowed to do on an airplane. The lawsuit suggested that McManus recruited 3 other flight attendants to party with him. They say he passed out $100 bills and was asking them to drink and dance. The first woman says he tried to kiss her while she was seated because of turbulence. Then he rubbed up against her when she did a meal service. The second woman said he grinded on her when she was serving a second meal service on this lengthy flight, and he smirked and walked away. That's kind of the allegations directly against him. That second woman, by the way, says that she worked the flight. I don't know if they both did. On October 8th, when the Jaguars again were flying, and I guess she had requested maybe it's a 2-level plane to be on like the second level away from him, at least according to the allegation here. But the lawsuit says that this was the first time either of them had worked a Jaguars charter flight. They are saying that they suffered severe mental anguish, anxiety, psychological and emotional distress, embarrassment, and humiliation among what they're listing in this suit. So here's some statements. McManus's attorney is Brett Galloway. He says, quote, "These are absolutely fictitious and demonstrably false allegations made as part of a campaign to defame and disparage a talented and well-respected NFL player. We intend to aggressively defend Brandon's rights and integrity and clear his name by showing that these claims truly are an extortion attempt." So very strong words in him coming out saying not even close to what happened. You mentioned Tony Busby, the attorney for the women who went after Deshaun Watson and who were allegedly wronged by Deshaun Watson. Busby released a statement. I don't know if it was late last night or today. I saw it for the first time today. He says, quote, "Our efforts at resolution were met with arrogance, ignorance, and stupidity. strikingly similar to how Deshaun Watson's team responded when we tried to resolve those cases pre-filing. The allegations made in this lawsuit are very serious. We made sure to fully vet them and to speak to witnesses before even taking these cases. We will pursue this case with the same tenacity we are known for, he wrote on Instagram. And then lastly, I want to pass along what the Commanders have said. Because as you can imagine, they signed a guy. They didn't know this was happening. It's now out there, and it's not a good look that you get as an organization now named in all these stories that happened when he was with Jacksonville, and you're kind of a bystander in all of this. The Commanders said, quote, earlier today, this was yesterday, we were made aware of the civil lawsuit filed on May 24th against Brandon McManus. We take allegations of this nature very seriously and are looking into the matter. We have been in communication with the league office and Brandon's representation and will reserve further comment at this time, end quote. Those are all the statements that have been put out. Two things on the Commander's statement. Number one, they mentioned a civil lawsuit. This is not a criminal lawsuit. I think number one, they just wanted that out there. They want to know, like, hey, he's not criminally being charged with anything. This is a civil lawsuit, which maybe is a little bit different. Obviously, there's money on the line, but there's no charges being pressed against him. That's first. Second, they talk about not just having a conversation with the league, but with Brandon and his representation. Presumably, you go to him. Now, we know through his lawyer what he's saying, which is that he didn't do this. But in a hypothetical where he's like, I screwed up, we were having fun, I did something really stupid, I wasn't in the thinking right or whatever, you could probably just cut him and you have this conversation with him and he tells you, I'm an idiot, and you go, okay, now we can make a decision. But if he is saying, if it's a he said, she said situation, now there's a lot more work that probably has to be done.
Indeed, I think it's well put. My favorite line in the statement, if there's such a thing, is we take allegations of this nature very seriously and are looking into the matter. This is the correct response. This is how we all should feel, right? It's very salacious when you see person accused, right? That's a serious accusation that's being levied at Brandon McManus. I have no idea. I, of course, wasn't on the plane. None of you were either. Let's allow all the facts to come out in this case. And that's what I like the most here is that Washington hasn't just done a thing where they summarily cut ties because it's a bad look because he's been accused. They might yet if it turns out that he's responsible for this. Again, these are pretty serious accusations against both McManus and the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they should be treated that way as serious. They need to get to the bottom of these things.
Yeah, I mean, two women are suing, and they're saying that they were sexually assaulted. That's a really big deal. Also, if the allegations are that basically this was a party atmosphere and the players are going crazy and money's flying around and we're drinking and they're asking us to dance on their way to a game. No wonder why they weren't that good last year. Like, I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
It'd be one thing if you're coming back from a game, not that you would be a bad person and do any of the things here, but if it's a party atmosphere and it's loud and everyone's drinking and high-fiving, but on that's a business trip as far as I'm concerned. And I know that what we assume those flights look like and what they actually look like are different in terms of guys playing cards or playing dominoes or, whatever it is on the plane. But put on a jacket and lock in, go play some football. But it sounds like it was a wild experience, at least according to these flight attendants.
Yeah, I know that the lifestyle of the young 20-something hyper athlete is different than mine, but I'm with you. It is a business trip. But it seems like, we got a day or two to recover. We're going to a different time zone. We'll be fine. It's Friday night. I got all Saturday. I got one walkthrough on Saturday, and that's that. So, yeah, it sounds like, again, according to the charges, that it was this very raucous atmosphere.
Here's what I want to get into next. Do you think he'll get the same amount of leeway as they look into everything as a non-kicker would get? Right? Because if you're a kicker and you just miss a couple kicks, you might get cut where they're going, look, man, we just can't afford to not have a guy that we can count on in this situation, right? I wonder, like, if it's a player who's at a different position, does the team possibly go, we're going to defend and look into this? And with a kicker, do you go, this is just not worth the hassle? Something I want to get into. Also, a retirement in Major League Baseball. That is a very, very happy day for sports fans everywhere. We'll explain on G&D on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. So, do you think Brandon McManus will be given the same amount of consideration and benefit of the doubt? Will the team go to the mattress for him to the same extent that they would a player at a position that isn't special teams, that isn't kicker? Because kickers just have shorter lifespans when they're failing.
He could be
than
cut
other
during
positions.
OTAs because they didn't like that one kickoff.
He misses 6 kicks in a row to start the season, he's out of here. Whereas if a lineman blows 6 assignments in the first couple of weeks, he's probably not going anywhere.
So that's my thought. It's because of that, right? Is simply because it's such a fickle position anyway.
Right, but so then do you agree with the idea that he might not get the same amount of backing?
I do think that, and I think it's a shame. Now, again, it's not a shame if he's guilty of these things. It is a shame if he's innocent, and it's what his attorney says. So again,
there's also really good kickers that are always available. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to kick well when they come in here. Sometimes you sign Chris Blewett, and your situation gets worse.
It gets worse.
But there is that pipeline of guys that's like always trying out and signing, and it's fickle. But as you said, like there are dudes in the United Football League right now. Like this guy we just had on the show, Matt McCrane from the DC Defenders a couple of weeks ago. He should be kicking in the National Football League. There are a couple of kickers in that league that would be maybe top 10-ish type kickers. The guy with the Cowboys last year, who came from the old UFL before they merged with the XFL, who didn't miss a kick all season and was like a professional soccer player, who was the best kicker in the NFL last year, just out of obscurity. Like that became the best kicker. So that's where if I'm Brandon McManus, again, I don't know if he did it or he didn't do it. If he did it, then he should be in big trouble and he shouldn't have a job. But even if you didn't and this allegation comes out, I'm not feeling great today. Because I'm in a job where I'm always on a hot seat. There's a reason you signed a 1-year deal. Because you're not getting the 4-year deal when you're Brandon McManus.
Yeah, that's the nature of the beast, right? Your stay anywhere is tenuous, let alone when there are allegations hanging over your head. The caveat, of course, is if he's guilty of it, then I have very little sympathy. But if he's not, that's not fair. You know what I mean? If he didn't do anything and he gets cut because of it, that stinks.
Well, the other reason this is, there's never a bad time to get a good time rather to get allegations. If you're McManus in this regard, but this is the first time really the Harris ownership group is having to deal with something like this.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's the first time as a front office, if you're Adam Peters, Lance Newmark, like this regime in a building where a lot of these guys are here because of the awful workplace for women previously. So Josh Harris doesn't own this team right now, maybe, if that Washington Post piece and the years of toxic workplace reporting doesn't come out. And if you're Josh Harris and you're Mitchell Rails, you owe it to your employees, to yourself, to everybody involved to make sure that what's being said about McManus is true. You can't just jump to a conclusion.
Indeed.
That would be wrong. But at the same time, you probably have more of a necessity, and maybe that's not the right word. You probably have more of an interest to make sure that
to root out any rot if it exists.
That you're not allowing for a workplace like some other places. Like the Chiefs have had guys getting arrested left and right this offseason. That was where Kareem Hunt was when he got in trouble. Tyreek Hill was in and out of trouble with different assaults and all these things. And it's just kind of been viewed like a place where they tolerate some nonsense occasionally, right? You don't really get that luxury, I don't think, coming off of the Snyder years, in my opinion.
Indeed. You're in the wake of chaos. You're in the wake of it as bad as it could possibly be with that previous regime. So it's going to be, there are a lot of things at play here. And again, the most important thing is to find out all the facts. But if you're the Harris group, you have an opportunity here to win this to some degree. And again, that's a poor choice of words, but bear with me. It's basically saying we're going to stand by our player and not rush to anything. That's a good precedent to set in general, right? To say that we are going to not just cut somebody because someone said something bad about them. We're not just going to move on because of hearsay, because of allegations. Now, again, he's guilty of this. Fare thee well, goodbye. Thanks so much. That's it. You cut ties. There's no problem. But if this remains in the allegation phase, or the not rushing to do anything could go a long way. Just thinking of agents and players and everybody. Hey, this is the kind of organization that has your back, doesn't just cut you because someone on the internet said something bad. You know what I mean? Now, the other side of it is you demonstrate to your employees. right? Where you go, we don't tolerate this sort of thing.
Yes.
This is not something we're bending over backwards to make sure that we have an excuse because he was pretty good from 40 to 49 last year.
It's gotten controversial somehow to say this, but the most important thing to me is clearly if he did this, that he gets in trouble, and that would mean not being on the team,
Agreed.
obviously. But the part that is, for whatever reason, controversial is where I also feel this way. An allegation should not be the end for Brandon McManus or anybody. There have just been, I'm not saying that's the case in this particular incident, but there have been too many examples where the allegation was the end only to find out, well, maybe that person should still have their gig, or maybe it shouldn't have gone that way. So there's no rush here.
Mhm.
It's May 28th.
Exactly right.
Let's figure this out. Let's get to the bottom of it as best as we can, and then make the best decision based on the information that you're able to gather. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. One of the biggest fun suckers in sports is gone. The largest turd in the baseball punch bowl has retired. That is next on G&D. We've got tickets today. We'll give them away at 5 o'clock when Amy Dash, the legal analyst for Odyssey, joins us to talk Brandon McManus. Make sure you're listening at 5. You want to go see Old Glory Rugby DC. Grant and Danny on the Fan, all over the district, 106.7, our flagship. We're live in Richmond, AM 910, FM 1051. Enjoyed listening to the station on the Richmond dials, making my way down through the area on Friday, going to the beach. Thoroughly enjoyed hearing the Junks. The Richmond version of the Junkies. Very different than
It's a different version.
DC version.
It's sort of repackaged. It's a little bit different. It's subtle. You have to listen for it.
Coast to coast, Odyssey app, wherever you are, you can listen to us, take us with you on the go. And of course, you can watch us on video. We stream on YouTube on 106.7 The Fan. A couple of things to get into this segment, but right off the bat here, I was thinking about this yesterday, Danny. What is the 1-1 pick for best holiday for sports viewing? And I think it's different probably going to a game as opposed to watching on TV. But if you're having a draft of just holidays for a sports fan, what goes 1-1?
Hard to beat Thanksgiving, isn't it?
But here's what I came up with.
Okay.
I think Thanksgiving as a TV viewer at home, definitely first overall pick. I don't want to go to a game on Thanksgiving. I've been there. I've done that. And if it's a night game, Washington, remember, played the Giants at FedEx Field, like 8:30, that now third game of the Thanksgiving trifecta a few years ago. Wasn't the worst thing. You could fry a turkey in the parking lot, but I'd prefer to not go there. So, like, my thought was maybe watching on TV, Thanksgiving's number one, but actually going to the ballpark. I like a Memorial Day afternoon baseball game a lot. I like an early morning or early afternoon 4th of July game. The Nats have done this bit, and I'd have to look it up to see if they're doing it again this year. Like several years in a row, baseball in the nation's capital, it's like an 11:05 or an 11:30 game.
Early.
I think that's awesome.
11:05, Mets. Looks like Mets. Nationals. Yep. 11:05 start. Beautiful.
That's an annual tradition now.
Love it.
And I haven't gotten to a point where I'm there every single season. I remember last year was watching the game while painting my basement. But the 11:05 a.m. Nats 4th of July game is creeping up my list of things to attend in person.
All about it. Because, I mean, listen, it's DC. It's the summertime. It's going to get steamy. You'll be hot anyway. But doing an afternoon game with the way the sun beats down basically the entire first base side, right field side, and even half of kind of the straightaway left field bullpen over, it's 1,000,000 degrees. You have to do it early. It also makes such practical sense as kind of a neat way to sort of start your July 4th.
I'm sitting there yesterday watching Memorial Day sport, and I'm thinking, do we undervalue this holiday from a sports TV standpoint? I like a day baseball game.
Yep.
Potentially could have had an NBA matchup. Could have had an NHL matchup in the conference finals or close to it, right? It's not bad.
No, it ain't.
And I never would have thought of that. Never would have named that. Where are we at on Christmas? Because Christmas now has 2 NFL games plus arguably the number one day of the NBA regular season.
I think it's great. Because it used to be that you'd watch that NBA sort of one game middle of the afternoon, then the primetime game. That was fine. But the NFL said, enough of you guys having that holiday. This is the prime of our season. We'll take it. Thank you. And the NBA said, thank you so much for letting us have it for this long. It's yours. But now the presents have been opened. Everybody's kind of gone. I don't want to say they're separate ways, but it's now about the Christmas ham or whatever it's going to be for dinner that afternoon or evening. There's not much to do. Everyone's kind of in their pajamas. Put it on TV.
Christmas, there's more of a visitation element, though. You're exchanging presents. You're doing maybe a gift exchange. You're passing out stockings. Like, Thanksgiving makes a lot of sense to me to just be dominated by football or sport. I still don't know. I'm going to sit there and consume it all. But I am a worse relative for what the NFL has done to me now. The NBA started it, but I can check in on an NBA game, come back for the final few minutes. I'm not missing a play of the NFL game. And now I'm in Orange, Virginia for Christmas, and your conversations, your quality time, a little more scarce, a little more sparse, because you know where I'm going to be. Now, I got enough family members that are right there with me in those recliners, John and Matt and the crew. We're all going to be sitting around talking about football. But I don't know if that's a good thing.
It's not great, but it is. Right? It's the Grant tax. If you want Grant present, you're gonna get Grant. Grant shows up. I'm with you, dude.
But my point is, should the leagues be doing that? Should they be? I mean, they're not gonna stop themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Should Christmas just be? Can we leave that one alone or no?
I think it's a no.
Okay.
I think because they're like,
we found that out already.
Everyone's already at home. I mean, they were like, you know what we don't like? This is I'm doing the NFL's inner monologue. Like it's one person. You know what we don't like? People were leaving their house on Friday after Thanksgiving to go shopping. F that. You hear me? Nope. Put a game on at the weirdest time possible. 2:36 p.m. for some reason. Watch this. No, seriously, watch this.
Screw them.
And 50 million people are like, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I love you.
Yeah, I tell you, man, probably not a holiday where you're going to put a football game on, where I'm not going to park right in front of that TV and rearrange my plan.
Right in front.
As you said, you signed up for this, right? We knew what we were getting into, all of us. Together, we knew. All right, speaking of things we don't like.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, after many, many years of bad calls, making it about himself, baiting players and managers into spats, legendary and controversial and ineffective and incompetent, Major League Baseball umpire Angel Hernandez is retiring.
Yeah.
Angel Hernandez, via report from Bob Nightingale yesterday, ended up being right. Came out, released a statement, said, yes, I am indeed retiring. I am stepping away from Major League Baseball. He missed a big chunk of last season with a back injury, has not actually umpired a game since a few weeks ago, earlier in May. And so I don't know if this is health related in any way. Jeff Passan actually wrote a story about this last night, and he said that that he reached an agreement to walk away, according to his sources. So this is a retirement, maybe in air quotes. I don't care how we got here. The specifics don't really matter to me. The reaction on social media has been incredible and hilarious. We're losing, and that this is a loss for Major League Baseball in a lot of ways. Our favorite foil. We are losing our favorite punching bag. This is by far the most popular terrible umpire in the sport, and it will be a loss. Like, I just lost the 3% of my account on X was just reacting to whatever Angel Hernandez had done in the last day or two. So I need to find new content. But Angel Hernandez has retired, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, it's so funny to me that there's an agreement. They said leave, and he said okay, so they agreed. Whatever the case, I hope he's healthy. I hope he's fine.
Well, they've been saying to leave probably for a while.
Yeah.
He might have had to agree. And now he's like, look, I've been doing this for 33 years. He started in 1991, by the way, and it ain't getting any better. And he finally said, yeah, I'll go.
He is and was comically bad. And the umpires union is so strong somehow, which boggles my mind, by the way. But
Best
they are.
union ever.
We should all be so lucky to have a group like that he's above reproach. It even happened in that lawsuit where Major League Baseball finally had to admit it, that he was terrible, because they were being accused of something. Like I think it was a discrimination lawsuit that he brought.
So let's get into this for a second, because I think this is one of the things that rose his level of popularity. It kind of spiked with this and led to, I don't think a lot of people cared that much, but some, I think it drew their ire that it made him more of a target, because it's like, no, stupid. How do you not understand that you're so bad at this? Angel Hernandez went after Major League Baseball with litigation, I believe a lawsuit, where he said he had not had a chance to umpire in the World Series since 2005. And I believe this was in 17, so 7 years ago, but 12 years after he had last been an ump in the World Series. And he said it was, I believe he claimed racism, essentially, that it was because he was a minority. And Major League Baseball had to come out and do what they never do, to your point, and say, no, we're going to say the quiet part out loud. It's because he can't do this very well. It's because we appoint these posts in the postseason on merit, and he should never be anywhere near a World Series game. In fact, Karsten Charles Sabathia, you know CC?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Longtime great pitcher. One of my favorite CC rants ever after a playoff start one time. made very clear that he thought it was ridiculous that Angel Hernandez was umpiring in a playoff game.
I do need to say this, though. I don't think Angel Hernandez should be umping playoff games. He's absolutely terrible. He's terrible behind the plate today. He's terrible at first base. It's amazing that how he's getting a job to play in these, to umpire in these playoff games.
What did you say to him?
It's just a conversation for us, but he shouldn't be anywhere near a playoff game.
Is that sentiment shared by many of your
Everybody, I think.
Everybody.
I think if you go ask them on the other side too.
CC, was his strike zone tonight?
It's always.
Yeah.
It's always. He's bad. I don't understand why he's doing these games.
So funny.
I don't understand why he's doing these games.
This was a line in Passon's piece on ESPN, the best baseball writer in the country, with a penchant for bad calls. During a 2018 playoff game, he had 3 calls reversed by replay in the first 4 innings. Hernandez received a disproportionate amount of odium from fans. I'd say. The problem is umpiring is so hard.
Yes.
And most of them are really, really good. Some of them are really, really bad. But either there are no ramifications for being bad, or it doesn't seem like there is publicly to those of us who can't tell when a guy is suspended or told to take a vacation, or in this case, potentially told to retire. And so, there's no real recall or reprimands for these guys being as bad as Hernandez is. But also, he was so abrasive and run so hot. He's so angry.
That's the part that I can't stand more than anything else, right? Is, whether it's CB Buckner, Laz Diaz, Angel Hernandez, Joe West back in the day, John Hirschbeck, Brian O'Nora, Hunter Wendelstedt. You know all these guys, and you shouldn't know them, right? But it's the world's wrong and I'm right. How many times does that have to happen before there's any introspection? When you call a ball that's 6 inches outside at this level, when millions of dollars are on the line, and you get indignant that someone would question you, right? Like you think every time they're wrong and you're the right one. Where's the sense of pride? Where's the sense of duty to try to get better at it? And instead, you're just running people. That's enough out of you. It's enough out of you. And this ultimate hammer of being able to throw somebody out of the game. It's been a joke for so long. I normally, if all things are equal, if these umpires didn't have these egos, again, think of the John Hirschbeck scene at Nationals Park, walking down the third baseline with his arms out, challenging Bryce Harper to something. Who knows what his intentions were, honestly. If you didn't have that stuff, Joe West, and I mentioned some of the other guys that are hotheads, if you didn't have them, I probably wouldn't be in favor of the electronic strike zone. I wouldn't be in favor of just using computers to replace them. But I am, because they're horses' asses. I'm sorry. Not a single person in the history of mankind, except for one really weird kid that also wants to be an umpire before his baseball career is over, has ever come to see you. Not one person, but they do the umpire show. Enough.
Wow.
Go away.
I mean, there's so many great things on social media. The internet is so undefeated in moments like this that I've enjoyed. One person tweeted, they're like, everyone's going in on Angel Hernandez. I haven't seen one person say anything positive. So I actually wanted to really quickly show some of the best calls of his career. And then there was nothing on the thread after that.
Well, hold on.
This concludes the thread. So that's funny. The other one that I loved was someone said, like, I just tracked down the contract that he signed for his severance or whatever. And it was like his signature way off of the line, way far away.
He just missed it
because he couldn't see the line or whatever. So many good things.
There's so many great bits where it's like they tried to call to tell him he was doing the World Series, but he missed the call. Like that sort of shtick is everywhere.
Well, how about the picture that
so.
everyone has of like the 11 missed calls from Angel Hernandez? Everyone was sending me on. I got like 6 of those sitting in my Instagram DMs right now over at Grant H. Paulson. But everyone's having a good time. And you think back, some of the more memorable outbursts, whether it's Kyle Schwarber losing his absolute mind when he was with the Phillies last year, when Hernandez rung him up on a pitch off the plate. Wyatt Langford this year struck out on 3 pitches, 86, 85, and then another off-speed 86 that were all like 6 inches off the plate away. Not one of them was near the plate, and the rookie on 3 pitches struck out. And to his credit, and this is what I don't get about baseball players, a lot of them just kind of were like, whatever. He just like turned around, walked back, didn't say a word. You got to say something. I mean, you just screwed me 3 times in a row, Angel. But there are so many great moments like that where it's just Angel. Bryce Harper and him have gotten into it. Harper, who's like got twice as many ejections as any other active player right now, by the way, in Major League Baseball. Like he had this one where he was running down from home plate, like toward third base on a check swing. He's like, "That's terrible. You're terrible." And someone had to come stop him at the bag because him and Angel were ready to go nose to nose. It's just known. Every player, every coach, every executive, they talk about this. It's funny. This is some of the highlights that have been passed around the highlight reel for Angel Hernandez.
The home run, and on top of it, the hardest hit ball of his big league career, and now he's finding out about Angel Hernandez's strikes.
What?
That wasn't even close.
The pitch called a strike. Wow.
Good at bat, some loud contact. 2 games in a row.
Oh my goodness.
Angel.
Gray gets the call.
That's 2-1 Braves, third inning. Tyro Estrada. Wow. Now that is a wide strike zone.
Long days feel a lot shorter and a lot more fun.
Barrel. That's not even close.
Hey, Dan Coco.
Hey,
made
Dan
the cut.
Coco.
Coco.
Hey,
made
you
the
go,
cut.
Dan Coco.
Again, this is all, you cannot miss.
Franny.
This bad.
Number 8 hitter with speed. Was that a strike?
Oh my gosh. Up Freeland.
Bob and Franny.
I think that one might have missed.
So good. But he retired. I will actually miss him in a way because while, trust me, the goal should be to get these calls right and to not have the turd in the fun of the baseball punch bowl. Man, is he a nice foil. Like, just the shtick was good. It was comical. You saw a terrible call. You didn't yet know who's behind the plate.
You guessed.
You get to play Angel or not Angel. And now the fight begins between Laz Diaz, maybe CB Buckner.
Buckner's zone is, it is a floating.
Who gets to be the face of
ephemeral
bad
entity.
umpiring now? You got to scratch and claw for it.
Yeah, so there's no Joe West anymore. Hirschbeck retired.
Well, Angel
right?
took over for Joe West.
Yeah.
Joe West was by far the most hated umpire in baseball.
Because I think West was probably okay in terms of being an umpire, but he's like, anybody sneezes, he's like in your face, like spitting and angry
He
and
was
tossing guys.
definitely the guy that liked to mix it up the most, which is one of my biggest gripes with umpires. Ryan, I know you're a big umpire guy, and I know you love Angel Hernandez. You okay today? Tough?
Well, I am an umpire guy. I can recognize one thing, that Angel Hernandez was awful. Now, one thing that I will contest with you is Joe West was actually pretty good.
I never said he wasn't good. He was the most hated umpire.
He was.
Because he would get into fights. Like, Joe, the idea, in my opinion, umpires should be trying to de-escalate things. He liked to ratchet everything up. So, like, in other words, if he makes a bad call off the plate away and he hears you go, is that as far out as it's going to go? That's normal. Like, Jesse Winker does that on every called strike ever, right? He'll turn around and
So is that the top or is that as far out? Yeah.
Joe West doesn't have that. He'd be like, I'll call the game. You just play baseball, boy. And like so much of that.
I know, but it's just his bit, though, is great. Like, I love Joe West. I think Joe West was a good umpire. And if you look at the MLB umpire scorecards, he did his part. He did. Angel Hernandez, on the other hand, he was terrible. He had to go. So this is a good day from my understanding.
I don't think you would, if you're trying to coach up young umpires, you don't want them to pattern their game after either of those two guys. Right.
One guy missed every call and got mad. And the other guy just got mad.
The other guy was just a combative, abrasive fight picker. And nobody's trying to do that. Like, it is okay to miss calls. That's okay. You just kind of say, hey, man, my bad. Tap your chest or whatever. Or you could just try to fight them and throw them out.
different ways to do it.
Different ways.
Who's the guy? Why am I blanking on his name? The umpire that everybody loves who blew the Andres Galarraga no-hitter.
Jim Joyce.
Jim Joyce, yeah. Like, somehow, Jim Joyce, whether he misses one or otherwise, like, is a human being.
Yeah.
And like, nobody hates the guy. In fact, everyone celebrates him because he like was in tears because he took a no-hitter away from somebody,
Probably more of those guys than not.
Yeah.
I've told you this story before. I believe Will Little. I'd be curious. Ryan, we don't need to go through this on the air. But if you don't mind finding his ump scorecard this year, because I want to know if Will Little's any good. But my wife and I get married in February of 2017 and then go on a honeymoon to St. Lucia. And we were at the bar at the resort in St. Lucia, and we meet Will Little's parents. And he had just thrown out, I think, Manny Machado a couple days before that. And I was like going in on him, and they're like, "Oh, our son is Will Little," blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no
way.
And the guy like got my information and sent us a bobblehead or whatever. Really, really nice guy. But I always now, whenever he's umping, I always tell Allison, "Look, it's Will Little."
So I think he was on Hernandez's crew, by the way. I think it's Barksdale, Hernandez, Will Little, and Nick Lentz.
Angel Hernandez wasn't the crew chief. That's Barksdale. Because Angel, that's one of the reasons he sued Major League Baseball. Was he wasn't a crew chief. But yeah, so anyway, I Will Little, I always kind of track because I'm like, I partied with your parents.
I ate cookies next to your parents.
St. Lucia at a piano bar. G&D on the Fan. Let's talk about quarterbacks trying to drop weight, getting closer to 200 pounds or run around a lot. Does that change how you feel about Jaden Daniels at all? Get into that next on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your afternoon. We're taking you up to 6:30 today. This came out initially on Friday and then more details on Saturday. So I wonder how much you got into this when I was out on Friday. Did you guys discuss the possibility of the NFL draft coming to DC?
We did indeed.
How cool would that be?
It'd be very cool. So I here's what I said. I want to get your opinion on it. A Super Bowl coming here, I'd be fine with it. Like, that to me is more for the owners of the team. I don't know how much I'd benefit directly from that.
I think you're sleeping on all of the activities of the week of the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
to be able to take your kids to like the NFL party zone and whatever they're going to call the fan experience. There's so much. I mean, it's a whole convention center. Forget like the shops, which are neat and all the stuff, but the activities and kicking field goals and running and 40s, and there's a lot of stuff just regarding that. Then the concerts and the parties and the events and the shows. The whole town for a week straight. It's just
a congested mess.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you want to view it that way, but if you're fun and do things and leave your house and have any kind of excitement in your life.
But if you're not,
right. But if you are,
okay,
then there's a hell of a lot of cool things to do that are kind of a once in a lifetime potentially, or maybe once every 10, 15, 20 year kind of experience. Like people right now listening, I bet remember going to the NBA All-Star game at Capital One Arena when it was still the MCI Center.
Mm-hmm.
And that was probably in like 99 or 2000 or something. DJ Shaq like spinning his songs in the arena before some of the events and stuff. Like, that's cool. The MLB All-Star game for Nationals Park.
It was awesome.
Same thing. I mean, it's kind of the same exact deal. You don't have to go to the game to enjoy, the entire sport descending upon your city for a few days.
I guess. I mean, to me, it just doesn't sound exciting, Super Bowl. Most again, because it's like the owner of the team benefits from people using his stadium and they get a lot of money for it. I don't know how much, but maybe you're right. Maybe there's a couple activities or something here or there. But to me,
think about the amount of stuff, just going back to the All-Star game. You and I did like 3 or 4 random events. I remember I hosted something over at the Library of Congress or something. You and I did a thing with the commissioner of Major
Rob
League
Manfred,
Baseball.
you and me chopping it up. Yeah.
Everyone's just doing baseball bits. Every restaurant adds to their menu and has the Nats slider tonight, or you know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
I remember I went to like Capitol Hill and introduced some senators for some baseball related like sit down that they were having. Just weird stuff.
Just a lot of stuff.
My point is that the whole week, like everyone wanted to get in on the theme of right now, in the same way if the Nats were in the LCS or the World Series, DC is baseball town this week. And everyone does it. And it's just a football version of that. And it's 2 weeks long, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool.
But the thing I was trying to say was Super Bowl, draft would be exciting to me. That feels like the right speed. That feels like I know there's a lot of extra people here, but it's springtime. It's nice, probably still a bit easier to get around than maybe like the slog of winter if there's snow and sleet and grossness on the ground. And, think of the cherry blossom traffic times a million is what I thought about the Super Bowl. For some reason, the draft felt like the right speed to me for an NFL event coming to town. That felt like, okay, I know it's going to end up taking, 3-4 days. There'll be a couple other events surrounding it, but it's not that constant. Stop by the convention center for the Frito-Lay field goal kick right by the Mountain Dew Cold Blast passing contest next to this, Gatorade G Prime, running back dodge or whatever. You know what I mean? It felt like it would be a little bit more the right speed.
The NFL started traveling the draft, if you're curious, in 2015. And they're now getting close to 1 million people that come out over the course of the 3 days, because it's Thursday night round 1, Friday night round 2 and 3, and then Saturday is rounds 4 through 7. So next year is going to be Green Bay, which I'd imagine they would do. Have you been to Lambeau?
No, never have. Bucket list.
That Champions Village, I think it's called. There's like a really cool, for lack of a better term, like town center with some breweries and bars, and they have this outdoor field that everyone plays on. I was kicking field goals on and throwing passes on this turf. Everybody's there before the game. It's really, really cool. So I'm almost positive it would be there near in basically Lambeau in the backdrop. And then the year after that, 2 years from now, in 2026, the draft is going to Pittsburgh. And we just found that out this week. Where in Pittsburgh, I have no idea. Do you have any ideas on that?
Mm-mm.
I'm a Pittsburgh guy. I really like the downtown super blue
Sneaky,
collar.
pretty nice city. Yeah.
It's cool, but I can't top of my head. I'll have to text my uncle. I wonder where they would even put that. Because you're talking about like the record they just set this past draft a couple of weeks ago in Detroit, 775,000 people over 3 days. Not at once, but over 3 days. And you're talking about a few 100,000 potentially at any given moment that are all Times Square, New Year's Eve style, like shoulder to shoulder watching this thing. Obviously, the number one choice in DC would be the National Mall.
Yeah. That just makes too much sense.
And I
that
think
backdrop is perfect.
So beautiful.
Uh-huh.
And they could do it. Like, where would the stage be?
So if you're looking at think the Lincoln Memorial is behind you, and you're looking towards the Washington Monument,
and the stage is set up toward the monument.
Yeah, big up, huge amount on the National Mall, like reflecting pools behind you. There's plenty of space. I mean, the Darius made this point very well on Friday. Dude, we do inaugurations. We got it.
Yeah.
We got a couple setups. We got a big enough stage. We'll change some of the banners and the ribbons, but yeah, we know how to accommodate that.
Well, I mean, look, there were how many people at the Caps parade? Nats parade.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't they announce close to 1 million at
Something
the
like
Nats
that, yeah.
parade? They figured that out.
Yeah, we got that.
Obama, I was at Obama's inauguration in 2008. I was at George Mason University, left, jumped on a metro, went there. I guess I'm allowed to say that with anyone getting angry, or maybe they will get angry.
I don't know. Who knows, man?
I attended it. Please forgive me or don't. I like everything you like, and I don't like anything you don't like.
That's right. Whatever I'm supposed to dislike, I dislike it.
I dislike all of that. But if I'm supposed to like it, I really, really like
passionately.
it. Yeah, very passionately. But anyway, I went to that inauguration, and I'll tell you right now, they're not going to be more people at the draft, I don't think, than that. Do you?
No.
So like the size is not an issue, I guess is my point. And you could do it in one of the coolest spots in the entire country, one of the most historically significant, amazing places in the entire land. Why wouldn't they get it if they want it in 2027? What would stop them from getting it?
Who knows? I mean, that again, as you said, that backdrop with any kind of aerial shot or any kind of establishing shot where you go, let's pan in this time from the Jefferson Memorial, swing the camera left, there's the Washington Monument, there's Roger Goodell coming to the stage. Or let's do the one.
Where's his recliner going to be? His brown leather stupid chair that always gets talked about.
Or we could go across the street to, I don't know, what's that building called? Oh, yeah, the White House there on the ellipse, like pan down Constitution Avenue. I mean, it's perfect.
I don't know if we're showing the White House anymore. I don't know.
You can just show it.
Two devices.
You can show it.
Who lives there? Do people like them at that moment or not?
Right,
I'm not
maybe
really sure. Let's just stay. Can we just stay with what my kids call the big pencil? Can we just do that? Let's be near the pencil, the Capitol. Can we do that?
That run of green space and the gardens that are there, the different sightlines are perfect.
Bring me the NFL draft.
I want it.
One of my favorite things I've ever attended, and I did it twice. I was there for the Sean Taylor draft with Chris Cooley, and then the following year, the NFL draft. It was at the
Radio City Music Hall back then?
Well, the first year, certainly. I think I went to Javits Center the second year. Maybe in that transition. I think I did both venues. But the attending the NFL draft is one of my favorite things. And it's also just you and I go back to our show leading up to the draft. We are marks. Like, we can't get enough of it. Darius, what do you got?
So I was actually reading an article from our good friend Rick Snyder, friend of the show. On the Fan Snyder Marks, yes, absolutely. On the fandc.com, he has an article where he was talking about some of the hurdles and challenges that DC is probably going to face in regards to getting the NFL draft here, including that the mall is owned by the National Park Service, I believe, and there's going to be hurdles such as trying to get alcohol licenses and things of that sort, because essentially you're not supposed to be able to drink on them or sell alcohol on that land there, the National Mall. So yeah, I thought that was very
definitely true. I know, because they don't. The things I've attended there have not had alcohol. Can you bring your own cooler stuff for the fireworks?
Well, I just, not speaking from direct experience, but if you're a junior in high school and you bring a cooler down to the National Mall for the fireworks, it seemed to be okay.
I mean, the sale is very different.
Yeah, no, that's different. Stick aside.
My brother actually worked for Park Services and cooked for a bunch of events. He's a chef and worked concerts and different things where they're like, you're at the mall today. And he always hated it because it was 14 hours in the sun. There's 100,000 people there for whatever the thing is. And you're just cooking dogs.
Just slinging them,
yeah, whatever else. But I wonder for the huge events, and I don't know, name something that would be there. I guess a rally or something.
Sure.
Is They don't sell alcohol.
I don't think you're
for
selling the
any of that
sauce.
stuff?
No.
Really? That would be a sticking point, I would say.
So, but I guess that's any park service spot, so that you could go. Because if you go, okay, well, then we won't do the National Mall. But if you're on the Ellipse, if you're down further on the other side of the Jefferson Memorial, if you're by the
Couldn't
Smithsonian,
they just waive it? Couldn't they just say, we're going to do it this time?
I don't know. I don't know. But that's a lot of those kind of hurdles seem to me to be the easiest thing ever. But then it's like you get the proverbial Steve Daines who's like, well, unless you talk to this one guy,
Right.
nobody's getting a Bud Light
It takes one Louise Lucas
or something. Yeah, I don't know.
one Steve Daines, and they go, not
But again,
happening.
I am in favor of what I'm supposed to be in favor of, and I'm opposed to things that I'm not supposed to like. I want to be very clear about that.
If you don't like it, I don't like it.
That's right.
And if you guys like it, we like it.
We like it.
Double play is next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Got the Beltway Blitz at 4. Remember when Amy Dash, our legal expert from Odyssey, joins us at 5 to class up the program. We'll give away those tickets to Old Glory Rugby in D.C. You're listening to G&D. Nats Braves tonight at 7:20 right here on the Fan. Pregame, Charlie and Dave at 6:50. We'll take you up to the pregame show right here on Grant and Danny live on 106.7 The Fan in Richmond on 105.1 FM, 910 a.m. You're watching us on the stream. We're live on YouTube all show long. And, of course, wherever you are on the Odyssey app. It is time for our double play. The double play is sponsored, being driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for the great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Jeeps, you and I share a love affair. I believe I've got this right. I know you're co-host after more than a decade together. You like the Brie, don't you?
Big fan of Brie.
You like a good Brie? I like a good Larson myself.
I like little Bagot, if you will.
Sure.
With some Brie thrown right on there, maybe spread like a cream cheese.
Indeed.
And throw that in the oven, make it warm.
So I'm a Brie guy. Everybody is. Right. We all get that. I've now had something where I need it again. And I need it again and again and again. It's probably not good for me, but I know this. Our neighbor Alicia, who has brought this Brie situation to a couple of events over the last couple of months here in the neighborhood.
Okay.
That we've gotten to experience. You're going to start with a Brie. There's honey involved and walnuts. Now, when you hear walnuts, you're going to go, I don't think so. I don't know. And usually when you put walnuts in the cookie, you mean you ruin the cookie, right? That's normally how I feel about the walnut. It's something that grandfathers crack with that old school thing, that pair of giant pliers looking thing that's reverse pliers, and they crack the walnut and they barely get some walnut out and they're eating them and they're not that good, but you wanted to do it once as a kid and it really wasn't that awesome an experience, so you never ate them again. Or it's like what people put in cookies, again, to ruin cookies. I generally think the walnut's a big waste of time. I'm telling you, the combo of the honey, the Brie, and these walnuts that are cooked in such a way that they're softened, they're adding, they're not ruining. Normally you'd see walnut, you think ruining. These don't ruin. And then the little tiny cut up bagots baguettes, I think is the word I'm looking for. This is the greatest thing I've ever had. I want it all the time. We had it at this little barbecue that our friends Sal and Alicia had over the weekend. I just want this. I don't know how to awkwardly say, can you keep making this and bring it to our house or something? Or can I pay you for it? It is the best thing in the world. I ate so much of it. I couldn't even eat the burgers and dogs because I just ate 80% of this dip that's meant for a whole party.
Mm-hmm.
I love it so much.
I agree with everything you said, except get rid of the honey and the nuts. That's all. It's unnecessary. Just the Brie.
Normally I hear you. I'm telling you, you have to experience this thing.
I'll experience it, but I've experienced honey with Brie before. The worst part about it was the honey.
No. You're thinking of a drizzle, like a honey drizzle. This is a whole baked thing. I don't know how to describe it to you.
Stop ruining the great thing.
Oh, no.
Let the great thing be great.
We begin with greatness. If you just give me Brie, it's great. You give me a handful of chocolate chips, it's great. You give me a handful of of cookies without chocolate chips, that's great. But you put them together. You dare to be great. You fly too high. You catch that beautiful butterfly, pal. You get up there. You land on the moon. Land on the moon with me.
I will.
Land right on that moon.
And we'll take one small step for you and I and one giant leap for plain Brie without any honey. It is time for my double play. Danielson, I've already told you that with a bunch of caveats, and apparently too many for your liking.
No.
I tolerated a beach.
Come on, okay.
I tolerated a beach.
Yeah.
By the way, all these people that are like, thought you weren't a beach guy. What I've said many times is if it's up to me, if I had it my way, and I could never go to a beach again, I would never go to a beach again. I don't get to do what I want to do all the time.
No, of course you don't.
I've got a wife who has wants and needs and interests, okay? If you're married, you know we don't do what I want to do that much. We do that occasionally, right? Happy husband, happy life. That's not the
That's not the saying.
That's
No.
not the way the adage goes.
Happy husband,
I
who
thought
gives a
you didn't
damn?
like beaches. Yeah, you might also know that I'm part of a team of 5, okay? And you'd say,
I don't like kale, but it's on the plate tonight.
That means 20% of the team. I don't know what percent I got, but it ain't 20%. Just because I'm one of 5 doesn't mean I'm 20% of the decision maker, okay? I'm not. So this whole caught you at the beach guy who lies. No. I said, if it's up to me, you know what I wanted to do on Memorial Day?
What was that?
Go to 4 Nats games.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to do. Hey, Jake Irvin's pitching. I'll go. Hey, Mackenzie Gore's pitching. I'll go. Hey, Trevor Williams is pitching. Less fun, but he's been good.
Patrick Corbin's
I'll go.
pitching.
Not as exciting.
Okay.
But I'll go.
But you'll go.
I'll go. Right? That's what I would have done. Anyways, we had a blast. We made memories. We had a good time. And I am a Wilmington, North Carolina guy.
Yeah.
That's what we've learned about me. I'm a Wilmington, North
How
Carolina
long did it take you to get down there, by the way?
5 is what it should take.
Yeah.
When you travel with children.
I've never done it in less than 6.5.
You make it, well, that's ridiculous. I mean, it did take us like 7 coming back yesterday, but that was with stopping for 3 bathroom breaks and gas and hitting every ounce of traffic between Richmond and Fredericksburg.
Because I've done that.
Richmond and Fredericksburg. But we got down there, I think, in a little, it would have been, I'd say, like 5:15 if it was me and you, maybe 5:10.
Mm-hmm.
It was probably closer to 6 because of the stops.
Yep.
But I mean, good luck with kids. Just like, I have to go to the bathroom. We just went.
We
to the
literally
bathroom.
just went.
We just did.
We
it.
just did it. And then your wife's there. She's like, no, we can't use a Gatorade bottle. You know what I mean? And then it's like, fine.
No, I didn't advocate for that.
You didn't?
I don't think we're good enough.
You don't mess around with that?
No, we just this weekend, big moment at the what was it? It was like a what do they call it? Like a truck stop.
Yeah.
Somewhere between here and Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
We debuted in the urinal.
That was your first?
Not mine.
Not yours, but you know what I mean. The
Yeah,
first of them.
I used the urinal for the
Grant,
first time.
get it, you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
We collectively, we made our urinal debut. Just big.
Wow.
I'd say that was pretty good.
That is a big step up.
So that was fun. But yeah, we're not ready for a bottle yet.
Okay.
That's a next level of aim that I don't think we've
You
acquired.
would have thought that I suggested to our son ride on the roof down 95.
I might be team your wife.
When she acted like
On
I
that one.
had committed a war crime.
That's tough.
When I brought that up,
I mean, that's pretty gross.
I was like, we're trying to get down there. Like it's very easy to do. Every road trip ever, every dude ever. We've all done it a million
when you're
times.
a teenager with your buddy or something. And
Yeah.
This is a little different.
It might be a little easier for kids. I'm just saying.
It's probably not
You know what I mean?
more difficult.
I don't know.
But what I wanted to go with
Yeah.
on the
Oh,
double
please. I'm
play,
sorry.
Wilmington, North Carolina guy, number 1. Found out I like beaches a little bit. Maybe.
It's a big weekend.
Listen to the first segment.
Mhm.
Danny's saying no, I'm saying maybe. Also found out I like pancakes. That's hard and fast. You can put that in pen.
Put it in Sharpie.
That's a Sharpie there.
Hell yeah.
We'll keep that. And also, brats guy.
Brats.
I don't think I've ever, this is dead serious,
Mhm.
at any cookout in my entire life, grabbed a brat. Like chosen to get a brat. You know, they're whoever they are, like the guy on the grill,
Yeah.
the lady on the grill, whatever.
Mhm. It's burgers, dogs, brats, and you always take something else.
One durger.
Yeah.
One durger, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, a dog and a burger.
Yeah.
We call it a durger,
durger, yeah.
at my house. We've always
Totally.
called it that.
Mhm.
So I do a burger and a dog. And if I do a third thing, it'll either be a burger or a dog, whichever one I felt was better.
Mhm.
So I'll do 3 generally. And it's 2 burgers and a dog, 1 burger, 2 dogs.
Mhm.
Never done a brat. For whatever reason, I don't know if it was the first thing off the grill or whatever. We're grilling out around the pool on Sunday
But
afternoon.
you've eaten the brat before.
Had a brat.
Yeah.
It's been many, many years
Okay.
probably. Like I remember when I first got an apartment over off like Seminary Road back in the early, I don't know, 2010s.
Yep.
I definitely like would make brats all the time in a pan because it's super easy. But yeah, dude, I ate this brat and it was so good. And I thought, next time I'm at a cookout and I get those 3 options, 1, 1, and 1. Like brat will be in the rotation now. We'll go hot dog, burger, and brat. I don't know what happened this week, but it was just
This
so
is an
many-
awakening for my guy, Grant Paulson.
Just so many little things like that.
You're beaching, you're pancaking, you're bratting. All
Yeah.
of a sudden, it's like a leveling up over here.
It was crazy.
Yes.
But the brat was great. And
They're
I
awesome.
had, and this is, look,
What'd you top it with? Talk to your pal. What'd you put? A little mustard?
ketchup and mustard.
You put ketchup on the brat?
I did.
Mm.
I like a hot dog.
What about, hear me out on this.
Yeah.
Taking that ketchup and instead of putting it on your delicious bratwurst, which goes with mustard,
Yeah.
throwing it in the garbage. You ever thought about just doing that?
No, no.
You ever thought about taking that
This
red
is your
sugar water?
anti-ketchup platform that I don't get behind. You're an anti-ketchup.
Yeah.
He's
That's
got
for
this,
children.
He's got this big anti-ketchup thing that he does.
Mhm.
I'm
It
not-
hadn't come out in a minute, by the way.
Yeah.
I haven't had a
Well,
little ketchup
summertime.
thing.
Here it comes.
Here comes the manifesto.
It's on its way.
And speaking of baseball, ketchup sucks.
If anything terrible ever happens to ketchup, start with Rouillet. Okay, you can start digging around in his room. You'll find all kinds of things in there.
The heir to the Heinz fortune is missing. You think you have a suspect?
But the brat was really good. And I've always been a rib guy. You know that. You
Yeah,
call
we
me,
have
you call me
rib guys.
Mr. Rib.
Rib guy.
Had the best ribs I've ever had. We did the 3-2-1 philosophy. You familiar? 3 hours, ribs, kind of 3 racks, by the way.
Uh-huh.
Side by side by side. Side by each on the Weber charcoal grill, like slow and steady.
Yep.
Smoked. We did the charcoal ring where you light a couple pieces and they light them little by little.
You
around.
play Johnny Cash Ring of Fire while you do it. Yep.
Yep. And so we ate 3-2-1. You do 3 hours just cooking on the grill.
Mm-hmm.
Then you wrap them in foil with barbecue sauce. 2 hours, and then the last hour they're back, kind of charring up. Oh,
just dynamite, right?
The best.
Yeah.
Nothing like a great rib, man. Not much like a great rib on a weekend.
We don't talk enough about ribs.
I think you're right. Ribs.
I
had ribs for lunch. Beltway Blitz is next at 5:00. Amy Dash joins the show to discuss what happened potentially and allegedly with Brandon McManus on a team flight with the Jaguars. We'll get her thoughts. How much trouble is he? And potentially the Commanders in now moving forward. G&D on the Fan. The show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kondorian Murat. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate administration. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to mention us to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We will talk with Amy Dash, who is the Odyssey legal insider, about what's going on with Brandon McManus from his time with the Jaguars, what it means for the Commanders, coming up at 5 o'clock in about an hour. At that time, we're giving away tickets right at 5 to start next hour to go see Old Glory Rugby DC. So make sure you're listening. It is time, though, for our Beltway Blitz. The Blitz today covering the Nationals, the NBA playoffs, and your Washington Commanders. Let's get it popping. We start off on the diamond. We'll be joined in moments by our buddy Pete Medhurst, who filled in on the call of Nationals baseball this weekend. But Danny, the Nats won 3 of 4 since our last show as a program on Friday. They took 2 of 3 from Seattle. Really good starts from Mackenzie Gore and Trevor Williams in the wins. And then yesterday, a rare explosion in the first inning. 4 runs for the Nats, fueled largely by Lane Thomas, who doubled 2 times, including in the first inning of the game. And another really good start from Mitchell Parker.
Just putting pressure on the team, right, to make a tough decision, even when Josiah Gray comes back, when Kate Cavalli joins the rotation later this summer. It's a good problem to have.
6 1/3 innings of 5-hit ball for Parker, and all 3 of the runs scored in the 7th. I mean, he was cruising through 6. Let's bring Pete onto the show now, as we mentioned. What do you make, Pete, of the way Mitchell Parker, the 24-year-old rookie lefty, has thrown the ball? He had a problem with walks in the minors. No walks yesterday. His walk rate's barely over 1 per 9. He's been incredible.
Grant, I think sometimes, and Danny, you know this, baseball is a game of failure. And you learn from your failure. Some guys do. They progress through the ranks, eventually get to the big leagues. Those who don't usually don't get up to the big leagues. And I think part of that is what has aided Parker's improvement. And obviously, when you execute better pitches, you have a chance. I mean, look, let's face it. We have seen at times a lot of uncompetitive pitches over the last couple of seasons at different times during the year for this team. And if you're a guy that can come to the big leagues, make competitive pitches the way Parker has, but more importantly, and you listen to Davey and Mike talk about this all the time, those who can do it consistently stay in the big leagues. And so far, so good. Parker has done that consistently, and at least in the short sample size of this season, he's been a blessing that I'm not even sure they were counting on, certainly at this point in his career, but he's a guy that's gotten an opportunity and so far has made the most of it.
Pete, C.J. Abrams was so transcendent in April. Looked like an all-star, had 7 bombs, 7 steals, was hitting 300, OPS right around 1,000. May not too kind to him. I really think we maybe underestimated the impact Lane Thomas hitting behind him was probably having for him, even though Lane wasn't off to a great start average-wise. Just that presence in the lineup, I think, helped. Good to see CJ kind of get off the schneid a little bit with that bolt in a couple straight games. Now all of a sudden looks like he's locked in. What's the difference when he's going well and when he's not?
Well, I think the biggest thing, Danny, is, and we saw this a little bit even going back to the Twins series, the one difference in the series, Pablo Lopez makes a bunch of mistakes, and you capitalize on them. When guys make mistakes to you, when you're going well, you know this as a great hitter, you hit the ball all the time when things are going well. Well, he went so well for about a month and a half there. The league now sees what's happening. Mm-hmm. They start to make adjustments. They pitch you differently. They pitch you in different locations. And, as a young player in particular, when you're not going well, you start to reach places that you can't get with the bat. And I think it was one of the few times, certainly this season, that we saw him chasing areas and balls that he can't get to. So he played in, to pitcher's hands. Let's face it, you start playing well, the scouting report starts to come a little bit different. People are going to start to pitch you different. They see what you've been hitting and what you've been doing consistently. They're going to throw you something different. And I think that's what happened there for a little while. And he's still such a young player that, him going through ups and downs the way he did, that's going to still happen, I believe, for a hitter like him. And, the last couple of days, he's taken advantage of guys that have missed kind of middle in, thigh high, and he's done a great job turning on those balls because we know when pitchers make those kind of mistakes, he has the ability to turn on them and do that kind of damage. Is he ever going to be a 35 home run guy? Probably not, but he's got the ability that when enough guys make mistakes, he could be a 20-plus guy, I think, with his bat speed and what appears to be some better than average natural power for a guy that exudes a build that you wouldn't think has that kind of power, but it is. I mean, look, for that lineup to go, I mean, look, Danny, he hits one out yesterday. He's had a much better approach to the plate, and they score 8 runs yesterday. I mean, the guy at the top of your lineup and then getting Lane Thomas back behind him, it lengthens your lineup. And when you've got more professional hitters in that lineup, you get a more professional performance and approach by a lot more people in that lineup, i.e. of late, over the weekend at least, Keibert Ruiz.
Yeah, 8 for his last 11. Abrams, by the way, on pace for 27 home runs. One of 3 shortstops with Ellie De La Cruz and Bobby Witt Jr., who have at least 9 homers and 8 stolen bases this season in baseball. Pete, great job filling in on the call this weekend. Thanks for hopping aboard, man.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Be
See you,
good,
Pete.
buddy. There's our pal, Pete Medhurst. Let's talk hoops. Half of the NBA Finals matchup is set. Big voice guy said Wizards. And we'll get to the Wizards.
Sort of.
Maybe. They played the Celtics this year. There you go. There's your transition. Boston to the finals. Chase Hughes of Monumental Sports joins us now. How much pressure do you think is going to be on the Celtics? They'll be the favorites again. A couple of years ago, they were supposed to beat the Warriors in the finals, and then Tatum really got outplayed by Steph, and it didn't happen. Now they're going to be favorites over either Dallas, very likely, or Minnesota. Do you think they're going to be feeling the heat?
I do think there's going to be a good deal of pressure, probably for Jason Tatum more than anyone else. I think there's always going to be pressure for the Boston Celtics with their history and the passion for that team in that town. But Jason Tatum has gotten so close so many times. He's been to the finals once, but he's been to the conference finals countless times. He's had an incredible start to his career, but he has not won a ring. And so I think everyone's waiting for him to kind of get over the hump. And you look a little bit closer at the numbers and his performance in clutch situations. There have been times where he's come up short. I don't think that it says anything about him as a player in the bigger picture, because if you look at the history of the game, he's right on schedule. A lot of the best players of all time didn't really break through in the playoffs and win their first ring until they were 27, 28 years old. And that's right about what he is. So I think he'll get there. But certainly if it doesn't happen this year, then the questions are only going to get louder and louder about whether he can get the job done.
So Kristaps Porzingis didn't play in this Pacers series, and I thought maybe he would if it got extended, but they swept, so no reason to do that. But now there's, I think it's approximately, Chase, 14 months until the first NBA Finals game. Numbers are approximate. So you would think Porzingis would be in there. How does that change the dynamic for Boston? How do they kind of fold him in?
Well, yeah, it looks like game 1 would be June 6th. So it's pretty far away at this point. But certainly going up against a team like the Mavericks, so it looks like they would face, it would help to have size in the paint, to deter not only Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, but also one thing that the Mavs have been able to achieve is a pretty unique element playing above the rim with Derek Lively, who right now is hurt, assuming he'll be back for the finals. And also, of course, Daniel Gafford, who was traded to the Mavericks midseason. Those guys have proven to be great complementary pieces to Luka and Kyrie. And it could produce an interesting dynamic if you're a Wizards fan watching the finals, because if Porzingis is healthy and Gafford continues to play the way that he has, that could be a really important matchup that could help determine the series. But having the size of Porzingis just in the paint is going to be a huge deal against Dallas, because we're seeing what Luka and Kyrie can do late in games, especially. Anything that you can do to kind of put up a wall around the rim is going to help your cause. And without Porzingis, the Celtics lack in size at that position.
We are now about a month away from figuring out, what's next for the Wizards this offseason, where they go in the draft, where they go in free agency. What's your blueprint look like?
Well, first, they got to hire a head coach. I think that'll be before the draft. I think it should happen fairly soon here. But the blueprint...
Who do you think they hire? What are the names that you would throw out there?
Well, Brian Keefe is considered the favorite. If you talk to people around the league, people in those specific circles in terms of head coaching searches, a lot of people expect him to have a really good chance. I think the Wizards front office, even though not a whole lot of information has been out there, they've been doing their due diligence and talking to different people, but Keefe remains the favorite. But in terms of their blueprint, I really think it all depends on what the Hawks do on June 26th. Whatever the board looks like with the second overall pick, I think whatever the Wizards come away from that draft with is going to determine their path moving forward, because they're so early in their rebuild that they don't really have like positional needs that you would try to target. And whoever they draft second overall is going to be so important to their short-term and long-term future that I think it's going to dictate, all of their plans essentially in free agency and with trade. So I think all the veterans that they have on their roster, like their roles moving forward, are really contingent on what they do with that second overall pick. So I think it's kind of TBD in that regard, because it's going to be such an important decision.
Chase, this front office, this regime, or at least Dawkins back in Oklahoma City, and I know other guys have kind of talked about this as well, they love positional size. Break that down for us. What does that mean in terms of how it might apply to the draft?
Yeah, so certainly height and wingspan, I think, would be factored into that equation. And I think what it does is, obviously positional size, if a guy is 2 or 3 inches taller than the average player's position, that's going to help their ceiling long term. But I think the approach is also rooted in it raises the player's floor. We've seen with guys sometimes that, they bring them, you bring them in. I've seen this happen with especially second round picks with the Wizards. And as soon as they get on the court, you can tell that they're a little bit small for their position, or they're a little bit slow, or they don't have the wingspan. If you're big and you have the wingspan, then you just start a little bit ahead of the game. And I think it helps players adapt early on, because they get on an NBA court and they realize, look, I'm big enough. I can hang with these guys. And so I think it helps them, those types of prospects in the short term and the long term. And I think also specifically on the defensive end, just having length and being disruptive in passing lanes always helps. And so I think that's what the Wizards are looking for in their draft prospects.
Chase, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime.
See you, bro.
All right, let's talk football. Earl Forsey's been getting you up to speed every 30 all day long. Earl, one of the things I heard you talking about football-wise was a potential change to the landscape of the offseason in the NFL, where they push the schedule around a little bit. What do you make of that if they get rid of OTAs and kind of elongate training camp?
Well, this is all part. I think it's all part of the give and take, guys, with the possibility now, and probably a near possibility, that Roger Goodell brought it up a couple weeks ago, of the 18-game schedule that's likely coming soon to an NFL stadium near you. This is all going to be part of the process, right? To figure out, well, if we give you an 18th game, what are you giving us? The feeling on this from the NFLPA, according to the reporting, is they think that more time off in the spring and summer and getting back with more of a ramp up into the regular season, that's going to help with some injuries and going into the season, early season injuries that pop up. I guess, I don't know. I think there's also an opinion that the more work you do right before the season may lead to more, but apparently, too, there's reporting after this that Albert Breer was saying today that GMs and coaches, the early reaction from them is not very positive. So there's going to be some pushback on it. This is all about eventually you do something for us, we'll do something for you, and we'll do something for you from the players is we'll agree at some point, somehow, some way, to an 18th game, and probably that leads. 18 games would lead to a second bye week. So, I mean, the NFL, the Super Bowl now is already, deep into February. We're talking about probably President's Day at some point very soon for the end of the NFL season.
Earl, most power rankings, this is early. Nobody knows all that much. We still haven't had the second round of free agency yet, and it's early in the calendar. Still has Washington, though, in the upper 20s, even 30s. Looking at NFL.com, ESPN, PFF, CBS, Fox. That's kind of where they're at. If that holds true, how patient are fans going to be?
That's a really good question, Danny, because I think with the rookie quarterback and probably playing right away from the get-go, there's going to be a little bit of a honeymoon with this. But, Dan Quinn is apparently and was not the first choice at coach. And this is a franchise that is, went into a death spiral at the end of last season. And for many of us, and I'll put myself in there, the longtime Washington football fans, I don't know how much of a honeymoon you get when there's been 3 decades plus of suck, basically. I mean, it's not just mediocrity, futility. So that's a really good question because I think fans are going to want immediate results. You're not going to make a Super Bowl run this year, but to push this thing again to 3, 4, and 5 year plans, I mean, that's just not the reality of pro football. And you've got a rookie quarterback that's going to be under at least a 4-year contract. It's a league where you can see immediate results. Look at Houston last year, different situations. They have a franchise left tackle and all that stuff, but the honeymoon period probably won't last long. But, I would think that this season, at least, there'll be some patience. And it's all about, guys, if the quarterback looks like a guy who is your franchise, put him on your back type of guy that this team really has not had over the time. Look, we can go back to the franchise history of quarterbacks. Some of the good ones, even, Sonny and Joe Theismann, this guy could be in a different level if he's as advertised. And so far, from what little we were able to see in training camp, but the reaction from everybody that sees him every minute, every day, it's been more than positive. It's been great. So that's going to help whatever the win and loss total is going to be. If that guy, Jaden Daniels, is the guy, there'll be a little bit more wiggle room, I think, as far as patience.
Our guy, Earl Forsey.
Can I give you a pancake take?
Let's go. Love a pancake take.
Peanut butter and jelly. That is my go-to.
Wow.
Forget the
Both
syrup.
of them.
Load it with peanut butter and jelly. And the preference
Hard
is
to go wrong.
Smucker's Preserves, red raspberry, seedless. It's the only thing I do. Now, I saw something on Twitter this week, and it was, or X, whatever. It was peanut butter and jelly on waffles. I've been doing that since I was a kid.
Yeah, who hasn't? Everyone's done that.
Peanut butter, skip the syrup. It's fine, but go peanut butter and jelly. And
I've never done that
it's delicious.
It's been a while since I've eaten pancakes, as you know. But wow, okay. I've heard peanut butter for sure. PB and J basically on a pancake.
Well, one of the J pancakes, you can't get enough of them. I guarantee you that.
My guy Earl Forsey.
Hey, baby Earl.
What were you going to say, Danny?
I was going to say you start innovating. Use that breakfast deliciousness as your sandwich bread. Now you got bacon, egg, and cheese inside the pancake, inside the waffle, inside whatever you want to do. Do it because you got a great base.
With Earl, come for the football takes. Stay for the food insight. Couple of weeks in a row now. He's hit one out of the park.
That's right. He's done that.
Next, 3 quarterbacks went with the top 3 picks in the draft. One of them just signed a deal today. Was it Jaden Daniels? Was it mean for Daniels? If it wasn't, next on G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thanks for checking us out. We are live all over the DMV until about 6:50 tonight when Nats baseball takes over and takes you up pregame to about 7:20 in first pitch. Danny, news out of the NFL from the last half hour. Drake May has signed his rookie contract with the New England Patriots. He becomes the first of the rookies taken at the top of the draft board to sign. Number 3 overall pick in New England. Deal in place, 4 years, $36 million. Includes about $23.5 million in signing bonus. Now, this is not all that notable just from the standpoint of most of these deals are basically just paperwork that you have to sign. They're mostly pre-negotiated. You get a fully guaranteed deal as a first-round pick anyway. It's a 4-year contract, slotted in depending on where you were taken. And then there is occasionally some literature and some wording, some verbiage that matters on the 5th year of your deal. Basically an option that the team can pick up. But Drake May getting his deal done, Caleb Williams, number 1, is not. Jaden Daniels, number 2 overall, has not. Could mean that it makes things a little bit easier to just look at that contract, change a word or a number or two. And if you want to get the deal done, get it done pretty quickly. So this is probably good news. Not that there's any concern in this era of contracts in the rookie scale. You know, the deal is going to be easy enough to get done. But we're at a point where you're a top 3 QB. Pen is put to paper. So the watch is on now for a Daniels contract.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know it's usually the 2nd or 3rd rounders, right? With whatever that dreaded offset language is, whatever that means. It always seems to be persnickety or a potential foible. But this is pretty much all laid out for you. Gone are the days of Matt Stafford going, I need to be paid better than, 7 different all-pro quarterbacks before I've even taken an NFL snap, as they changed the scale. I think it was shortly after he was drafted. So it's pretty much all slotted in at this point. And you just it's a Mad Lib. You change the name and maybe the date or two. But yeah, it's a, it's one of those, like, okay, anytime now, like you're facing the franchise, you could just put your name on that little line right there and we could kind of get going.
The first practice of the rookie camps that we saw from the quarterbacks, a lot was made out of, what the coaches were saying, essentially. For Washington, that's Dan Quinn. For New England, that's a first-time head coach in Jerron Mayo, and he was asked about Drake May, and he basically was like, he's got a lot of work to do. And people took that as if he had a terrible day of practice or he's not prepared. I hadn't really seen much else about him come out other than that mic'd up video, remember, from last week. Did you see this?
I did, yeah.
Where he basically, after a throw or after a play, went over to one of his receivers and basically coached them up coming out of a break on what he's looking for and said, hey, come on down a few more yards. I'm going to throw this ball outside toward the sideline. And he got on the same page. And I saw a former NFL wide receiver retweeted that and was like, I don't need to know anything else. If a rookie's having this kind of conversation and showing this kind of leadership, he's probably going to be pretty good.
He'll do it.
That's the kind of stuff I hope we get to see with Daniels. Not to say that he isn't already doing that, but I want the team to mic him up at practice. I want a camera on him at all times. You've got your broadcast network. You're going live from these practices. Like, you're not going to be able to really move the needle for me showing me him throwing against air 37 yards downfield, dropping a ball in the bucket. That's awesome. I get a little bit excited when
I'd rather do it than not.
The really amazing pass to Jahan Dotson got the juices flowing for me a little bit last week. But that's the stuff I really care about. That video that comes out where May's like, hey, what if you do this? Let me see Daniels and McLaurin talking routes. Let me see him getting it after, not yelling, but going, hey, Jahan, why'd you do this? Hey, on this, I'm going to keep plays alive, man. I'm rolling. I want you to come with me. I want you to plaster. Like, I want to see that kind of chirping from your quarterback. And that's the kind of thing, not the throws in a, session in shorts. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, you could break your right off at 10, but you could also get to 10.5, and that extra beat could set up the defender. I could slide to the side and put it right there, or outside shoulder, or when do you want me to throw that? Or, what window do you like it in when you're breaking this way? Those sorts of things are invaluable. And it just shows you, hopefully, that level of access and also that level of understanding, right? I mean, again, Jane Daniels was handed the playbook. He had a funny quip about it when he first showed up to rookie minicamp, where he's just like, yeah, I literally got this playbook. What was it, like a day ago? Like, I don't know everything just yet. I'm probably not quite ready for prime time, but it shows that level of mastery. It shows that level of aptitude, not just on this play, I drop back 3 times and throw it to the guy wearing the same color jersey as me. There's a level of sophistication to it that you need to really start to have sooner rather than later to be able to kind of compete at this incredibly high level he's about to embark on.
But you get what I'm saying.
I know exactly what you mean. Yes.
To me, that is all we can really glean out of this. There aren't really a lot of plays being made or throws being made in these practices that everyone can't make at this level. It's the stuff that we can't see. I'll play the clip here. I'm sure everyone will get angry about it. But this is the audio from a Patriots practice from Drake May.
Around JP. How'd you feel? Y'all feel all right out there? Yeah. Hey, that cadet, just keep working back down, I got to miss outside, So I want you to do, what happened your side? I'm good. I'm working all the way back Hey, down. It may be a 5-yard catch, you know what I'm saying? Keep working. Hey, it's still completion or scramble throw. And if I scramble, reset it. Work up from it. You already know. You know what I'm saying?
Jaden's doing some of that same stuff.
100%.
Give that to me, please. Stop posting the 6-second throw on a check down to a running back, and everyone's like eyeball emojis.
Yeah, they never seem to want to do that in Washington.
Give me that. Why aren't you giving me that?
I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just a dude. I see other people do it. This is always, and this is totally unrelated. But this is my thing with the Wizards over the years, where I go, I'm always told that it can't happen. I see other teams that aren't traditional powers making the trade for the guy. That somehow you get an asset. Next thing you know, the Clippers used to be a joke, and now they can get the marquee guy. Where's mine? I just want to be in. Where's my that? You know what I mean? Like the Patriots, who are we're on a Cincinnati, the most boring team in mankind's history. Now they're putting out that content. The most boring group in the world that they wouldn't mic up a bus driver, on the way to the stadium. Now they're putting out that kind of content. Where's that for me? Bring me that.
And it's not like the Commanders aren't putting out good content.
I know.
I've got some good Jaden Daniels news for you, I think, though.
Okay.
I want to give that to you next on Grant and Daniel. Remember, Amy Dash in 20 minutes, legal analyst for Odyssey and everything going on with Brandon McManus. You're not going to want to miss that. We're also giving away tickets at that time to Old Glory Rugby DC right here on the Fan. Looking forward to talking to our Odyssey legal analyst, Amy Dash, about the allegations against Brandon McManus and what the Commanders do now. They didn't know any of this when they signed him. So you can't necessarily hold against them his past before he got here that they weren't aware of. But what they do moving forward, very significant. So we'll talk to Amy Dash about that in 15 minutes at the top of the hour. That's when we're giving away those tickets to Old Glory Rugby in D.C. Danny, I brought this up really briefly last week, but I read a lot more about it over the last few days. You've seen, like I have, the reports that Lamar Jackson has dropped a bunch of weight.
Yeah.
And is going to play down close to 200 pounds for the first time in years. Tua Tagovailoa has also dropped an immense amount of weight as well. I think it was 15 or 20 pounds for him. Reading from Diana Rossini's tweet last week, Lamar Jackson looks different this spring. He is intentionally down to 205, 25 pounds less than his 2022 weight, and lower even than last season when he played at 215. The word in Baltimore is that this slim Lamar could be even faster than the one we've seen in years past.
Yeah,
So-
I was thinking last year how slow he looked.
Exactly.
Like, what?
Which is hilarious.
Yeah.
But here's my question. If Lamar Jackson weighing 205 and losing this weight is viewed as this positive, why do we care so much about Jaden Daniels' weight? And I know that there's a chance he plays at 195. And if that's the case, now that's a big problem.
Yep.
But he weighed in when putting on all of this muscle, and basically you're getting paid for 6 weeks to be as heavy as possible. When you step on a scale, he got to 210. I don't think he's going to play at that. I think it'll be down closer to 200 pounds. But if, let's just say hypothetically, it's 202 and Lamar's at 207, 208. And I know it's a different body type, but Lamar and him from a height standpoint aren't that different.
Yeah, 6'4" to 6'2". You know,
it's
6'2" and change.
Inch and a half, I think, basically. Yes, he's slimmer. My problem, I guess, with the idea that if he's that weight, it's a problem, ... I don't necessarily agree with that. How do you play?
Yep.
Do you avoid contact? Do you seek out contact? Early in Lamar's career, he got hurt a lot, remember? And he had concussion problems, and Flacco kept coming back into games because he would just kind of lower his shoulder in the middle of the field and try to run people over. I think he's gotten a lot smarter. He dances more. He gets out to the edges more. They run him outside more than they do inside. Or if it's inside, he's not afraid to get down. My question would be, if really he's going to play at 205, 204, something like that, and Tua is getting down closer to 200, is it weird for me to go, I keep seeing these veterans losing weight on purpose and people applauding them, and then I went through this whole draft process where everyone was screaming about Jaden Daniels' weight being an issue. Both of those things can't both be true.
No, it's an interesting point of comparison. So for each guy, I think it's unique, right? So for Tua, I'm going, oh, that's smart. Because this is a professional athlete. So here's me, as soft-bodied as you can be, saying at times he was probably heavier than he should have been.
Not that soft
playing quarterback. Well, that's nice.
I saw you working out this weekend, dripping sweat.
I was doing a lot of sweating. But for Tua, he could be a little bit more nimble as he's been in the past, right? I'm not talking about as a runner. He's not going to be Lamar Jackson. Nobody is. But the ability to slide around in the pocket, just have lighter feet, I think that's probably smart for him. For Lamar, I don't know that I'd advise him to do this. Now, he knows more than I do. So did the Ravens training staff and everyone else in charge. But I would go, I don't know that was the issue for you, if there was such a thing. And I'm going somewhere with this. For Daniels, that frame is so light, and we saw the highlights or lowlights, whatever you want to call it, of all the hits that he was taking in LSU, not just in the pocket, which are inevitable, that's quarterbacking, but even on some of his highlight play explosive runs where he's thrown around in the secondary by safeties or otherwise after 25, 30-yard gains going down awkwardly. We saw that before with Griffin, and he's leaner and taller than Griffin was.
On a binary, I do think his body type is worrisome, / problematic. Like, I don't know what Lamar weighed in high school. I guarantee you he was not starting on his high school team at 130 pounds. Jaden Daniels
was, yeah.
130 pounds as a freshman quarterback. Think about how small that is from a weight standpoint. So I get it. But I just care so much more about the style and the ability to avoid contact than I do the size. Like, Tua is a good example of this. Tua Tagovailoa had a bunch of issues, concussion and otherwise, health problems, but it led to him reevaluating, why am I getting these concussions? And what he and the team came up with was, for whatever reason, you're not good at naturally bracing when you get hit and fall backwards. So when he would get hit and fall back and protect the football, just
His
naturally,
neck kind of snapped. His
Right.
head would slam against the ground.
a lot of us just naturally tense up, and like the body, without thinking to do it, keeps your head from hitting the ground. You kind of lift your head up, you kind of crunch those abs, and he would just have his head flail back and slam the ground. And that is the worst thing that can happen from a concussion standpoint, is that skull in the back of your head just drilling the ground, and that's where his came from. So he quite literally, Danny, went into jiu-jitsu training. And he did jiu-jitsu to try to figure out the secret sauce to falling and avoiding hitting your head. I don't know enough about it. Joe Rogan could probably tell you, or some other MMA crazy person could let you know why. But in jiu-jitsu, part of the training is that you don't hit your head. Like, you learn how to fall and protect your body. So he did that, and he got a lot better at it. And now that he proved to them he could stay healthy and he's able to protect himself, they're letting him lose the weight again, or he chose to lose the weight again. I don't know if that's smart for him. I know that you gained weight and actually got through a season. Maybe you should keep doing that. Same with Lamar, by the way. You have gained weight and stayed healthier. Now you're going, I want to be faster. I don't like how I feel. But you're going back to the weight where you did have more injury problems, no? So I don't know that this is a positive for those guys necessarily. It's one of those things where I'm not making a point as much as I'm asking a question, which might not be great radio. But I'm saying, can all of this be true? That, like, it's good for Lamar and it's good for Tua, but it's not good for Jaden Daniels?
Yeah, so I do think it's okay to do it case by case. So generally, do you want your quarterbacks heavier or lighter? Well, is Jared Lorenzen in the sample? Extreme example. Or is
the late, great Jared Lorenzen?
Yeah, or is, pencil thin Jaden Daniels in the sample, who might be different? I don't know. I mean, it depends on the guy. Like, Drew Brees didn't need to do anything different. When the scouting report, you go, not a tremendous athlete, not a tremendous throwing arm. Well, the dude figured it out. Dan Marino couldn't move around at all, but he had the quickest release and one of the strongest arms ever to play. Everybody's kind of doing it differently. The sample we've seen of Jaden Daniels, for me, I'm going, put a Eric Flack jacket on this guy, put a bubble wrap him, put him in body armor, have it like slow him down with like padding just to keep him safe, like, because of those hits and because of that frame. So I don't know. Maybe it's not fair, but it's hard to come up with a hard and fast rule, I guess, because I understand your point. You're going, why do we care so bad on this way? We're complimenting it, and over here it's like some cardinal sin.
Right.
I'm with you.
An Albert Pujols sin.
There you go.
Or is it a Yachty Molina sin?
It's a Yachty. It's a Adam Wainwright sin.
Chris Carpenter sin.
Good bit right there. Jim Edmonds.
An Edgar Renteria sin.
Can I claim?
This could go for a while.
Yeah, we'll do a lot of Cardinals. Can I claim a Scotty Rowland, or is it too Philadelphia? He had good years in St. Louis.
I don't love it, but you could definitely do it.
You'll allow it?
He played there.
All right.
I'm trying to think of like old timers. An Ozzie Smith sin.
A Fernando Vina sin.
Wow, not to be confused with Fernando Valenzuela.
No.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Amy Dash at the top of the hour, our legal analyst. So for those of you that don't know, Brandon McManus, new Commanders kicker, is being accused by two women and being sued by two women for over $1 million for allegations from a flight when he was on the Jaguars last year going to London for a game where they alleged that he sexually assaulted them. We were going to talk about this with someone who knows how these things play out in the league and what's next from a legal standpoint. Amy Dash on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. At 800-636-1067, congrats. You're winning a 4-pack of tickets to Old Glory DC Rugby Saturday, June 8th against New England at the Maryland Sportsplex. For tickets and for more event information, go to thefandc.com. We'll be giving the tickets away all week long on Grant and Danny, which is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kandori and Murad. They provide legal services in estate planning, elder law, probate admin. Schedule your free consultation with their Fairfax-based attorneys. Visit kmlawyers.com and be sure to mention that we referred you so that you can score a nice discount. kmlawyers.com. Let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Joining the show right now, Odyssey legal insider Amy Dash. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights these sports books do not want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit betql.com today. Amy, it's wonderful to have you back on the show in D.C. as our legal analyst here at Odyssey. Thank you so much. How are you?
It's my pleasure. I'm doing great, and it's great to speak with you guys again.
So unfortunately, never fun when we've got to talk about serious allegations with one of the players here in town. But that is
seriously
what's happening. Brandon McManus, the new kicker for the Commanders, they signed him to a 1-year deal for $3.6 million this offseason. When he was in Jacksonville, allegedly on a flight to London, he is now getting allegations that he may have sexually assaulted a couple of flight attendants. So first of all, take us through the complaint here and what we know.
Well, 2 women are making this accusation of assault, unwanted, as you mentioned, sexual contact. And one of them specifically saying that there was grinding on her by him. Another one saying that there were attempts to kiss her. These were all things that the women claim were done, under force, under coercion, under duress. And the circumstances were such that a party was going on, and the allegations are that he was trying to get them involved in the party to drink and to do these types of inappropriate dance moves. So this is a civil suit right now. I haven't heard anything about a criminal case either at the state or the federal level, but certainly that's a possibility if it's within the statute of limitations. But right now it seems like they're just seeking monetary damages in the amount, I believe, of $1 million, and also mentioning some team liability that the Jaguars didn't create a safe environment for the crew aboard this flight.
Amy, how hard would this be to prove or disprove, as the case may be?
Well, it's definitely circumstantial. However, it seems that there were a lot of witnesses, or at least you'd expect there'd be a lot of witnesses actually on both sides. Mm-hmm. So there were, if he did not in fact do this, then there would be a lot of teammates, members of the team, staff of the team that would be able to come to his defense. And then on the other side, probably crew members, someone would have had to have seen something. There are at least 2 women making these allegations. And then it really depends over whether there was any type of video that was captured of the event. So it's definitely circumstantial. However, these types of cases normally are circumstantial, and they are successfully proven based on video, witness testimony, and things of the like. So it wouldn't be uncommon for sexual assault allegations to be proven circumstantially.
Our guest is Amy Dash, the legal analyst for Odyssey, joining us on Grant and Danny. So you mentioned this is just civil and not criminal at this point. I mean, could it become both? Do you have to choose one or the other? What would lead to, criminal and charges? Is that something that they might be interested in or no?
It could become criminal if they were to file a criminal complaint, and perhaps they have already, we don't know. And what's interesting about it is that this is governed by federal law, actually, because it took place allegedly in the air. And so any type of disturbance on a commercial airliner that's governed by the U.S., departing from a U.S. aircraft carrier, that's all governed by federal law. And the penalties are actually a lot more severe, potential prison time. It is a federal felony if sexual assault were to take place, especially against crew members of a U.S. airline.
Odyssey Sports legal insider Amy Dash with us here on Grant and Danny. So what's kind of next here in terms of the proceedings? Obviously, these are serious. These allegations are serious. This should be treated seriously. That involves a lot of fact finding. Kind of what are the next steps here for all parties involved?
Sure. Well, the NFL is compelled to do some sort of an investigation. This is obviously against their personal conduct policy, if in fact that's what happened. But either way, they will investigate. There doesn't have to be criminal charges filed or conviction for them to investigate and issue a suspension. And in fact, they've done it in the past. How heavy that suspension would be if they found that these allegations were true, that's up in the air. We saw with Deshaun Watson, 24 accusers, and he was given 11 games suspension, $5 million fine. Ben Roethlisberger, way back in 2010, was, I think, the first player actually who was suspended without being criminally charged for an allegation of sexual assault, and that, I believe, was 6 games and then reduced to 4 on appeal. So there could likely be a suspension, and it could be anywhere, probably in my guess, from 4 to 6 games if they prove that this actually happened and if this convinces the NFL that this all took place.
We found out, Amy, yesterday that the attorney for these 2 women and the flight attendants is Tony Busby. He was the same attorney, if memory serves, that represented the 20-plus women in the Deshaun Watson case that you just referenced. What does that mean, if anything? What does that tell us, or what's your takeaway when you hear that?
Well, knowing Tony, it means that he's going to relentlessly pursue this by any means necessary. And if he needs to use the media as a tool, he will do so. And he absolutely applied a lot of pressure to the league with Deshaun Watson. And, every week there was a new headline. So not only does he use the media to his advantage, but also is not shy about offering up any type of evidence that might be available and putting that out in the public domain in order to persuade people to put pressure on the NFL and to influence public opinion. So I think because he has experience with the NFL, their procedures, their policies, and exactly sort of how to play his hand with them, I think there will either be some sort of a settlement, and he may not stop at that. He is somebody who is a big victims advocate, and with the women that he defended in the Watson case, a lot of them did not just want monetary restitution, so to speak, is the legal term. They didn't want to be made whole just by money. They actually wanted an apology, or they wanted some sort of suspension. So it really just depends on what the women in the situation want out of this to make themselves feel whole. But also, there's a chance that maybe it didn't go down the way that they're accusing. So I think that the players' attorneys have said that they're going to vigorously defend it and try to clear his name. And people need to give equal weight to both sides unless there's really compelling evidence, like a smoking gun, like a video that actually proves it. Right now, it's just a he said, she said.
Yeah, it's such a good point. Danny and I were talking about this earlier, and it's almost become controversial now to say, that they shouldn't necessarily just react to an allegation. But I would like to point out that if he did something, he absolutely should be reprimanded, and that probably means he shouldn't be on the team. And who knows, there should probably be charges if he did some of these things, right? But at the same time, we've also seen where sometimes teams react to just an allegation, and then after the fact, it looks like maybe the player in question may have gotten a raw deal. I'm curious if you can just comment on that.
Well, I think there's a possibility that maybe Jacksonville knew. I mean, this was a year ago this happened. Maybe this was brought to the team's attention, and that's why he wasn't re-signed. We don't know, but it's a possibility. And I think I agree with you. People have to be given the benefit of the doubt. But what I would say, and what's common in these cases, is that with that many people on board and such high-profile players and teams involved, I would be surprised if there wasn't some sort of compelling evidence, such as a video that captured some of this thing. So I think a lot of times with these cases, you really have to wait and see, because the attorneys do hold back these types of things, and they use them strategically to put pressure when they don't immediately get a settlement, if that's what they're looking for. So definitely giving people the benefit of the doubt, innocent until proven guilty, but don't discount the fact that there might be more evidence that actually shows what happened on that flight.
So, Amy, you referenced this earlier, but McManus's attorney, Brett Galloway, had a pretty, I would say, I don't know what a good term for it is, but a pretty vehement statement. Said demonstrably false, aggressively defend Brandon's rights and integrity, and clear his name by showing what these claims truly are, an extortion attempt. That's not my client didn't do it. That's going on the offensive as well as a defense attorney. Anything to take out of that and the way that he delivered that statement?
I don't, because that's commonplace for defense attorneys to come out with a really strong statement in the beginning, and sometimes they don't even know if there's evidence that the other side is holding back. But what I'll say is that, in the Watson case, that was also said that there was an extortion attempt. And then we saw, another dozen or so people come forward with similar allegations. So as the numbers of accusers started climbing, people started believing more and more that maybe this type of conduct had occurred in at least some of the instances. So attorneys always come out with strong language. I wouldn't read too much into that, but I do think it's important not to jump to conclusions until there's actually direct evidence or, evidence beyond, not even beyond a reasonable doubt, but by preponderance of the evidence. So more likely than not that this happened, then you can sort of start formulating your opinions. But until then, I think it is best to reserve judgment. And also the fact that, alcohol may have been involved, that there was a partying atmosphere. A lot of times if this were to go to criminal, you would want to have to prove intent if you were the prosecutor. If you didn't feel you could prove intent, you may not even bring something like this. Other things to consider are, what was the conduct of the accusers? Were they playing into it? Did they get involved voluntarily? And then all of a sudden it went too far. I mean, so it's a complicated. It's really not a black and white thing. Very nuanced, depends on all the factors and everybody's actions that took place and everybody's role that they played. Were they literally attacked? Were they also drinking? Were they forced? Did they participate, or did none of this happen? I would say probably something happened. I don't know what happened, but I would think it would be odd that all of a sudden, out of nowhere, two women would be targeting one player on a flight with many, many players. So probably something happened. What that is, we just don't know.
And the kicker, although I guess that doesn't matter too much as far as, but to your point, like if you're just picking a random player, I have a hard time believe that that's how it would work out. That clearly something took place, and now you got to get to the bottom of what it was and why it took place. Amy Dash is with us on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Always fantastic, our legal analyst at Odyssey. My last question for you on this, Amy, is timeline. You said there's a chance he could get suspended, right? But what do we know about the precedent of how long it might take for the team, the league, whoever is looking into this to do so?
Well, that could take a while. I mean, we've seen investigations take a couple of months, and we've seen investigation takes over a year. So it really depends on how many people were aboard the flight, how many witness testimonies they want to get. Are they going to have to talk to the accusers? They're going to have to talk to the team. They're going to actually have to talk to the player, of course, both lawyers for both sets. And I think they will do a pretty comprehensive investigation. So I think it could take some time. And we may not even see a suspension, if there is one at all, this season. It might happen, in the following season.
Amy Dash TV on X. Great account to follow. Really good information on all things sports law. And by the way, I know we mentioned we were going to ask you about this, but I saw that you were tweeting and have been covering quite a bit the Scotty Scheffler situation. Where are we at there before we let you go? Just kind of change of gears real quick. Are we just waiting on
I think
charges to be dropped?
I think that's a complicated situation. Just waiting. I think it's a complicated situation. I really think that there will be a deal between him and the attorney, and maybe there'll be, some sort of like community service or probation or just nothing. Nothing will happen. It seems like it was a huge misunderstanding. But what happens with that type of thing, because he's claiming that one police officer gave him the go-ahead to go forward, and then another one obviously jumped on his car and tried to stop his car from proceeding because there was an active accident scene and investigation ahead. So I think it sounds like a misunderstanding to me. It just certainly doesn't fit the profile of somebody who would do something like that under normal circumstances. Seems pretty stunned, when he was taken away and arrested by the police. But what happens is that the police's authority cannot be, publicly shamed. They can't really blame this on the police just because they want the police to be able to do their jobs, have the backing of the prosecutors, the backing of law enforcement. So if they were to say, sorry about that, I think there might be some sort of a barge or a fire or something.
Oh, no. That's no good.
Were you okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm fine. I'm just near a fire station, and I think there might be a fire somewhere, but not near me. So we're all good.
Oh, good.
But I was going to say they really have to back the police, so they may move forward with this. and just do some sort of a deal to save face for the police department. But I really don't think that he intentionally, tried to defy the police or wanted to drag a police officer on his car and injure the police officer. But because that did happen and the police officer was hurt a little bit, I think they do have to, follow through with everything and just kind of settle things quietly.
Amy, thank you so much as always. Have a great week.
Sure. You too. Bye-bye.
Amy Dash with us on Grant and Danny, our legal analyst at Odyssey, joining us here on G&D. Commanders digging in on what took place on that flight. They've talked to, according to what they said in their statement yesterday, McManus, his attorney. They're going to look at this from all angles. The team's statement earlier today, we were made aware of the civil lawsuit filed on May 24th against Brandon McManus. We take allegations of this nature very seriously and are looking into the matter. We have been in communication with the league office and Brandon's representation and will reserve further comment at this time.
Yeah, this is not, we're going to react as quickly as possible to something to get ahead of any negative social media comments. I don't want to get the specifics of the case, but there's a guy who was supposed to be the punter for the Bills, was accused of something really serious. They released him, cut him, whatever you want to call it, and he spent a year and a half, almost 2 years, fighting to clear his name. Everything was dropped. It settled. Again, I don't know what happened. I have no idea. But if he was completely innocent of everything, he lost 2 years of his NFL career, basically, because of that. He's now punting for the Kansas City Chiefs. So this is serious. And I don't say that flippantly. This is serious. If he's something that he's done, by all means, we need to know that. Let's throw the book. No loyalty to you. Thank you. See you. Goodbye. If he did not do what he's being accused of, and he was innocent or, whatever the scale, if it's minor, major, anything in between, the team needs to know that too. This is not a rush to do the big thing to get backpats and retweets. This is someone's career, someone's life, and serious allegations.
His attorney is Brett Galloway. You referenced his statement. There are absolutely fictitious and demonstrably false allegations here, he says. He goes on to say that the allegations were made as part of a campaign to defame and disparage a talented and well-respected NFL player. Of course, the two women, the alleged victims here, are represented by Tony Busby. And you heard what Amy said. He's going to go to the end of the earth to try to get them whatever it is that they're looking for. He did it with the Deshaun Watson
That's right.
accusers, and he's involved because you hire him because he's not going to try to settle this or just take less or end this. He's going to push this as far as it'll go and involve the media, as she put it, which he did, I thought, very effectively in the Deshaun Watson situation. So we'll get you more on this as it develops. We'll follow this from afar here in our Half Street studios. But good insight there from our Odyssey legal insider, Amy Dash. Insider calls presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help all of us make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. It sure looks like the Nationals won the Juan Soto trade, doesn't it? Maybe more so than even you realize. We'll explain next on The Fan. G&D on the Fan. Nats Braves coming up at 7:20 tonight here on your flagship home for Nationals baseball. Juan Soto, the 25-year-old slugger who led the Nationals to the 2019 World Series championship, is having a banner year with the Yankees. He's hitting .310. He's got a .979 OPS, and he's got 14 home runs in 210 at-bats. This season, he's been amazing. And he's also on his way to free agency at the end of the year. The Yankees are almost certainly not going to be able to get a deal done with the Boris-advised client prior to the market opening up this offseason. There was a report this past week, Danny. I don't know that the Yankees were one of these offers, but I'd imagine they were. That between the Nationals, who offered him a record-setting $440 million, the Padres a few times over, and now being in New York, that he has turned down a total of 7 offers.
Yeah.
We don't have the numbers on all 7. I don't know that he should have accepted any of them. I think he's probably going to break a record for a non-pitcher / hitter in free agency this offseason. I would bet on him getting $500 million. He's only 25 and he's one of the best hitters in the game. But he has turned down 7 offers. At my point, if you go back to when the Nats traded him, I never wanted to trade Juan Soto. I just screamed into the ether a bunch year after year, sign this guy, sign this guy, sign this guy. They ended up not being able to. If they would have offered $500 million, maybe they would have been able to at that time. The closer you get to free agency, Padres, Yankees now, it doesn't make sense really for Scott Boras to avoid free agency at the last minute because you basically are there now, right? But when he had a bunch of years still to go, if you would have offered instead of 445 or 525, maybe you would have gotten that done. And my point was that's what I wanted to do. It wasn't my money. It was easy for me to say. But it did get to a very clear point after he turned down the 440 during the All-Star festivities of his final season here. He's never going to re-sign. And if he's not going to re-sign, they were going into the down period of the organization where they were going to rebuild, and it was going to be bleak for a few seasons ahead. They would have just been terrible with a bad system and not a lot of talent and just one good player who's being watered down. He's not going to be doing any of the stuff he's doing with the Yankees in that lineup right now if he was with the Nats. So they did the right thing. And I know a lot of Nats fans were very angry, called in and said as much, screamed at Mike Rizzo and the team. Some of them got rid of their season tickets, whatever. But it is extremely obvious a few years later that the Nats did the correct thing, that they won that trade as C.J. Abrams is their best bat and Mackenzie Gore is their best arm, the centerpieces of that deal. James Wood is a top 5 prospect in baseball. Unfortunately, pulled his hamstring at AAA over the weekend, and I was told he's going to miss 2-3 weeks at the minor league level, but he'll be up hopefully next month at the major leagues. And then you've still got Robert Hassel, who's hitting 280 in AA, an outfielder, and Harleen Susana, who could end up being their future closer or a starter for them down the road, who's a 20-year-old in A-ball who throws 100. 5-player package for Soto, and he's turned down the 7 deals. It is very, very obvious that they won here. They did the correct thing.
It's beyond debate, frankly.
Yeah, he's not even on the Padres
and I'm
anymore.
sorry, it is. 2 baseball seasons of Juan Soto for a last place team, because that's what was happening in 2022 with him hitting 240-something with no protection in the lineup, his skill set sort of wasted on a 60-some win team. Or at minimum, 18 combined player seasons? You consider under team control of C.J. Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, and then James Wood whenever he comes up, if they leave in free agency. It's not a comparison. Then you add in bonuses if it works out with Hassel, if it works out with Susana, who's so many years away, and that's fine. But at a minimum, right now, the point that we tried to stress then was, if you're able to accept one immutable fact, he's not going to resign here. And it's not just here, it's anywhere. He's going to free agency. If you believed that, if you understood that, then this was the logical conclusion. Where I think a lot of folks got tripped up was they didn't believe that. They thought that if the Lerners just magically offered something that has never been offered before and then doubled it and then added another 14% and paid it all up front, then maybe he would sign. This has been a rocket ship to free agency that started, frankly, in 2019 when he was the World Series hero, when he's dropping his bat in front of, I believe it was Tim Bogar at first base after hitting a bomb off Justin Verlander because he liked that Alex Bregman did it. Since that moment, since he took Clayton Kershaw deep, on the way to the World Series. I'm getting chills. Since he hit that ball off Josh Hader, the second left-handed batter that year to get a single off Josh Hader to win that play-in game against Milwaukee. Since then, we've been on a rocket ship to free agency. That's been the plan. They weren't going to disrupt that plan for any offer was, thank you. We now have a starting point for the next offer. That's what it was always going to be. If you acknowledge that and understood that, you get what had to happen.
Yeah, and the rebuild has been lengthy, and they haven't been good or competitive or a playoff team since the 19 World Series, right? Starting with the fall off in 2020. Really, it was 21 when they first started the rebuild. So we are on now season number 4. But last year, they overachieved. They kind of hovered around and played decent baseball. This year, they're 2 games going differently away from being a 500 team right now. At 24 and 28, they're a much more entertaining watch. Why? Because C.J. Abrams is awesome. C.J. Abrams is potentially going to be an all-star. He's one of 3 shortstops in the game with 9 home runs and 8 stolen bases, and he's got an OPS just shy of 800. He's homered in back-to-back games. And this is all with him having had a pretty down month, by the way. He had an incredible April and a bad May. And he's turning it around here in the final couple of days of May. But basically, it's not like he's played above his head. Like, what he's doing is very much replicable. He might spread out the production a little more rather than having one unbelievable month and one terrible one. But this is kind of the player ideally that he'll be, is a Trey Turner light type shortstop. You know, power, speed, plus player with range, athletic up the middle. Mackenzie Gore is the ace of the staff, you know, ideally down the road. Maybe they go out and sign someone and slot him in at number 2. But Gore, who's got 62 strikeouts and 53 innings, is a good start away from an ERA in the 2s. He has a 3.04 ERA. If he goes out and throws a couple, 3 scoreless innings to start his next game, he's going to have a 2.9 something earned run average. He's 25 years old. He's a lefty who touched 99 in his last start. Those 2 guys came over in the Soto deal. We talk on this show about James Wood all the time. I was very salty that he wasn't in the big leagues on their last homestand. Unfortunately, trying to beat out a ground ball at AAA, he tweaked his hammy, and he's going to miss a few weeks now. Hopefully he comes back and picks up where he left off, and he doesn't have like his timing thrown off or anything. And so they can get him back to the active roster very soon and ideally into the big leagues for the first time. But he's the best player at AAA baseball so far this season, as a 1060 OPS and a 355 batting average. And he was the best player on the Nationals in spring training. And frankly, the lone reason why, I don't want to say the lone, maybe the main reason why he's not in the big leagues is, from a money standpoint, it's just cheaper to not have to lost a year for free agency. They waited until that wasn't a concern. Now you might be able to save some money in arbitration by waiting a little bit. But this guy looks like he could have been their second best player at worst, behind Abrams probably over the last couple of months. And then you add in, as you said, Robert Hassel, who's 22 and in AA, could easily be in AAA and maybe very soon, hitting over 280 with a 750 OPS, who's had a good season. And then Susana, who's had a really bad year in A-ball, but 26 innings, and 34 strikeouts, throwing 100. It's a nice starter kit. If you saw that Futures game they had at Nats Park, where they brought the prospects together to play against the big league team,
he looked good.
He basically threw like the 9th inning as a closer, struck out a couple major leaguers, sitting 101 with his fastball. That's the future, maybe, is a high leverage, high ceiling, late inning reliever. It's an incredible deal. Not to mention, ask the Padres, would they redo that deal? 1,000% they would hit a button and get James Wood and C.J. Abrams and Mackenzie Gore back right now. The Nationals wouldn't. That tells you everything you need to know. And 7 offers that you've turned down, he was not going to sign. And the Yankees are going to find the same thing out the hard way. Now, they might be able to retain him and keep him, but it's going to happen after he hits the market and they win a bidding war against the Mets. I don't even know if anybody else can afford him if he's getting $500 million. I don't know that the Dodgers have another one of them in them, right? I mean, you just went and got Shohei at $700. You deferred a lot of that, but they also brought in Yoshi Yamamoto for huge money from Japan as well. You got basically 3 MVPs in your lineup.
Yeah.
I don't know that they could do that. Boston was a player in that regard for years, but they're not really there anymore. So I'm thinking Mets or Yankees. I don't know where else he'd go for $500. Texas sometimes surprises and throws crazy money.
Phillies, but it wouldn't make sense practically. I mean, they throw money around. But yeah, I think it's a short list of candidates, right? And I was actually talking to a Yankee fan this weekend who was just convinced he's going to be a Yankee. And I go, you actually are probably right. But it's not because he's re-signing with the Yankees. It's because it's $1 more than the next team, or in this case, probably hundreds of millions, whatever it is. But he's going to free agency. This was always to me about, and this isn't me speaking ill of Juan Soto. I've been wildly impressed with the guy. Again, I think of what if I had to just go live in another country where I didn't naturally speak the language and I have to thrive. And he did that admirably. He started from pointing at a menu when he would go to McDonald's in the minor leagues to doing interviews with you and I in English. This was a wildly impressive person. I don't begrudge this, but if this is your priority, Godspeed. This always seemed to be a priority, to set every record that's ever been recorded, to now be the number one when everybody looks up, dollar amount, length of term, AAV, signing bonus, all that stuff.
Good for him. Like he is my favorite player in the big leagues, but you will have looked like if he goes to the Mets, let's say they break the bank and Steve Cohen's desperate because they're falling apart.
Yeah, they are. And you hate to see that.
It's really hard to watch.
Isn't it hard? Isn't it tough?
It's sad, man.
Yeah.
What's happening to the Mets?
Right.
I just feel so bad for
Breaks
them.
your heart, doesn't it?
I saw a Buster Olney piece yesterday where he wrote, if the Mets decide to blow it up,
Isn't that great?
They have several players that could fetch them a king's ransom or whatever. And I'm like, oh, I remember those stories.
Yeah.
I remember the if the Nats want to trade Scherzer story, if the Nats want to move on from fill in the blank. Like those guys don't exist anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But the Mets might be going into that 4-year plan that the Nats are coming out of, which, boy, would that be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But anyway, if it is the Mets, you will have played for the Nats, the Padres, the Yankees, and the Mets.
Mm-hmm.
And you're 26, man. Like, isn't there something to be said for not just being a hired gun bouncing all over the place? And not forever. Like, Scherzer's the same way, by the way. Scherzer, who I think of him as a national because I'm here and he won 2 Cy Young Awards, and I think most people might when it's all said and done. But Diamondbacks, Tigers, Nationals, Dodgers,
Mm-hmm.
Mets, Rangers. So 6 teams.
Yes.
And I like guys like Nolan Ryan, they play 20 plus years, they do that. But he obviously doesn't care. He doesn't think it dings the legacy at all, the reputation, I'll take 41 million from you and then 41 million for you, and I'll invest it, and my kids are all going to be fine. But for me, 2 teams, okay. 3 teams is where you start to go, that's a little bit much. More than that, it's like, what are you doing? Don't you want to be known for something?
I can do 3 if you got traded. Right? In other words, like, it's not Juan Soto's fault they got traded specifically.
Twice you chose to go somewhere. I don't know, but a lot of guys don't care. They just, where's the most money? But I don't expect everyone to be Cal Ripken Jr. or Tony Gwynn. The teams aren't loyal to you, so why should you be loyal to them? I get it. I just think that it does water down greatness. It feels like if you're so good, you don't play for a bunch of teams. I know that's not reality,
right?
But that's how it feels.
Yeah. In fact, this open auction is going to result in a staggering amount of bidding because you're so good. But I know exactly what you mean. I don't want to say it cheapens it because it's not. That's not the right word. It doesn't feel as special. It feels special that Stan Musial is a Cardinal, that Mickey Mantle's as a Yankee, Cal Ripken is an Oriole. You already went through a bunch of them. Ozzie Smith, even though he played somewhere else, as a Cardinal. You think of these like stalwarts for that one organization that they're known for. In 20 years, I want my hometown hero to trot out there to a nice ovation because everyone remembered, I don't know, Jim Palmer's whole career in Baltimore. That kind of stuff is cool. And it's fine you don't care about that, but it's obvious you didn't care about that.
We got to pick a Top 5 Tuesday category. You guys can suggest them at facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Darius is going to pick one for us next on G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fan. You can follow us on social X, Instagram at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny. Jeff is in DC, wants to hop in on the Fan. Jeff, thank you for the call. How are you? Jeff? Jeffrey?
Uh-huh.
You will get nothing, and you will like it. I actually wanted to hear. See, pull back the curtain. First of all, that's twice recently that we've gone to someone and they're just doing something completely random. If
Did he bounce?
you can
Danny,
score at home.
Grant's talking. Could you not?
But that was the first call we've taken all day. Strategically, we're just kind of doing our business, just mowing through the show. But he was on hold, wanted to talk about James Wood. It's a passion project of mine. And I was like, oh, I'll definitely take this.
It's the Konami code. You want Grant to hit click on air? Then you want to talk about
I
James
was like,
Wood.
we're doing so well. We're getting through the show probably without a call. Everything's fine. We haven't gone to anyone and had the brakes slammed on the program. And then I was like, you know what? Let's lower our guard.
Let's do it.
Let's take a call. And that is the lesson. Slapped right in the face. What he was going to say, I will make the point he was going to make and then argue with that point. Based on the call screener, he was going to say James Wood was not in the major leagues when he got hurt because the Nats want to trade Eddie Rosario and Jesse Winker. And so they're trying to play those guys to build up their value, which is the closest thing to a baseball reason that you can give me that makes
it's one of the things we've espoused. Yeah.
We've talked about that as probably the baseball reason, maybe, why James Wood has not been called up. The problem with that is a couple-fold. Number one, if you're telling me James Wood's being blocked by Jesse Winker and Eddie Rosario.
That's a tough sell.
No. Stop right there. No. But, there's no but. This is not a but.
I've rolled up the newspaper.
No.
Nope.
James Wood, is he ready? If the answer is yes, he should be in the big leagues. And if you're going, but what about, with all due respect to Jesse Winker, and happy birthday to his daughter yesterday, with all due respect, Eddie Rosario has been the best player on the Nats for the last 4 weeks or whatever it is. No. That's number one. Number two, you can also, if it really was just that, like if they really wish they could get James Wood to the big leagues, man, if only we could have James Wood in the majors. But we got to keep playing Jesse Winker because we're going to get something for him. We got to keep playing Eddie Rosario because we're going to get something for him. Which, by the way, you're not getting anything that great, if we're being honest. But fine. Let's play this game. You know what you could do? You could DH Eddie Rosario every single day because he can't play the outfield anyway. And he ain't going to play the outfield wherever he's going for a championship level team. And you could then play James Wood in the outfield. Lane Thomas just got back yesterday.
Yes, he did.
They haven't had Lane Thomas for weeks. So you could have at any point started DHing Rosario and called up James Wood, and then him and Jacob Young and Jesse Winker is your outfield. Or I love Jacob Young, but it's not like he's got to play every single day either. He could take a couple days off here and there. You could have him as a pinch runner, a defensive replacement. Again, are you really talking about, well, we have Jacob Young in center, so, no. And nobody's a bigger Jacob Young fan than I am.
We're Team Jacob Young on this show.
His mom and dad aren't bigger fans of him than I am. But what are we talking about here? So is it a possibility that one of the reasons, one of the ingredients in the stew for why James Wood hadn't been called up when he got hurt was that they're trying to boost the value, and to do that, you need to keep playing and giving more shots to Winker and to Rosario? Sure. But that was not the reason. If it was the reason, then you can move those guys around and you could have your cake and eat it too. It's probably also a reason that they were waiting until post Super 2 eligibility, save some money in that arbitration case.
I think that's the thing.
When he might be really, really good, and it actually could mean $1 million or $2 million.
Handful of $1 million, yeah. I mean, you think of the circumstances over the years. I know a funny story. When Ryan Zimmerman went on paternity leave, they called Trey Turner up. And that he was like one of the last 2 or 3 guys that ended up at Super 2 status that made Trey Turner literally millions of dollars because he didn't get to free agency a year early, but he got Super 2 status. And so, he was always grateful.
And that
right?
is the argument against, like, really, they care about Super 2 status now? Because, like, we had Zuckerman and a couple people on, and they've never done this. They've always called these guys up. They've never really, thought about Super 2 or kept them down. And my point is, they also used to spend money.
And they also were competing for a championship.
Correct.
Right? Like bringing Trey Turner up.
They're competing at all now. They're probably better off not winning than they are winning at this point. But on top of that, they haven't spent since 2000 and did they get anybody in the offseason, 19 into 20? I don't really think that they did. That COVID offseason.
Yeah, that was your, Josh Bell, Josh Harrison.
I think that was after that.
That was after that
No,
one.
2020 pandemic was just the World Series team coming back.
Same group again.
That was like Adam Eaton and all those guys. But even still, Josh Bell, they traded for him.
Right, they traded.
They didn't pay any real money.
Schwarber.
Didn't really
Yeah,
pay
whatever.
money for him.
Yeah.
Like they have not spent legitimate money and landed a big fish in free agency since before. Like Corbin,
It's Corbin.
140 million
Yeah.
off season going into the 19 season.
Re-signed Strasburg. But yeah, to your point, gone out fishing and reined
So
something in.
the argument, well, the learners have never been anti, paying guys, and that's why they kept them down. True. They also had been trying to win and actually spending money prior to this time. So I'm not saying that's the sole reason, but I think we're kidding ourselves if it's not part of the reason. He was your best player in spring training.
Yep.
Full stop. And he's been the best player in AAA for a third of a baseball season now. Like, what are we talking about? Doesn't matter for the next few weeks because he's now got a hamstring injury he's got to deal with. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Darius will give us our Top 5 Tuesday category. Next, we will give you the return of Top 5 Tuesday on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Shout out to the Texans and Nico Collins, who got an extension in place. He secured the bag, as the kids say.
No cap.
3 years.
Right. Sorry.
Did you have to do that?
No, I didn't.
I mean, I kind of pushed the envelope a little bit.
Yeah, and I took a mile, didn't I?
Secure the bag.
I hear he's going to secure the bag.
A little tough for us.
He's going to secure that bag.
When you yelled no cap, it just made it that much more dumb.
I was calling it out. Like,
Yeah.
we all know we shouldn't be doing that.
No, we know what we're doing.
We know what this is.
But it was just very, I don't know if it was nerdy or white or
Yep.
both.
Yep. The answer is yes.
It wasn't what we wanted or needed.
He was able to secure the bag.
25-year-old Nico Collins, 3rd-round pick out of Michigan. Dude's really, really good. 80 catches, 1,297 yards, 8
What
touchdowns.
a year. People sleep on that season he just had.
He was a beast. And Tank Dell, who they drafted, who was outstanding, got hurt, didn't finish the season, is really, really good. And don't forget, they traded for Stephon Diggs. So they've got Collins, Diggs, Dell as their top 3. Down the depth chart, they brought in Ben Skoranek from the Rams, Noah Brown, the former Cowboy, who's made big-time plays for them. They still have John Mechie, who's a former 2nd-round pick. It's been a disappointment. I think he dealt with a pretty serious illness along the way as well. But that's 6 pretty legit quality wide receivers on their depth chart for their 2nd-year QB, C.J. Stroud. They just look loaded to make another jump. They went from not any good and everyone thinking they were terrible to competing for not only the South title all year, which they won, getting into the playoffs, but kind of competing as a sexy, this team could go on a run type discussion point. Now you go out, you get Stephon Diggs on offense. They bring in Joe Mixon in the backfield. On the defensive side of the ball, they signed Danielle Hunter, who led the NFL in sacks. Danico Autry, the former Colt, is in the middle defensively of that defensive line that still has Will Anderson, their top 5 pick from a couple of seasons ago. They drafted Kamari Lassiter to start at nickelback in the 2nd round. I really, really like the Texans, man.
Easy to like. And that division is not formidable. I mean, Jacksonville was a grave disappointment last year. The Colts are aggressively fine, right? If you just have your act together at all, you could do something pretty special in that division. You could easily win double-digit games.
Season than the Texans?
I don't think anybody top of my head, right? You would say, I mean, we are, and the point I made a couple weeks ago, it sounded like I didn't believe in them. That's not my point. It's that every year a team gets crowned and he hasn't done it consistently and then falls back to the pack and a different team, ends up winning a division or goes to the playoffs, et cetera. Houston on paper is riding high. But again, it was 15 months ago that they were a punchline. They were the worst team in the NFL, worst run organization. They were a disaster. A couple hits and one major one, C.J. Stroud, changes all that. But on paper, nobody, right? Not off the top of your head. I mean,
do any of these losses worry you at all? Devin Singletary, Malik Collins, Michael Dieter, Blake Cashman, Jonathan Grenard's good, but you upgraded with Danielle Hunter. Sheldon Rankins, Denzel Perryman, some decent players. But how about you go get Hunter, Diggs, Alshire, Miles Bryant, Joe Mixon, Danico Autry, C.J. Henderson, former 1st-round pick corner, and Timmy Settle, the former Washington. I think he was a Redskin. He might have been a footballer.
He was a football
at
one point.
I think he might have been a football.
I saw him at a wedding in Norfolk, Virginia. Rode the elevator with him. Seemed like a nice guy.
You were going to the wedding too?
We were going to different weddings.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Tim Settle and I.
Did you say anything to him?
I did. I was like, "Hey, what's up, man?"
When was this?
This is God, what it would have been. This was before he had just left Washington.
You told this story?
Yeah, it's not a particularly compelling story.
No, I know, but I don't remember you ever mentioning you rode an elevator with Tim Settle.
I did.
Danny Routier?
That's me, Chuck.
That would have been a great time to play the Who Did I Ride an Elevator With game.
Oh, it's true.
It's one of my favorite games.
That is a good elevator.
Accidentally play pickleball with some weird D-list celebrity. We get to play a guessing game. It's always good.
Yeah. So this would have been in 2022, I guess. So wherever his last year here, then he had just signed with Buffalo in the offseason, but he was down in Norfolk for somebody else's wedding, it looked like, dressed very nicely, as we all were. We're all going to different weddings, and it was sort of like everybody's all kind of dressed up. It's easy to notice.
Looking good.
Yeah.
Do you remember the last time we played that game?
Who was I in an elevator with? Or who did I play pickleball with?
Well, the
answer was Kevin Franzen.
Was that Dame Helen Mirren?
Oh, yes.
When you saw her on a vacation. But you were like, you can't ask any questions, but guess who? And I'm like, Okay, is it a guy or girl? You're like, can't tell you. Are they a celebrity? Like, not going to tell you. Who do you think it is? I'm like, I don't think you know how this game works.
No.
Yes, because you were
No.
so Rick that you thought I was going to get it.
Yeah, we had to drag it out at least a minute and a half or 2 minutes. If I was like an award-winning actress in her 60s, you'd be like, Dame Helen Mirren. Because I was in United Kingdom. First of all, don't ask him. He's never heard of her, even after the game.
But tell me I'm wrong. Did Danny not go like, well, you can't ask that? I'm like, what are we doing here?
No, I do remember that really well, and I've never heard of this person, but apparently Grant has. So
the Dame Helen
Famous.
Mirren.
Yeah.
One of my favorites.
When you say Dame, by the way, he's like, where you keep bringing up Damian Lillard? Like, he literally thinks that.
It's like, wait, Damian Lillard?
Damian Lillard?
Why? It is time for Top 5 Tuesday. So, Darius, before we get into the official Top 5 Tuesday Open and begin the segment, did you get some responses on Facebook to choose from? Some ideas as to what we should be ranking today?
I did. I want to thank the fine folks that follow us on Facebook. We had plenty of comments to choose from, but it was pointed out to me that today is International Burger Day. So thanks to Caddy Nickens, I believe his name is. He recommended, let's rank our top 5 burger spots here on Grant and Danny today.
Man, pick a favorite child. You know what I mean? Like, how do you do this?
I've questions, but without further ado, let's bring back Top 5 Tuesday on Greg and Dave. I think the fewer rules, the better for this.
Yeah.
But here are my questions, and I'm throwing this out to the room and whoever wants to engage. Number 1, is this fast food? Is this restaurant? Is this any burger anywhere? Are we talking specifically type of burger, like type of meat and how heavy and like what's on the burger? What exactly are we doing?
So I did kind of a combo. I literally just went, what when I think of this burger, are my lips filled with smile? Is there joy in my soul?
Okay.
And I put them down. There's a lot of places I didn't include. And now I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to have to write apology letters to like 10 different restaurants. How do you do this?
It's not easy.
How do you do this?
I'm not happy about this.
All
Not
right.
happy about this.
All right.
All right. I've got 5 that I have listed here.
I got 5.
So without further ado, let's get into it. This is the top 5 favorite burgers that we consume on the Grant and Danny radio program. Burger number 5, Danny.
Everybody sleeps on it. My guys over at the Salt Line, they brought this burger from their old roots at Town Hall. Their chef, Kyle Bailey, now runs the Salt Line. They're known for seafood. We always add a smash burger to our meal. People could split it, or usually I just end up eating it. That burger is outstanding. Number 5, the Salt Line.
I thought about a bunch of options here. Also receiving votes. I actually thought about having Wendy's on this list just to have fast food represented, because I do get steamed up for a Wendy's burger.
Of course you do.
They're so good.
They're great.
They do the right amount of ketchup, mustard as well.
Mm-hmm.
Nice combination. I thought about Culver's, which you've never had, which you sleep on.
How dare you? I had Rodney Culver's when I was in
We just
Arizona.
talked about you never having had it like 3 weeks ago.
I had never had it until I went to Phoenix.
Good enough.
Or whatever, yeah.
Like
pummeled it.
Buttered, breaded.
They butter that bun.
Yum.
Mm-hmm.
Butter. Oh, so good.
Rodney Culver.
So, but those are both out. I thought about it. I'm going to go with number 5. The Great American Restaurants and Mike's American Grill. They make a very good cheeseburger. This is a bacon cheeseburger, cooked to perfection, pink in the middle. We're looking for that medium. I like what they do. It's nothing, I don't think it's overly unique, but it's just a really cooked beautifully burger. If my wife's in a burger mood most of the time, there's 2 restaurants we consider, Mike's being one of them. The other is going to be number 1 on this list. But Mike's American, number 5 on my burger list. That is one of the GARs over in Springfield. Number 4, I'm going Old Faithful. We've had it in this studio many, many, many times. Shake Shack.
Yeah.
How about a Shake Shack burger? That's a smash burger, ladies and gentlemen. Shake Shack makes the cut at number 4. What you're looking for is that caramelized, crusty, crunchy exterior from the smash burger. You still have the juicy, beautifully cooked medium of that burger as well. Now, it's a small, thin smash burger, Danny.
Yeah.
So it's cooked all the way through.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, what do they say? Like brown all the way through or whatever? Settle down. It is a beautifully well put together burger. Shake Shack, number 4.
It's my number 4 as well. You covered it. Number 3, I get steamed up with this one. This is the Red Apron burger. Now, Red Apron, what is that? What's that?
It's mainly a butcher. They got a couple locations round and out and about. There's one in Mosaic. It's a butcher shop. And they're like, well, as long as we're doing butcher stuff, why don't we have a fresh burger right there, 50 feet away, like that you can get a kind of a mini sit-down restaurant. It's got that heaviness. It's got that grease. You know what I'm talking about? Not like the gross grease that's going to ruin your napkin and then it's on your pants. Then your wife asks, what were you doing? You're like, nothing. I'm talking about like that. It crisps up just enough. There's a snap to it. It's salty. It is an outstanding burger. The Red Apron Burger is my number 3.
My number 3 burger is a Five Guys burger. That's Five Guys Burger and Fries. Big fan of the Five Guys. Mark Mosley somehow weirdly is involved.
Yep.
Remember the old kicker for
Of course.
Washington? He was like one of the founding members.
That's former MVP Mark Mosley. Thank you.
1983? 82?
3?
He was an MVP. Never forget. Most valuable player, kicker. But most importantly, in addition to being an amazing kicker and all of the exploits on the field, he's one of the gentlemen who brought us the Five Guys burger. Very, very good. Let me go in there. Let me get a couple of peanuts in that little brown carton that they give you. Let me stand there, crack my shells, eat my peanuts, throw away the shells, go scoop my burger, and then they give you 9 million French fries as well.
Yeah, the right amount of fries.
I don't think I've ever had, my mouth's watering thinking about it. I don't think I've ever had a Five Guys burger that didn't hit the spot, that wasn't incredible. Think about the consistency, seriously. All the different restaurants you go to in the chain, in Five Guys, all the locations you've been to, all the different people that are cooking the meat and grilling the burger for you, whatever it is that they're doing. To never, in all my experiences, Danny, never once have left there not feeling like I just had a hell of a burger.
I'm pretty much 100 for 100.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
That's number 3. Number 2 on my list, Duke's Grocery. Duke's Grocery.
We have a similar list, my friend.
Well, good. We eat a lot of burgers together.
Yeah, we're burger show. Yeah.
Right down half street, right here in the Navy Yard. There's another location somewhere that I'd never had before. I'd never had Duke's before, probably 2 years ago when they opened up here. My God, it's just a great burger. I think I do the proper burger. There's 2 different ones that I really like.
That's right.
But Duke's Grocery has one of the best burgers in the city.
We have a similar list here, my friend. My number 2 is Five Guys. I love it. I just love it so much. Five Guys makes me happy. It's the right size. So the burger's enormous. You get all the different toppings on it. That's correct. It's the correct amount of French fries. Then I empty their whole supply of vinegar on my French fries, and I am a pig in bleep.
Vinegar.
That's right on the fries.
Why do you do that?
Because of the taste.
What if you didn't do it?
I would be stupid not to do it. Literally, I'd be a stupid person if I didn't do it. Then I sometimes add a shake. The point is, then you get a side of grilled cheese, which is usually their buns. Yeah.
He'll do it. I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen it with
I've
my
seen
own
it.
eyes. I've seen it.
Makes me so happy. So that's number 2. So I do my number 1? Or you do number 1?
No, you go number 1.
You already said it. Duke's Grocery.
Really?
I love Duke's Grocery.
So what's your top 5?
Salt Line, Shake Shack, Red Apron, Five Guys, Duke's Grocery.
That's 5 to 1.
That's my 5.
Duke's Grocery, your number 1.
That's my 1 seed.
We really have similar lists. My number 1 is not on your list. And I think you comfortably sleep. The Clyde's Restaurant Group. You familiar?
Of course I am.
Clyde's makes a really good burger.
Yeah, they do.
Just perfect.
Yeah, they do.
I forget all the time, and then I'll have it like, I don't know, I probably go to Clyde's a couple times a year maybe. But you have a burger there, and you're like, oh, my God, I forgot about this.
You forget.
It's so good.
Hear me out. You sit down. What can I get you? Iced tea, please, immediately unsweetened. Can I order a crab dip with those little tiny toast pieces?
Yeah.
I'm going to dip that, and then I want a burger and fries.
Someone's been to Clyde's.
Bring it whenever you're ready.
The crab dip's great.
It's a 10.
We always do that. For some reason, my wife really likes the artichoke dip there. I don't know why.
It's good.
But that's like her thing.
Yeah.
I think they have great wings as well.
Their wings are very good.
But the number 1 burger for your boy is Clyde. So my list, if you're keeping score at home, Clyde's, Duke's Grocery, Five Guys, Shake Shack, Mike's American. Top 5
Good for you.
burgers for your boy. That's Top 5 Tuesday.
That's how we do it.
On Grant and Danny.
That was hard.
Here on The Fan. A good category, if I could say that, from the people. I mean, Darius, did people give us more sports or non-sports topics on Facebook? I think a lot of times we end up doing food because that's what a lot of our people want to hear us list.
I would say most of the suggestions majored in food.
Yeah.
There were a few sports ones that I definitely considered, but with it being
It's
International
Burger
Burger
Day,
Day,
right.
it just felt right.
Themed.
Yeah.
I'm not
Love
going to
that.
complain about that.
Who decides these days, by the way? Is there a person that has that job?
I ask this question all the time.
Well, there's also
Who
like,
decides?
I think there's different. It's almost like boxing weight classes, in my opinion. It's got to be where you're not into boxing anymore, really.
No, not at all.
Me either. But there's like 18 champions all the time.
IBC, the BBC, the ATP, the or whatever. Yeah.
Don't shout out too many initials. You might say something you might want back.
I think I already did. Anyway.
I think you did too.
I probably did too. Anyway, that's the British Broadcasting Channel. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
That's not what I think it is. Somebody's used to typing some things into a web search.
Like what? What do you mean?
I don't know. Did we just stumble into something that was front of mind for you, Dan?
I don't know, man. I don't know. What are we talking about? Boxing.
Right.
Boxing with different commissions.
Any more letter categories?
No, I'm good. I went
That's
top
all
ahead
for
of the
me,
couple.
dog.
Yeah, I think I'm all set.
But there's like 15.
So anyway, with boxing, right?
Right.
There's a lot of commissions.
15 champions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. and they're like the same weight class, but he's the IBF and he's
Right.
the
Give me another one.
ESPN.
There you go.
And then the other one is the
Which one?
WJFK.
There it is.
Yeah. And so they just all are. It's so stupid to me.
Yes, it is.
But I feel the same way about the day of. It's the National Burger Day. There's a National Burger Day every 3 weeks. It's just different
Yeah,
calendars.
sometimes it's a donut day.
different organizations.
I wonder this all the time. Who decides? What I think, this is my theory, it's my working theory. I think people are always trying to get a day, and they just someone just declares it. Like today, I'm going, today's National Afternoon Drive Radio Host Day.
Yeah.
And no one will pick it up.
When is our day?
We don't get one. And no one will care, and no one will pick it up. Does that make sense? So I think every day, somebody's trying to throw a day out there. Like today's people with brown hair day. Today's people that wear dad shoes day. Whatever it is, they're always trying to throw them at the wall. And if enough people have it stick and then it sort of goes mini viral, then it becomes the day. That's my working theory.
So there's a couple of different ones for tomorrow. Tomorrow is National Paperclip Day, apparently.
Nope.
Just thinking about sure I am.
And then National Senior Health and Fitness Day.
Nope. I mean, good for seniors.
Yeah, right.
But also nope.
Nope.
No.
And National Flip Flop Day. Excuse me, I missed that one
But
too.
this is what I'm saying. Like,
You
again.
see what I mean? Who said?
Yes. But also, it'll be that in 3 weeks, and someone like another group is now saying it's Flip Flop Day. I don't know. But I always like it because I can kind of convince my wife sometimes. I'm like, it's pizza day. She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, it's National Pizza Day.
Today.
Shouldn't we get a pizza? And she's like, I guess. And I've used that when it's pizza day,
Right.
when it's not pizza day. I'm just a really big fan.
It's National Drive-Through Day on my way home.
It's all about really the trick and the consumption of the goods. That's really what we're trying to do.
Yeah, pretty much.
I got a text here I want to pass along. It's a good question. More disappointing DC career, Victor Robles or Yevgeny Kuznetsov? Both were part of championship teams. Now, Kuzi in the championship run was their best player.
Yeah.
Robles was not. My initial thought would be to say, well, Kuzi was actually really good, and Robles never got to that point, so Robles would have been more disappointing. But unless you're a prospect mark, I happen to be, but most people aren't, you were never attached to Victor Robles, really. You didn't care that much about him one way or the other. Whereas with Kuzi, there was an attachment and a letdown. Could be something fun to kick around tomorrow.
That is, yeah. Because my first reaction is it's Robles. But then your point, we got the highs. We got the guy that scored the goal against Pittsburgh. We got the guy that was their best player on the cup run, who is talented enough to be an MVP candidate, who just didn't come close and who didn't really care about it. That's the part that's hard.
Actively said out loud, like the quiet part when you're a player that doesn't like working that hard, you never acknowledge that. Remember when he was named the first star of the month in the first month of the season in the NHL several years back, and the reporters were gathered around him, and he was coming off the Conn Smythe, and they're like, or he should have been the Conn Smythe, I should say. Ovi won it, but he'd be coming off of being the best player in the playoffs.
He was awesome,
leading them to the cup. And I remember somebody asking him over at Kettler, hey man, like you could really be the Hart Trophy winner. Like you're in the conversation to be the MVP of the league now. What do you think? And he's like, no, I don't want that. Like,
you have to work hard every day.
And that was his literal quote. I could find it, but he's like, yeah, you have to try every single day and exert yourself and really care and work hard. And I don't really want to be that guy. I'm paraphrasing, but it was something like that.
That was okay.
Pretty
now
telling.
we know. To me, it's Robles, just simply because the viewpoint of really smart baseball people who are really good at this was this is the untouchable player. This is the centerpiece. This is the guy that we will not even listen to offers. You could tell me whoever and whatever, wherever and whatever, and we're saying no because we got Robles.
The only name I remember hearing was that the Marlins tried to trade the Nats. Now, it would have been in the division.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been a shame if Victor Robles was in the NL East dominating and torching you for all those years.
Would have been tough.
But that they were willing to trade JT Realmuto, who at the time was maybe the best catcher in the game, certainly the most athletic catcher in baseball. Still really good all these years later, by the way, now with the Phillies, having played in a couple NLCSs and a World Series the last 2 years as one of their leaders. When the Nats basically said, if this report is true, no, we're not doing that for Victor Robles. There were probably other guys.
There were other overtures too. I mean, if you read the rumors or whatever, but it was.
You know what's funny? I'm not saying he's going to end up being really good. He's still only 27. I think about Victor Robles like he's 34. Like his career is about to end.
We've seen, 8 years of him?
Literally
right?
8. He came up when he had just turned 20 years old in 2017 for the last few weeks of that season. But he's 27. Like, this is essentially, if you look at the numbers, the prime of a baseball career is 26 to 34 or something.
Yeah,
he's entering it theoretically.
And again, some of this, and I know this is it's not fair, but this is because we consume this, and because we're fans, we care about it. I have an extra layer of resentment that I know is not fair. I know that it's not fair to Victor Robles that I feel this way. The same way I was probably irrationally mad at Leonard Hankerson or Malcolm Kelly all those years ago.
You're just naming all my favorite receivers.
Yeah. When I read the story that's about you every year, this is the year he hired the private chef or the yoga teacher or did tap dance to increase his this. This is the year he gained weight in the offseason. This year he lost weight in the offseason. This is the year. It's not his fault. He didn't write the articles.
I wrote a few of those.
Right. You know what I mean? But I read those and I'm filled with the anticipation, letdown, being let down is not, again, it's not, he didn't do all this. He's just trying to play. But as a fan, it makes me irrationally angry.
Malcolm Kelly from
Oklahoma.
Leonard Hankerson from?
Ooh, short of the first down. Where was Leonard Hankerson from? I don't remember this at all. I'm going to guess. I actually don't know. Texas Tech.
No, come on, guy.
I don't remember. Where was he from?
Darius has it.
He's from the U.
He was?
Miami.
I usually associate guys that are good from there.
Oh, that's just tough. I mean, enough with shrapnel.
Nobody hated first downs more than that guy.
Do you know what Leonard Hankerson is doing right now?
Doesn't he work with receivers to fall down short of the sticks?
Wrong.
What does he do?
He's a wide receivers coach.
Yeah.
For the 49ers.
Yeah.
They don't fall down short of the sticks.
He's
out here learning Kyle's offense.
Stop.
If you're an assistant on Kyle's staff, that means he's probably going to be a head coach.
I know.
In 3 years.
Pretty soon. I'm going to have to watch my mouth.
Better put some respect on his name.
You guys, enough of this run after the catch. Debo, go down. Just shy of the first down. Make a 4th and short for the team. Do what I did.
Wow. I didn't know you were like that angry. You were like that.
It drove me crazy watching that guy play football.
I loved Hank Time. I was such a big fan. Thought about you today.
Nice.
I booked my flight earlier today.
Yeah.
For the All-Star game out in Texas. So Globe Life Park, which is one of 6 ballparks I've never been to. I'm excited. I'm going to go out there. I'm hosting on the field pregame home run derby, which I haven't done before, which is awesome. I'll be down there on the field for the derby.
That is very cool.
It's going to be sick. But I was thinking about you because while my flight was getting booked, I was asked, do you want a window seat or an aisle seat?
What'd you take?
Danny, big aisle seat guy.
I'm an aisle guy.
Your boy?
He's a window guy.
Leads the league in the window seat. And the reason correctly is that I want to go to sleep before that 3-hour flight to Dallas, and I don't want to get up until after it lands. So if Danny or somebody needs to go to the bathroom or somebody's tapping me because I'm in the aisle, not happening. Window seat.
I get it. If I could sleep the whole time and didn't have to go to the bathroom.
And you know I will be sleeping the whole time.
And you will be.
I'm happy to be fair to say.
Thank you, Coach. As soon as the doors are closing, before takeoff, Grant's asleep. And then he wakes up. What? Okay. Yep, I'm here. New city. You could not leave and he wouldn't know. But for me, I need the extra room. I need to be able to tilt sideways on
you need
occasion.
To just stare around at everyone the whole time. You can't sleep, so you have your earbuds in, looking, waiting for something to go wrong.
Watching a show.
You do watch a lot of TV.
Yeah, I watch the TVs.
Do you turn your phone off?
Yes.
You do.
Oh, I'm a rule follower. The instant they say to turn it, I don't even do airplane mode. It's got to go off.
I was reading something recently that a lot of people have stopped doing that.
Yeah, people don't listen. Follow the rules.
Can we not take chances with I don't know that anything's actually going to happen, but this is an airplane. This isn't like maybe I won't, drive the speed limit.
Like, when you were driving in the car and your dad was like, we can't have the inside light on because it's like the most dangerous thing in the world. You're like, is it? I don't know. I'll turn it on if I need to find my keys or something.
If you tell me there might be issues with the plane communicating to towers or whatever, if I don't turn my phone off, my text can wait, bro.
Yep. Turn it off.
I'm going to find a way to have them wait. But apparently they're saying, like the story was, people now just don't turn their phone off, don't do airplane mode at all. Just crazy to me. It is time for your Nats starting lineup and pitching matchup presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Batting for shortstop seat. Check. Abrams in right field. Lane Thomas hitting second. Joey Meneses at first base. Nick Senzel at third in the cleanup spot. K-Bear Ruiz is your DH batting fifth. Jesse Winker in left field. Ildemar Vargas at second base. Riley Adams behind the dish hitting eighth. And your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young in center field batting ninth.
I thought for a second you said Nick Senzel was batting cleanup.
No, I did. I'll read it again. Here's your 3 and 4 hitters, Joey Meneses and Nick Senzel. If you combine their stats, you'd have a pretty decent hitter.
I'm struggling with the Nick Senzel batting cleanup thing, to be honest.
Yep.
Because it's all, he doesn't hit much.
Yep.
190 average in his last 15 games. They're trying to get him going. I get it. Jake Irvin on the hill for the Nats has a 3.7 ERA through 10 starts, 57 innings in his season, a very respectable 1.07 whip. This is one of the guys that was not a high-end prospect that has given them a whole lot dating back to last year. They're starting to develop internally much better than they did previously. Big 6'6" right-hander, touches 97 miles an hour from the right side. He has become a key member of this rotation. Max Fried pitches for Atlanta, the best lefty on the Braves staff. So Davey trying to stack the lineup with those righties, including Meneses, Senzel, and switch hitting Ruiz in the heart of the order. For Darius and Ryan behind the scenes, Grant and Danny saying so long. Thank you so much for listening to the show. As always, we will be back tomorrow at 2:00 right here on The Fan.
Thank you for coming.